high-level people that know how to do this ritual to change themselves. Because I know that a lot of, and correct me if I'm wrong, but rituals and things that we do, our actions, are literally writing epigenetics into our body. And so, really, if you think about it, anytime we do something good or bad, it's written into our DNA. And so it would make sense to me that there would be a ritual, maybe followed by an incantation or pharmaceutical of some sort that could literally change a person from the inside out, cause them, like Nimrod, to become a Gibberim. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, and the Bible talks about science falsely.
Welcome back, brothers and sisters. Welcome to part 2. In this portion, we will be reading from Numbers and from Deuteronomy. And Brother Justin, if you want to go ahead and get us started.
3 books in, guys. Praise God. Numbers 1. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe in the wilderness of Sinai, in the tabernacle of the assembly, on the first day of the 2nd month, in the 2nd year, after they were come out of the land of Mizraim, saying, Take ye at the sum of all the assembly of the children of Yashrael, after their families, by the house of their fathers, with the number of their names, every male by their polls. From 20 years old and upward, all that are able to go forth to war in Yisrael, you and Aaron shall number them by their armies. And with you there shall be a man of every tribe, every one head of the house of his fathers. And these are the numbers of the men that shall stand with you, of the tribe of Reuben: Eliezer, son of Shadir, of Shimon; Shelomiel, son of Tershadai, of Yehuda; Nachshon, son of Aminadab, of Yishakar; Nathaniel, the son of Tuzar; of Zebulun, Eliab, the son of Elon; of the children of Joseph, of Ephraim, Elishama, the son of Amihud; of Manasseh, Gamaliel, the son of Patsir; of Benjamin, Abidan, the son of Gideoni; of Dan, Achiezer, son of Ammishaddai; of Asher, Hagiel, the son of Ochran; of Gad, Eliasaph, the son of Deuel; of Naphtali, Acra, the son of Enan. These were the renown of the assembly, princes of the tribes of their fathers, heads of thousands in Yashrael. And Moshe and Aaron took these men, which are expressed by their names, and they assembled all the assembly together on the first day of the 2nd month. And they declared their pedigrees after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward by their polls. As Yahweh commanded Moshe, so he numbered them in the wilderness of Sinai. And the children of Reuben, Yashrael's eldest son, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, by their polls, every male from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Reuben, were 46,500. Of the children of Shimon, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, those that were numbered of them according to the number of the names, by their polls, every male from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Shimon, were 59,300. And of the children of Gad, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of their names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Gad, were 45,650. Of the children of Yehuda, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Yehuda, were 14,600. Of the children of Yishakar, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Yishakar, were 54,400. Of the children of Zebulun, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Zebulun, were 57,400. Of the children of Joseph, namely of the children of Ephraim, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Ephraim, were 40,500. Of the children of Manasseh, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Manasseh, were 32,200. Of the children of Benjamin, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Benjamin, were 35,400. Of the children of Dan, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Dan, were 62,700. Of the children of Asher, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Asher, were 41,500. Of the children of Naphtali, throughout their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Naphtali, were 53,400. These are those that were numbered, which Moshe and Aaron numbered, and the princes of Yashrael, being 12 men, each one for the house of his fathers. So were all those that were numbered of the children of Yashrael by the house of their fathers, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war in Yashrael. Even all they were numbered were 600,000 and 3,550. But the Leviim, after the tribe of their fathers, were not numbered among them. For Yahweh had spoken unto Moshe, saying, Only ye shall not number it the tribe of Levi, neither taketh the sum of them among the children of Yashrael. But ye shall appoint the Leviim over the tabernacle of testimony, and over all the vessels thereof, and over all the things that belong to it. They shall bear at the tabernacle, and all the vessels thereof, and they shall minister unto it, and shall encamp round about the tabernacle. And when the tabernacle sets forward, the Leviim shall take it down, and when the tabernacle is to be pitched, the Leviim shall set it up. And the stranger that comes nigh shall be put to death. And the children of Yashrael shall pitch their tents, every man by his own camp, and every man by his own standard throughout their host. But the Leviim shall pitch round about the tabernacle of testimony, that there be no wrath upon the assembly of the children of Yashrael. And the Leviim shall guard at the watch of the tabernacle of the testimony. And the children of Yashrael did according to all that Yahweh commanded Moshe, so did they. Numbers chapter 2. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe and unto Aaron, saying, Every man of the children of Yashrael shall pitch by his own standard, with the ensign of their father's house. Far off about the tabernacle of the assembly shall they pitch. And on the east side toward the rising of the sun, they have the standard of the camp. Yehuda pitch throughout their armies, and Nachshon, the son of Amminadab, shall be captain of the children of Yehuda. And his host, and those that were numbered of them, were 14,600. And those that do pitch next unto him shall be the tribe of Issachar. And Nathaniel, the son of Tizar, shall be captain of the children of Issachar. And his host, and those that were numbered thereof, were 54,400. Then the tribe of Zebulun, and Eliab, the son of Helon, shall be captain of the children of Zebulun, and his host, and those that were numbered thereof were 57,400. All that were numbered in the camp of Yehuda were 100,000 and 6,400 throughout their armies. These shall first set forth. On the south side shall be the standard of the camp of Reuben, according to their armies, and the captain of the children of Reuben shall be Eliezer, the son of Shadir, and his host, and those that were numbered thereof were 46,500. And those which pitch by them shall be the tribe of Shimon, and the captain of the children of Shimon shall be Shelumiel, the son of Tizar-Shaddai, and his host, and those that were numbered of them were 59,300. Then the tribe of Gad, and the captain of the sons of Gad shall be Eliasaph, the son of Reuel, and his host, and those that were numbered of them were 45,650. All that were numbered in the camp of Reuben were 100,050 and 1,450 throughout their armies, and they shall set forth in the second rank. Then the tabernacle of the assembly shall set forward with the camp of the Levim in the midst of the camp. As they encamp, so shall they set forward every man in his place by their standards. On the west side shall be the standard of the camp of Ephraim according to their armies, and the captain of the sons of Ephraim shall be Elishama, the son of Amihud, and his hosts and those that were numbered of them were 40,500. And by him shall be the tribe of Manasseh, and the captain of the children of Manasseh shall be Gamaliel, the son of Pedasur. And his hosts and those that were numbered of them were 32,200. Then the tribe of Benjamin and the captain of the sons of the Benjamin shall be Abidan, the son of Gidoni, and his hosts and those that were numbered of them were 35,400. All that were numbered of the camp of Ephraim were 100,000 and 8,100 throughout their armies, and they shall go forward in the third ring. The standard of the camp of Dan shall be on the north side by their armies, and the captain of the children of Dan shall be Achiezer, the son of Ammishaddai, and his hosts, and those that were numbered of them were 62,700. And those that encamp by him shall be the tribe of Asher, and the captain of the children of Asher shall be Pagiel, the son of Ochran, and his hosts and those that were numbered of them were 41,500. Then the tribe of Naphtali and the captain of the children of Naphtali shall be Akira, the son of Enan, and his hosts that there were numbered of them were 50 and 3,400. And they that were numbered in the camp of Dan were 100,050 and 7,600. They shall go hindmost with their standards. These are those who were numbered of the children of Yashrael by the houses of their fathers. All those that were numbered of the camps throughout their hosts were 600,000 and 3,550. But the Levim were not numbered among the children of Yashrael as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And the children of Yashrael did according to all that Yahweh commanded Moshe, so they pitched by their standards, and so they set forward, everyone after their families, according to the house of their fathers. Numbers chapter 3. These are the generations of Aaron and Moshe in the day that Yahweh spoke with Moshe in Mount Sinai. And these are the names of the sons of Aaron: Nadab, the firstborn, and Abiyahu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. And these are the names of the son of Aaron, the priest, which were anointed, whom he consecrated to minister in the priest's office. And Nadab and Abiyahu died before Yahweh when they offered strange fire before Yahweh in the wilderness of Sinai, and they had no children. And Eleazar and Ithamar ministered in the priest's office in the sight of Aaron their father. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Bringeth the tribe of Levi near, and present them before Aaron the priest, that they may minister unto him. And they shall guard at his watch, and at the watch of the whole assembly for the tabernacle of the assembly, and to do the service of the tabernacle. And they shall guard at all the instruments of the tabernacle of the assembly, and at the charge of the children of Yashrael to do the service of the tabernacle. And you shall give the Levim unto Aaron and to his sons; they are wholly given unto him out of the children of Yashrael. And you shall appoint Aaron and his sons, and they shall guard at the priest's office, and the stranger that comes nigh shall be put to death. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, And I, behold, I have taken at the Levim from among the children of Yashrael, instead of all the firstborn that opens the womb among the children of Yashrael. Therefore the Levim shall be mine, because all the firstborn are mine. For one day that I smote all the firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim, I hallowed unto me all the firstborn of Yashrael, both man and beast. Mine shall they be. I am Yahweh. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe in the wilderness of Sinai, saying, Number the children of Levi after the house of their fathers by their families. Every male from a month old and upward shall you number them. And Moshe numbered them according to the word of Yahweh as he was commanded. And these are the sons of Levi by their names: Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. And these are the names of the sons of Gershon by their families: Libni and Shimi. And the sons of Kohath by their families: Amram and Yitzhar, Chevron and Uziel. And the sons of Moriah by their families: and Machli and Mushi. These are the families of the Levim, according to the house of their fathers. Of Gershon was the family of Levinim, and the family of Shimeim. These are the families of Gerashunim. Those that were numbered of them, according to the number of all the males from a month old and upward, even those that were numbered of them were 7,500. The families of Gerashunim shall pitch behind the tabernacle westward. And the chief of the house of the father of the Gerashonim shall be Elisaph, the son of Leel. And the charge of the sons of Gershon in the temple, and the charge of the sons of Gershon in the tabernacle of the assembly shall be the tabernacle, and the tent, the covering thereof, and the hanging for the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and the hangings of the court, and at the curtain for the door of the court, which is by the tabernacle, and by the altar round about, and at the courts of it for all the service thereof. And of Kohath was the family of the Amram, and the family of the Yitzharim, and the family of the Heberim, and the family of the Uzulim. These are the families of the Kohathim. And the number of all the males from a month old and upward were 8,600, guarding the watch of the sanctuary. The families of the sons of Kohath shall pitch on the side of the tabernacle southward. And the chief of the house of the fathers of the families of the Kohathim shall be Elisaphan, the son of Uziel. And their charge shall be the ark, and the table, and the menorah, and the altars, and the vessels of the sanctuary where they minister, and the hanging and all the service thereof. And Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest, shall be chief over the chief of the Levim, and have the oversight of them that guard the watch of the sanctuary. Of Moriah was the family of the Malchalim, and the family of the Mushim. These are the families of Moriah. And those that were numbered of them, according to the number of all males, from a month old and upward, were 6,200. And the chief of the house of the father of the families of Merari was Turiel, the son of Abihalil. These shall pitch on the side of the tabernacle northward. And under the custody, in charge of the sons of Merari, shall be the boards of the tabernacle, and the bars thereof, and the pillars thereof, and the sockets thereof, and all the vessels thereof, and all that serves thereto. And the pillars of the court round about, and their sockets, and their pins, and their cords. But those that encamp before the tabernacle toward the east, even before the tabernacle of the assembly eastward, shall be Moshe and Aaron and his sons, guarding the watch of the sanctuary for the watch of the children of Yashrael, and the stranger that comes nigh shall be put to death. All that were numbered of the Levim, which Moshe and Aaron numbered at the commandment of Yahweh throughout their families, all the males from a month old and upward were 20 and 2,000. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, number all the firstborn males of the children of Yashrael from a month old and upward, and taketh the number of their names. And ye shall taketh the Levim from me, I am Yahweh, instead of all the firstborn among the children of Yashrael, and at the cattle of the Levim, instead of all the firstlings among the cattle of the children of Yashrael. And Moshe numbered, as Yahweh commanded him, all the firstborn among the children of Yashrael, and all the firstborn males by the number of names from a month old and upward, of those that were numbered of them, were 20 and 2,200 and 13. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, taketh the Levim instead of all the firstborn among the children of Yashrael, and at the cattle of the Levim instead of their cattle, and the Levim shall be mine. I am Yahweh. And as for those that are to be redeemed of the 213 of the firstborn of the children of Yashrael, which are more than the Levim, you shall even take 5 shekels apiece by the pole. After the shekel of the sanctuary shall you take them. And you shall give the money wherewith the odd of the number of them is to be redeemed unto Aaron and to his sons. And Moshe tooketh the redemption money of them that were over and above them that were redeemed by the Levim. Of the firstborn of the children of Yashrael took he the money, 1,365 shekels after the shekel of the sanctuary. And Moshe gaveth the money of them that were redeemed unto Aaron and his sons, according to the word of Yahweh, as Yahweh commanded of Moshe. Numbers 4. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe and unto Aaron, saying, taketh the sum of the sons of Kohath from among the sons of Levi, after their families, by the house of their fathers. From 30 years old and upward, even until 50 years old, all that enter into the host do work in the tabernacle of the assembly. This shall be the service of the sons of Kohath in the tabernacle of the assembly, about the most holy things. And when the camp sets forward, Aaron shall come and his sons, and they shall take down at the covering veil, and covereth the ark of the testimony with it, and shall put thereon the covering of badger skins, and shall spread over it a cloth wholly of blue, and shall put in the staves thereof. And upon the table of the showbread they shall spread a cloth of blue, and put thereon its dishes, and its spoons, and its bowls, and its covers to cover withal, and the continual bread shall be thereon. And they shall spread upon them a cloth of scarlet, and cover the same with the covering of badger skins, and they shall put at the staves thereof. And they shall take a cloth of blue, and cover at the menorahs of the light, and at the lamps, and at the tongs, and at the stuffed dishes, and at all the oil vessels thereof, wherewith they minister unto it. And they shall put it, and at all the vessels thereof, with the covering of badger skins, and shall put it upon a bar. And upon the golden altar they shall spread a cloth of blue, and cover it with the covering of badger skins, and shall put it the staves thereof. And they shall take all the instruments of ministry, wherewith they minister in the sanctuary, and put them in a cloth of blue, and cover them with the covering of badger skins, and they shall put them on a bar. And they shall take away the ashes from at the altar, and spread a purple cloth thereon. And they shall put upon it at all the vessels thereof, wherewith they minister about it, even at the censers, at the flesh hooks, and at the shovels, and at the basins, all the vessels of the altar. And they shall spread upon it a covering of badger skins, and put to the staves of it. When Aaron and his sons have made an end of covering at the sanctuary, and at all the vessels of the sanctuary, as the camp is set forward, after that the sons of Kohath shall come to bear it, but they shall not touch any holy thing, lest they die. These things are the burden of the sons of Kohath in the tabernacle of the assembly. And to the office of Eleazar the son of Aaron, the priest, pertains the oil for the light, and the sweet incense, and the daily meat offering, and the anointing oil, and the oversight of the tabernacle, and of all that therein is, in the sanctuary and in the vessels thereof. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe and unto Aaron, saying, Cut ye not off at the tribe of the families of the Kohathim from among the Levim, but thus do unto them that they may live, and not die, when they approach unto the most holy things. And Aaron and his sons shall go in, and appoint them every one to his service and to his burden. But they shall not go in to see when if the holy things are covered, lest they die. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Take also at the sum of the sons of Gershon, throughout the houses of their fathers, by their families, from 30 years old and upward until 50 years old shall you number them, all that enter in to perform the service, to do the work in the tabernacle of the assembly. This is the service of the families of Gershon, of Gerish, Unim, to serve and for burdens. And they shall bear at the curtains of the tabernacle, and at the tabernacle of the assembly his covering, and the covering of the badger skins that is above upon it, and at the hanging from the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And at the hangings of the court, and at the hanging for the door of the gate of the court, which is by the tabernacle, and by the altar round about, and at their cords, and at all the instruments of their service, and at all that is made for them, and so shall they serve. At the appointment of Aaron and his son shall be all the service of the sons of the Gershoni, and all their burdens, and all their service, and ye shall appoint unto them in charge of all their burdens. This is the service of the families of the sons of Gershon in the tabernacle of the assembly, and their charge shall be under the hand of Ithamar the son of Aaron the priest. As for the sons of Merari, ye shall number them after their families, by the house of their fathers, from 30 years old and upward, even unto 50 years old shall ye number them, every one that enters into the service to do with the work of the tabernacle of the assembly. And this is the charge of their burden, according to all their service in the tabernacle of the assembly. The boards of the tabernacle, and the bars thereof, and the pillars thereof, and the sockets thereof, and the pillars of the court round about, and their sockets, and their pins, and their cords, with all their instruments, and with all their service. And by name ye shall reckon it the instruments of the charge of their burden. This is the service of the families of the sons of Merari, according to all their service in the tabernacle of the assembly, under the hand of Ithamar the son of Aaron the priest. And Moshe and Aaron and the chief of the assembly numbered it the sons of the Kohathim after their families, after the house of their fathers, from 30 years old and upward, even unto 50 years old, everyone that enters into the service for the work in the tabernacle of the assembly. And those that were numbered of them by their families were 2,750. These were they that were numbered of the family of the Kohathim, all that might do service in the tabernacle of the assembly, which Moshe and Aaron did number according to the commandment of Yahweh by the hand of Moshe. And those that were numbered of the sons of Gershon throughout their families and by the house of their fathers, from 30 years old and upward, even unto 50 years old, everyone that enters into the service for the work in the tabernacle of the assembly. Even those that were numbered of them throughout their families by the house of their fathers were 2,630. These are they that were numbered of the families of the sons of Gershon, of all that might do service in the tabernacle of the assembly, whom Moshe and Aaron did number according to the commandment of Yahweh. And those that were numbered of the families of the sons of Merari throughout their families by the house of their fathers, from 30 years old and upward, even unto 50 years old, everyone that entered into the service for the work of the tabernacle, for the work in the tabernacle of the assembly. Even those that were numbered of them after their families were 3,200. These be those that were numbered of the families of the sons of Merari, whom Moshe and Aaron numbered according to the word of Yahweh by the hand of Moshe. And all those that were numbered of Ethel Levim, whom Moshe and Aaron and the chief of Yashriel numbered after their families and after the houses of their fathers, from 30 years old and upward, even unto 50 years old, everyone that came to do the service of the ministry and the service of the burden in the tabernacle of the assembly. Even those that were numbered of them were 8,500 fourscore. According to the commandment of Yahweh, they were numbered by the hand of Moshe, everyone according to his service and according to his burden. Thus they were numbered of him, as Yahweh commanded it Moshe. Numbers 5. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Commandeth the children of Yashriel that they put out of the camp every leper, and everyone that has an issue, and whosoever is defiled by the dead, both male and female shall ye put out. Without the camp shall ye put them, that they defile not at their camps, in the midst whereof I dwell. And the children of Yashriel did so, and put them out without the camp, as Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, so did the children of Yashriel. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Yashriel, when a man or a woman shall commit any sin that men commit, do a trespass against Yahweh, and that a person be guilty, they shall confess it their sin which they have done, and he shall recompense his trespass with the principal thereof, and add unto it the fifth part thereof, and give it unto him against whom he has trespassed. But if the man have no kinsman to recompense the trespass unto, let the trespass be recompensed unto Yahweh, even to the priest, beside the ram of atonement, whereby an atonement shall be made for him. And every offering of all the holy things of the children of Yashriel, which they bring unto the priest, shall be his. And every man's hallowed thing shall be his. Whatsoever any man gives the priest, it shall be his. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Yashriel, and say unto them, If any man's woman go aside and commit a trespass against him, and a man lie with her carnally, and it be hid from the eyes of her man, and he be kept close, and she be defiled, and there be no witness against her, neither should be taken with the manner. And the ruach of jealousy come upon him, and he be jealous of his woman, and she be defiled. Or if the ruach of jealousy come upon him, and he be jealous of his woman, and she be not defiled, then shall the man bringeth his woman unto the priest, and he shall bringeth her offering for her, the 10th part of an ephah of barley meal. He shall pour no oil upon it, nor put frankincense thereon, for it is an offering of jealousy, an offering of a memorial, bringing iniquity to remembrance. And the priest shall bring her near, and set her before Yahweh. And the priest shall take holy water in the earthen vessel, and of the dust that is in the floor of the tabernacle, the priest shall take and put it into the water. And the priest shall set it the woman before Yahweh, and uncover it the woman's head, and put it the offering of memorial in her hands, which is the jealousy offering. And the priest shall have his hand the bitter water that causes the curse. And the priest shall charge her by an oath, and say unto the woman, If no man have lain with you, and if you have not gone aside to uncleanliness with another instead of your man, be free from this bitter water that causes the curse. But if you have gone aside to another instead of your man, and if you be defiled, and some man have laineth with you beside your man, then the priest shall charge the woman with an oath of cursing. And the priest shall say unto the woman, Yahweh make you a curse and an oath among your people, when Yahweh makes it your thigh to rot, and if your belly to swell. And this water that causes the curse shall go into your bowels, to make your belly to swell, and your thigh to rot. And the women shall say, Amen, Amen. And the priest shall write these curses in a zephyr, and he shall blot them out with the bitter water. And he shall cause the woman to drink at the bitter water that causes the curse. And the water that causes the curse shall enter into her, and become bitter. Then the priest shall take the jealousy offering out of the woman's hand, and if all shall wave at the offering before Yahweh, and offer it upon the altar. And the priest shall take a handful of the offering, even at the memorial thereof, and burn it upon the altar, and afterward shall cause the woman to drink the water. And when he has made her to drink the water, then it shall come to pass that if she be defiled, and have done trespass against her man, then the water that causes the curse shall enter into her, and become bitter, and her belly shall swell, and her thigh shall rot, and the woman shall be a curse among her people. And if the woman be not defiled, but clean, then shall she be made free. She shall conceive seed. This is the Torah of jealousies, when a woman goes aside to another instead of her man, and is defiled. Or when the ruach of jealousy comes upon him, and he be jealous over his woman, and shall set the woman before Yahweh, and the priest shall execute upon her all this Torah. Then shall the man be guiltless from iniquity, and this woman shall beareth her iniquity. Number 6. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Yashrael, and saying to them, Whenever a man or a woman separate themselves to vow a vow of a Nazir, to separate themselves unto Yahweh, he shall separate himself from wine and strong drink, and shall drink no vinegar of wine, or vinegar of strong drink, neither shall he drink any liquor of grapes, nor eat moist grapes or dry. All the days of his separation shall he eat nothing that is made of the vine tree, from the kernels even to the husk. All the days of the vow of his separation, there shall no razor come upon his head, until the days be fulfilled, in which he separates himself unto Yahweh. He shall be holy, and shall let the locks of the hair of his head grow. All the days that he separates himself unto Yahweh, he shall come at no dead body. He shall not make himself unclean for his father, or for his mother, for his brother, or for his sister when they die, because the consecration of his Elohim is upon his head. All the days of his separation is he is holy unto Yahweh. And if any man die very suddenly by him, and he has defiled the head of his consecration, then he shall shave his head in the day of his cleansing, and on the seventh day shall he shave it. And on the eighth day he shall bring 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons to the priest, to the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And the priest shall offer for one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering, and make an atonement for him, for that he sinned by the dead, and shall halloweth his head the same day. And he shall consecrate unto Yahweh at the days of his separation, and shall bring a lamb of the first year for a trespass offering. But the days that were before shall be lost, because his separation was defiled. And this is the Torah of the Nazir. When the days of his separation are fulfilled, he shall be brought into the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And he shall offer his offering unto Yahweh, 1 lamb of the first year without blemish for a burnt offering, and 1 lamb of the first year without blemish for a sin offering, and 1 ram without blemish for a peace offering. And a basket of matzah, cakes of fine flour mingled with oil, and wafers of matzah anointed with oil in their meat offerings and their drink offerings. And the priest shall bring them before Yahweh, and shall offer it the sin offering, and at the burnt offering. And he shall offer it the ram for a sacrifice of peace offerings unto Yahweh with a basket of matzah. The priest shall offer also at his meat offering, and at his drink offering. And the Nazir shall shave the head of his separation at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and shall take at the hair of the head of his separation, and put it in the fire which is under the sacrifice of the peace offerings. And the priest shall take at the sodden shoulder of the ram, and 1 matzah cake out of the basket, and 1 matzah wafer, and shall put them upon the hands of the Nazir after the hair of his separation is shaven. And the priest shall wave them for a wave offering before Yahweh. This is holy for the priest, with the waved breast and heaped shoulder, and after that the Nazir may drink wine. This is the Torah of the Nazir, who has vowed, and of his offering unto Yahweh for his separation. Beside that his hand shall get, according to the vow which he vowed, so he must do after the Torah of his separation. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto Aaron and to his son, saying, On the wise ye shall bless the children of Yashrael, saying unto them, Yahweh bless you and guard you. Yahweh will make his face shine upon you and be gracious unto you. Yahweh will lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. And they shall put at the name of the children of Yashrael, and I will bless them. Amen. Number 7. And it came to pass on that day that Moshe had fully set up the tabernacle, and had anointed it, and sanctified it, and with all the instruments thereof, both at the altar and at all the vessels thereof, and had anointed them and sanctified them, that the princes of Yashrael, heads of the house of their fathers, who were the princes of the tribes, and were over them that were numbered, offered. And they brought up their offering before Yahweh, 6 covered wagons, and 12 oxen, a wagon for 2 of the princes, and for each one an ox, and they brought them before the tabernacle. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Take it of them, that they may be to do at the service of the tabernacle of the assembly, and ye shall give them unto the Levim, to every man according to his service. And Moshe tooketh the wagons and at the oxen, and gave them unto the Levim. And at the 2 wagons and at the 4 oxen he gave unto the sons of Gershon according to their service. And at the 4 wagons and at the 8 oxen he gave unto the sons of Merari according to their service, under the hand of Ithamar the son of Aaron the priest. But unto the sons of Kohath he gave none, because the service of the sanctuary belonging to them was that they should bear upon their shoulders. And the princes offered as for dedicating of the altar in the day that it was anointed, even the princes offered at their offering before the altar. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, They shall offer their offering, each prince on his day, for the dedicating of the altar. And he that offered his offerings the first day was Nachshon, the son of Amminadab, of the tribe of Yehudah. And his offering was 1 silver charger, the weight thereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary. Both of them were full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 spoon of 10 shekels of gold, full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Nachshon, the son of Amminadab. On the second day, Nathaniel, the son of Tazur, prince of Yishakar, did offer. He offered and for his offering 1 silver charger, the weight whereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 spoon of gold of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offering, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Nathaniel, the son of Zuar. On the third day, Eliab, the son of Helon, prince of the children of Zebulun, did offer. His offering was 1 silver charger, the weight whereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Eliab, the son of Helon. On the fourth day, Eliezer, the son of Shadur, prince of the children of Reuben, did offer. His offering was 1 silver charger of the weight of 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering, 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Eliezer, the son of Shadur. On the fifth day, Shalumiel, the son of Tershadai, prince of the children of Shimon, did offer. His offering was 1 silver charger, the weight whereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Shelmiel, the son of Tershadai. On the day that Eliasaph, the son of Deuel, prince of the children of Gad, offered. His offering was 1 silver charger of the weight of 130 shekels, a silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Eliasaph, the son of Deuel. On the seventh day, Elishama, the son of Amihud, the prince of the children of Ephraim, offered. His offering was 1 silver charger, the weight whereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Elishama, the son of Amihud. On the 8th day offered Gamliel, the son of Pedhatzur, prince of the children of Manasseh. His offering was 1 silver charger of the weight of 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Gamliel, the son of Pedhasur. On the 9th day, Abidan, the son of Gidoni, prince of the children of Benjamin, offered. His offering was 1 silver charger, the weight whereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with the oil for a meat offering. 1 gold spoon of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Abidan, the son of Gidoni. On the 10th day, Achiezer, the son of Ammishaddai, the prince of the children of Dan, offered. His offering was 1 silver charger, the weight whereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Achiezer, the son of Ammishaddai. On the 11th day, Pagiel, the son of Ochran, prince of the children of Asher, offered. His offering was 1 silver charger, the weight whereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Pagiel, the son of Ochran. On the 12th day, Akira, the son of Enan, prince of the children of Naphtali, offered. His offering was 1 silver charger, the weight thereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Akira, the son of Enan. This was the dedication of the altar in the day when it was anointed by the princes of Yashrael. 12 charges of silver, 12 silver bowls, 12 spoons of gold, each charger of silver weighing 130 shekels, each bowl 70. All the silver vessels weighed 2,400 shekels after the shekel of the sanctuary. The golden spoons were 12, full of incense, weighing 10 shekels apiece after the shekel of the sanctuary. All the gold of the spoons was 120 shekels. All the oxen for the burnt offering were 12 bullocks, the rams 12, the lambs of the first year 12 with their meat offering, and the kids of the goats for a sin offering 12. And all the oxen for the sacrifice of the peace offerings were 20 and 4 bullocks, the rams 60 and the he-goats 60, the lambs of the first year 60. This was the dedication of the altar after that it was anointed. And when Moshe was gone into the tabernacle of assembly to speak with him, then he heard the voice of one speaking unto him from off the mercy seat that was upon the ark of testimony, between the 2 cherubim, and he spoke unto him. 1 second. Numbers 8. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto Aaron, and say unto him, When you light the lamps, the 7 lamps shall giveth light over against the menorah. And Aaron did so. He lighted the lamps thereof over against the menorah, as Yahweh commanded of Moshe. And this work of the menorah was of beaten gold, unto the shaft thereof, unto the flowers thereof, was beaten work, according unto the pattern which Yahweh showed Moshe. So he made it the menorah. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Take it the Levim from among the children of Yashrael, and cleanse them. And thus shall you do unto them, to cleanse them. Sprinkle water of purifying upon them, and let them shave all their flesh, and let them wash their clothes, and so make themselves clean. Then let them take a young bullock with his meat offering, even fine flour mingled with oil, and another young bullock shall you take for a sin offering. And you shall bring it to Levim before the tabernacle of the assembly, Ye shall gather the whole assembly of the children of Yashrael together. And ye shall bring it to the Levine before Yahweh, and the children of Yashrael shall put their hands upon the Levine. And Aaron shall offer it to the Levine before Yahweh for an offering of the children of Yashrael, that they may execute at the service of Yahweh. And the Leviim shall have laid their hands upon the heads of the bullocks, and ye shall offer it, one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering unto Yahweh, to make an atonement for the Levine. And ye shall set it to the Levine before Aaron and before his sons, and offer them for an offering unto Yahweh. Thus shall ye separate it the Levine from among the children of Yashrael, and the Levine shall be mine. And after that shall the Levine go in to do the service of the tabernacle of the assembly, and ye shall cleanse them and offer them for an offering. For they are wholly given unto me from among the children of Yashrael. Instead of such as open every womb, instead of the firstborn of all the children of Yashrael, have I taken them unto me. For all the firstborn of the children of Yashrael are mine, both man and beast. On the day that I smote every firstborn in the land Mitzrayim, I sanctified them for myself. And I have taken it the Levine for all the firstborn of the children of Yashrael. And I have given it the Levine as a gift to Aaron and to his sons from among the children of Yashrael, to do it the service of the children of Yashrael in the tabernacle of the assembly, and to make an atonement for the children of Yashrael, that there be no plague among the children of Yashrael when the children of Yashrael come nigh unto the sanctuary. And Moshe and Aaron and all the assembly of the children of Yashrael did to the Levine according to unto all that Yahweh commanded of Moshe concerning the Levine. So did the children of Yashrael unto them. And the Levine were purified, and they washed their clothes, and Aaron offered them as an offering before Yahweh, and Aaron made an atonement for them to cleanse them. And after that went the Levine in to do it the service in the tabernacle of the assembly before Aaron, and before his sons, as Yahweh commanded of Moshe concerning the Levine, so did they unto them. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, This is it that belongs unto Levine. From 20 and 5 years old and upward they shall go in to wait upon the service of the tabernacle of the assembly. And from the age of 50 years they shall cease waiting upon the service thereof, and shall serve no more, but shall minister it with their brethren in the tabernacle of the assembly, to guard at the watch, and shall do no service. Thus shall ye do unto the Levine touching their charge. Numbers chapter 9. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe in the wilderness of Sinai in the first month of the second year, after they were come out of the land of Mitzrayim, saying, Let the children of Yashrael also keep it the Pesach at his appointed time. In the 14th day of this month at evening, ye shall keep it in his appointed time, according to all the rites of it, and according to all the ceremonies thereof shall ye keep it. And Moshe spoke unto the children of Yashrael that they should keep the Pesach. And they kept it the Pesach on the 14th day of the first month at evening in the wilderness of Sinai, according to all that Yahweh commanded of Moshe, so did the children of Yashrael. And there were certain men who were defiled by the dead body of a man, that they could not keep the Pesach on that day. And they came before Moshe and before Aaron on that day. And those men said unto him, We are defiled by the dead body of a man. Wherefore are we kept back, that we may not offer it an offering of Yahweh in his appointed season among the children of Yashrael? And Moshe said unto them, Stand still, and I will hear what Yahweh will command concerning you. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Yashrael, saying, If any man of you, or of your posterity, shall be unclean by reason of a dead body, or be in a journey afar off, yet he shall keep the Pesach unto Yahweh. The 14th day of the second month at evening they shall keep it, and eat with matzah in bitter herbs. They shall leave none of it unto the morning, nor break any bone of it. According to all the ordinances of the Pesach they shall keep it. But the man that is clean, and is not in a journey, and forbears to keep the Pesach, even the same soul shall be cut off from among his people, because he brought not an offering of Yahweh in his appointed season. That man shall bear his sin. And if a stranger shall sojourn among you, and will keep the Pesach unto Yahweh, according to the ordinance of the Pesach, and according to the manner thereof, so shall he do. Yea, shall have one ordinance, both for the stranger, and for to him that was born in the land. And on the day that if the tabernacle was reared up, the cloud covered at the tabernacle, namely the tent of the testimony. And at evening there was upon the tabernacle, as it were, the appearance of fire until the morning. So it was always. The cloud covered it by day, and the appearance of fire by night. And when the cloud was taken up from the tabernacle, then after the children of Yashrael journeyed, and in the place where the cloud abode, There the children of Yashrael pitched their tents. At the commandment of Yahweh, the children of Yashrael journeyed, and at the commandment of Yahweh they pitched. As long as the cloud abode upon the tabernacle, they rested in their tents. And when the cloud tarried long upon the tabernacle many days, then the children of Yashrael did guard at the watch of Yahweh and journeyed not. And so it was. When the cloud was a few days upon the tabernacle, according to the commandment of Yahweh, they abode in their tents, and according to the commandment of Yahweh, they journeyed. And so it was. When the cloud abode from evening unto morning, and that the cloud was taken up in the morning, then they journeyed. Whether it was by day or by night that the cloud was taken up, they journeyed. Or whether it were 2 days, or a month, or a year, that the cloud tarried upon the tabernacle, remaining thereon, the children of Yashrael abode in their tents, and journeyed not. When it was taken up, they journeyed. At the commandment of Yahweh, they rested in their tents, and at the commandment of Yahweh, they journeyed. They guarded the watch of Yahweh at the commandment of Yahweh by the hand of Moshe. Numbers chapter 10. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Make you 2 trumpets of silver, of whole piece shall you make them, that you may use them for the calling of the assembly, and for the journeying of the camps. And when they shall blow them, all the assembly shall assemble themselves to you at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And if they blow but 1 trumpet, then the princes which are the heads of the thousands of Yashrael shall gather themselves unto you. When you blow an alarm, then the camps that lie on the east part shall go forward. When you blow an alarm the second time, then the camps that lie on the south side shall take their journey. They shall blow an alarm for their journeys. But when the assembly is gathered together, ye shall blow, but ye shall not sound an alarm. And the sons of Aaron, the priest, shall blow with trumpets, and they shall be to you for an ordinance forever throughout your generations. And if you go to war in your land against the enemy that oppresses you, then ye shall blow an alarm with the trumpets, and ye shall be remembered before Yahweh Elohim, and ye shall be saved from your enemies. Also in the day of your gladness, and in your solemn days, and in the beginning of your months, ye shall blow with trumpets over your burnt offerings, and over the sacrifices of your peace offerings, that they may be to you for a memorial before Elohim. I am Yahweh Elohim. And it came to pass on the 20th day of the 2nd month in the 2nd year that the cloud was taken up from off the tabernacle of the testimony. And the children of Yashrael took their journeys out of the wilderness of Sinai, and the cloud rested in the wilderness of Paran. And they first took their journey according to the commandment of Yahweh by the hand of Moshe. In the first place went the standard of the camp of the children of Yehudah according to their armies, and over his host was Nachshon, the son of Amminadab. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Issachar was Nathanael, the son of Zuar. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Zebulun was Eliab, the son of Helon. And the tabernacle was taken down, and the sons of Gershon and the sons of Merari set forward bearing the tabernacle. And the standard of the camp of Reuben set forward according to their armies. Over his host was Eliezer, the son of Shadur. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Shimon was Shelmiel, the son of Tershadai. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Gad was Eliasaph, the son of Deuel. And the Kohathim set forward bearing the sanctuary, and the other did set up the tabernacle against they came. And the standard of the camp of the children of Ephraim set forward according to their armies. And over his host was Elishama, the son of Ammihud. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Manasseh was Gamliel, the son of Pedatsur. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Benjamin was Abidan, the son of Gidoni. And the standard of the camp of the children of Dan set forward, which was the rear ward of all the camps throughout their hosts. And over his host was Achiezer, the son of Ammishaddai. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Asher was Pagiel, the son of Ochran. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Naphtali was Akira, the son of Enan. These were the journeyings of the children of Yashrael according to their armies when they set forward. And Moshe said unto Kohath, the son of Reuel, the Midianite, Moshe's father-in-law, we are journeying unto the place of which Yahweh said, I will give it to you. Come with us, and we will do you good, for Yahweh has spoken good concerning Yashrael. And he said unto him, I will not go, but I will depart to my own land and to my kindred. And he said, Leave us not, I pray you, for as much as you know how we are to encamp in the wilderness, and you may be to us instead of eyes. And it shall be, if you go with us, it shall be that what goodness Yahweh shall do unto us, the same will we do unto you. And they departed from the mount of Yahweh 3 days' journey, and the ark of the covenant of Yahweh went before them in 3 days' journey to search out a resting place for them. And the cloud of Yahweh was upon them by day when they went out of the camp. And it came to pass when the ark set forward that Moshe said, Rise up, Yahweh, and let your enemies be scattered, and let them that hate you flee before you. And when it rested, he said, Return, O Yahweh, unto the many thousands of Yashrael.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you for reading. And
Praise Yah.
praise to you. Praise to you. All right, brothers and sisters. So now I'm going to introduce you to Adam Roberge, and he's actually here with me at the POTV. I call it studio. It's more like a garage. So give me just a second, and we will screen share, and we will resume at Numbers 11. All right, Adam.
Shalom, brothers and sisters. Numbers chapter 11. And when the people complained, it displeased Yahweh, and Yahweh heard it, and his anger was kindled, and the fire of Yahweh burnt among them, and consumed them that were in the outermost parts of the camp. And the people cried unto Moshe, and when Moshe prayed unto El Yahweh, the fire was quenched. And he called the name of the place Tavarah, because the fire of Yahweh burnt among them. And the mixed multitude that was among them fell a-lusting. And the children of Joshua also wept again, and said, Who should give us flesh to eat? We remember the fish which we did eat in Mitzrayim freely, the cucumbers, the melons, the leeks, the onions, and the garlic. But now our soul is dried away. There is nothing at all beside this manna before our eyes. And the manna was as coriander seed, and the color thereof was the color of bdellium. And the people went about and gathered it, and ground it in mills, and beat it in a mortar, and baked it in pans, and made cakes of it, and the taste of it was the taste of fresh oil. And when the dew fell upon the camp in the night, the manna fell upon it. Then Moshe heard the people weep throughout their families, every man in the door of his tent, and the anger of Yahweh was kindled greatly, and Moshe also was displeased. And Moshe said unto El Yahweh, Wherefore have you afflicted your servant? And wherefore have I not found favor in your sight, that you lay the burden of this people upon me? Have I conceived all these people? Have I begotten them? That you should say unto me, Carry them in your bosom, as a nursing father bears the suckling child, unto the land which you swore unto their fathers. Whence should I have flesh to give unto all these people? For they weep unto me, saying, Give us flesh that we may eat. Am I not able to bear all this people alone? I am not able to bear all this people alone, because it is too heavy for me. And if you deal thus with me, kill me, I pray you, out of hand, if I have found favor in your sight, and let me not see my wretchedness. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Gather unto me 70 men of the elders of Yasharel, whom you know to be the elders of the people, and officers over them, and bring them unto the tabernacle of the assembly, that they may stand there with you. And I will come down and talk with you there, and I will take of the ruach which is upon you, and will put it upon them, and they shall bear the burden of the people with you, that you bear it not yourself alone. And say you unto the people, Sanctify yourself again tomorrow, and ye shall eat flesh, for ye have wept in the ears of Yahweh, saying, Who shall give us flesh to eat? For it was well with us in Mitzrayim, therefore Yahweh will give you flesh, and ye shall eat. You shall not eat 1 day, nor 2 days, nor 5 days, neither 10 days, nor 20 days, but even a whole month, until it come out of your nostrils, and to be loathsome unto you, because that ye have despised Yahweh which is among you, and have wept before him, saying, Why came we forth out of Mitzrayim? And Moshe said, The people, among whom I am, are 600,000 footmen, and you have said, I will give them flesh, that they may eat a whole month. Shall the flocks and the herds be slain for them, to suffice them? Or shall all the fish in the sea be gathered together for them, to suffice them? And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Is Yahweh's hand waxed short? You shall see now whether my word shall come to pass unto you or not. And Moshe went out, and told the people the words of Yahweh, and gathered the 70 men of the elders of the people and set them round about the tabernacle. And Yahweh came down in a cloud and spoke unto him, and took of the ruach which was upon him, and gave it unto the 70 elders. And it came to pass that when the ruach rested upon them, they prophesied and did not cease. But there remained 2 of the men of the camp. The name of the one was Eldad, and the name of the other was Medad. And the ruach rested upon them, and they were of them that were written, but went not out unto the tabernacle, and they prophesied in the camp. And there ran a young man and told Moshe and said, Eldad and Medad do prophesy in the camp. And Joshua, the son of Nun, the servant of Moshe, one of his young men, answered and said, My lord Moshe, forbid them. And Moshe said unto them, Envy you for my sake? Would to Elohim that all Yahweh's people were prophets, and that Yahweh would put his ruach upon them. And Moshe got him into the camp, he and the elders of Yasharel. And there went forth a wind from Yahweh, and brought quails from the sea, and let them fall by the camp, as it were a day's journey on this side, and as it were a day's journey on the other side, round about the camp, and as it were 2 cubits high upon the face of the earth. And the people stood up all that day, and all that night, and all the next day, and they gathered the quail. He that gathered the least gathered 10 homers, and they spread them all abroad for themselves round about the camp. And while the flesh was yet between their teeth, ere it was chewed, the wrath of Yahweh was kindled against the people, and Yahweh smote the people with a very great plague. And he called the name of the place Kivrat Hatovah, because they were buried the people that lusted. And the people journeyed from Kivrat Hatovah until the Chetzroth, and abode at Chetzroth. And Miriam and Aaron spoke against Moshe because of the Cushite woman whom he had married, for he had married a Cushite woman. And they said, Has Yahweh indeed spoken only by Moshe? Has he not spoken also by us? And Yahweh heard it. Now the man Moshe was very meek, above all the men which were upon the face of the earth. And Yahweh spoke suddenly unto El Moshe, and unto El Aaron, and unto Miriam, Come out ye 3 unto the tabernacle of the assembly. And they 3 came out. And Yahweh came down in the pillar of the cloud and stood in the door of the tabernacle, and called Aaron and Miriam, and they both came forth. And he said, Hear now my words. If there be a prophet among you, I, Yahweh, will make myself known unto him in a vision, and will speak unto him in a dream. My servant Moshe is not so, who is faithful in all my house. With him will I speak mouth to mouth, even apparently, and not in dark speeches. And the similitude of Yahweh shall he behold. Wherefore then were ye not afraid to speak against my servant Moshe? And the anger of Yahweh was kindled against them, and he departed. And the cloud departed from off the tabernacle, and behold, Miriam became leprous, white as snow. And Aaron looked upon Miriam, and behold, she was leprous. And Aaron said unto Moshe, Alas, my Lord, I beseech you, lay not the sin upon us, wherein we have done foolishly, and wherein we have sinned. Let her not be as one dead, of whom the flesh is half consumed when he comes out of his mother's womb. And Moshe cried unto El Yahweh, saying, Heal her now, O El, I beseech you. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, If her father had but spit in her face, should she not be ashamed 7 days? Let her be shut out from the camp 7 days, and after that let her be received in again. And Miriam was shut out of the camp 7 days, and the people journeyed not till Miriam was brought in again. And afterwards the people were removed from Chesaroth, and pitched in the wilderness of Paran. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Send you men, that they may search the land of Canaan, which I give unto the children of Yasharel. Of every tribe of their fathers shall ye send a man, every one a ruler among them. And Moshe, by the commandment of Yahweh, sent them from the wilderness of Paran. All those men were heads of the children of Yasharel. And these were their names: of the tribe of Reuben, Shamuma, the son of Zakur; of the tribe of Shimon, Shaphat, the son of Chiroi; of the tribe of Yehuda, Caleb, the son of Yephanneh; of the tribe of Yishkar, Yigal, the son of Joseph; of the tribe of Ephraim, Hush, the son of Nun; of the tribe of Benjamin, Palti, the son of Raphu; of the tribe of Zebulun, Gadiel the son of Todi, of the tribe of Joseph, namely of the tribe of Manasseh, Gadai the son of Susi, of the tribe of Dan, Amiel the son of Gamile, of the tribe of Asher, Sether the son of Mikael, of the tribe of Naphtali, Nachib the son of Bophsi, of the tribe of Gad, Guel the son of Makai. These are the names of the men which Moshe sent to spy out the land. And Moshe called Husha the son of Nun Yahusha. And Moshe sent them to spy out the land of Canaan, and said unto them, Get you up this way southward, and go up unto the mountain. See what the land, what it is, and the people that dwell therein, whether they be strong or weak, few or many. Number, and what the land is that they dwell in, whether it be good or bad, and what cities they be that they dwell in, whether in tents or in strongholds, and what the land is, whether it be fat or lean, whether there be wood therein or not, and be ye of good courage, and bring of the fruit of the land. Now the time was the time of the first striped grapes. So they went up and searched the land from the wilderness of Sin until Reshov, as men came to Chemoth. And they ascended by the Negev and came unto Chevron, where Achaman, Sheshai, and Talmai, the children of Anak, were. Now Chevron was built 7 years before Soan in Mitzrayim. And they came unto the brook of Eshcol, and cut down from thence a branch with one cluster of grapes, and they bore between two upon a staff, and they brought of the pomegranates and of the figs. The place was called Nachal Eshcol, because of the cluster of grapes which the children of Yasharel cut down from thence. And they returned from searching of the land after 40 days. And they went and came to El Moshe and to El Aaron and to all the assembly of the children of Yasharel unto the wilderness of Paran to Kadesh, and brought back word unto them, and unto all the assembly, and showed them the fruit of the land. And they told him, and said, We came into the land whither you sent us, and surely it flows with milk and honey, and this is the fruit of it. Nevertheless, the people be strong that dwell in the land, and the cities are walled, and very great. And moreover, we saw the children of Anak there. The Amalekim dwell in the land of the Negev, and the Chittim, and the Yebusim, and the Amorium dwell in the mountains, and the Kenim dwell by the sea and by the coast of the Yarden. And Caleb stilled the people before Moshe and said, Let us go up at once and possess it, for we are well able to overcome it. But the men that went up with him said, We be not able to go up against these people, for they are stronger than we. And they brought up an evil report of the land which they had searched unto the children of Yasharel, saying, The land through which we have gone to search it is a land that eats up its inhabitants thereof, and all the people that we saw in it are men of great stature. And there we saw the Nephilim, the sons of Anak, which come of the Nephilim, and we were in our own sight as grasshoppers, and so we were in their sight. And all the assembly lifted up their voice and cried, and the people wept that night. And all the children of Yasharel murmured against Moshe and against Aaron, and the whole assembly said unto them, Would to Elohim that we had died in the land of Mitzrayim, or would to Elohim we had died in this wilderness. And wherefore has Yahweh brought us unto this land, to fall by the sword, that our women and our children should be a prey? Were it not better for us to return to Mitzrayim? And they said one to another, Let us make a captain, and let us return to Mitzrayim. Then Moshe and Aaron fell on their faces before all the assembly of the multitude of the children of Yasharel. And Yahusha the son of Nun, and Caleb the son of Jephunneh said, which were of them that searched the land, rent their clothes. And they spoke unto all the company of the children of Yasharel, saying, The land which we passed through to search it is an exceedingly good land. If Yahweh delight in us, then he will bring us into this land and give it us, a land which flows with milk and honey. Only rebel not ye against Yahweh, neither fear the people of the land, for they are bread for us. Their defense is departed from them, and Yahweh is with us. Fear them not. But all the assembly bade stone them with stones, and the glory of Yahuwah appeared in the tabernacle of the assembly before all the children of Yasharel. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, How long will this people provoke me? And how long will it be ere they believe me, for all the signs which I have showed among them? I will smite them with pestilence, and disinherit them, and I will make of you a greater nation and mightier than they. And Moshe said unto Yahuwah, Then the Mitzrayim shall hear it, for you brought up the people out of in your might from among them. And they will tell it to the inhabitants of this land, for they have heard that you, Yahuwah, are among this people, that you, Yahuwah, are seen face to face, and that your cloud stands over them, and that you go before them, by daytime in a pillar of a cloud, and in a pillar of fire by night. Now, if you shall kill all this people as one man, then the nations which have heard the fame of you will speak, saying, Because Yahuwah was not able to bring this people into the land which he swore unto them, therefore he has slain them in the wilderness. And now, I beseech you, let the power of my Adonai be great, according as you have spoken, saying, Yahuwah is long-suffering, and of great mercy, forgiving iniquity and transgression, and by no means clearing the guilty, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation. Pardon, I beseech you, the iniquity of this people according unto the greatness of your mercy, and as you have forgiven this people from Mitzrayim even until now. And Yahuwah said, I have pardoned according to your word, but as truly as I live, all the earth shall be filled with the glory of Yahuwah, because all these men which have seen my glory and my miracles, which I did in Mitzrayim and in the wilderness, and have tempted me now these 10 times, and have not hearkened to my voice, surely they shall not see the land which I swore unto their fathers, neither shall any of them that provoke me see it. But my servant Caleb, because he had another Ruach with him, and has followed me fully, him will I bring into the land wherein he went, and his seed shall possess it. Now the Amalekim and the Kenim dwelt in the valley. Tomorrow turn you, and get you into the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea. And Yahuwah spoke unto El Moshe and unto El Aaron, saying, How long shall I bear with this evil assembly, which murmur against me? I have heard the murmurings of the children of Yasharel, which they murmur against me. Say unto them, As truly as I live, says Yahuwah, as ye have spoken in my ears, so will I do to you. Your carcasses shall fall in this wilderness, and all that were numbered of you, according to your whole number, from 20 years old and upward, which have murmured against me. Doubtless ye shall not come into this land, concerning which I swore to make you dwell therein, save Caleb the son of Jephunneh, and Yahusha the son of Nun. But your little ones, which ye said should be a prey, them will I bring in, and they shall know the land which ye have despised. But as for you, your carcasses, they shall fall in this wilderness. And your children shall wander in the wilderness 40 years, and bear your whoredoms, until your carcasses be wasted in the wilderness. After the number of the days in which ye searched the land, even 40 days, each day for a year, shall ye bear your iniquities, even 40 years, and ye shall know my breach of promise. I, Yahuwah, have said, I will surely do it unto all this evil assembly that are gathered together against me. In this wilderness they shall be consumed, and there they shall die. And the men which Moshe sent to search the land, who returned and made all the assembly to murmur against him by bringing up a slander upon the land, even those men that did bring up the evil report upon the land, died by the plague before Yahuwah. But Yahusha the son of Nun, and Caleb the son of Jephunneh, which were of the men which went to search the land, lived still. And Moshe told these sayings unto all the children of Yasharel, and the people mourned greatly. And they rose up early in the morning, and got them up unto the top of the mountain, saying, Lo, we be here, and will go up into the place which Yahuwah has promised, for we have sinned. And Moshe said, Wherefore now do ye transgress the commandment of Yahuwah, but it shall not prosper? Go not up, for Yahuwah is not among you, that ye be not smitten before your enemies. For the Amalekim and the Kenim are there before you, and ye should fall by the sword, because ye have turned away from Yahuwah. Therefore Yahuwah will not be with you. But they presumed to go up into the hilltop. Nevertheless, the ark of the covenant of Yahuwah and Moshe departed not out of the camp. Then the Amalekim came down, and the Keniem which dwelt in that hill, and smote them, and discomfited them, even unto Chormoth. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, When ye are come into the land of your habitations, which I give unto you, and will make an offering by fire unto Yahweh, a burnt offering, or a sacrifice in performing a vow, or in a freewill offering, or in your solemn feast, to make a sweet savor unto Yahweh of the herd or of the flock. Then shall he that offers his offering unto Yahweh bring a meat offering of a 10th deal of flour, mingled with the 4th part of a hin of oil, and the 4th part of a hin of wine for a drink offering shall you prepare with the burnt offering or sacrifice for one lamb. Or for a ram, you should prepare for a meat offering 2/10 deals of flour, mingled with the 3rd part of a hin of oil. And for a drink offering, you shall offer the 3rd part of a hin of wine for a sweet savor unto Yahweh. And when you prepare a bullock for a burnt offering, or for a sacrifice in performing a vow, or peace offerings unto Yahweh, then shall he bring with a bullock a meat offering of 3/10 deals of flour, mingled with half a hin of oil. And you shall bring for a drink offering half a hin of wine, for an offering made by fire, of a sweet savor unto Yahweh. Thus shall it be done for one bullock, or for one ram, or for a lamb, or a kid. According to the number that ye shall prepare, so shall ye do to everyone according to their number. All that are born of the country shall do these things after this manner, in offering an offering made by fire, of a sweet savor unto Yahweh. And if a stranger sojourn with you, or whosoever be among you in your generations, and will offer an offering made by fire, or a sweet savor unto Yahweh, as ye do, so he shall do. One ordinance shall be both for you of the assembly, and also for the stranger that sojourns with you, an ordinance forever in your generations. As ye are, so shall the stranger be before Yahweh. One Torah and one manner of law shall be for you, and for the stranger that sojourns with you. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, When ye come into the land whither I bring you, then it shall be that, when ye eat of the bread of the land, ye shall offer up a heave offering unto Yahweh. Ye shall offer up a cake of the first of your dough for a heave offering. As ye do the heave offering of the threshing floor, so shall ye heave it. Of the first of your dough ye shall give unto Yahweh a heave offering in your generations. And if ye have erred, and not observed all these commandments which Yahweh has spoken unto Moshe, even all that Yahweh has commanded you by the hand of Moshe, from the day that Yahweh commanded Moshe, and henceforward among your generations, then it shall be, if aught be committed by ignorance without the knowledge of the assembly, that all the assembly shall offer one young bullock for a burnt offering, for a sweet savor unto Yahweh, with his meat offering and his drink offering, according to the manner, and one kid of the goats for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for all the assembly of the children of Yasharel, and it shall be forgiven them, for it is ignorance. And they shall bring their offering, a sacrifice made by fire unto Yahweh, and their sin offering before Yahweh for their ignorance. And it shall be forgiven all the assembly of the children of Yasharel, and the stranger that sojourns among them, seeing all the people were in ignorance. And if any soul sin through ignorance, then he shall bring a she-goat of the first year for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for the soul that sins ignorantly, when he sins by ignorance before Yahweh, to make an atonement for him, and it shall be forgiven him. He shall have one Torah for him that sins through ignorance, both for him that is born among the children of Yasharel, and for the stranger that sojourns among them. But the soul that does aught presumptuously, whether he be born in the land or a stranger, the same reproaches Yahweh, and that soul shall be cut off from among his people, because he has despised the word of Yahweh, and has broken his commandment. That soul shall utterly be cut off, his iniquity shall be upon him. And while the children of Yasharel were in the wilderness, they found a man that gathered sticks upon the Sabbath. And they that found him gathering sticks brought him unto El Moshe and El Aaron, and unto all the assembly. And they put him in a ward, because it was not declared what should be done to him. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, The man shall be surely put to death. All the assembly shall stone him with stones without the camp. And all the assembly brought him out without the camp, and stoned him with stones, and he died, as Yahuwah commanded Moshe. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and bid them that they make them tzitzis on the borders of their garments throughout their generations, and that they put upon the tzitzis a tassel or fringe on the borders of the garment, of the borders a riband of blue. And it shall be unto you a tzitzi, that ye may look upon it, and remember all the commandments of Yahuwah, and do them, and that ye seek not after your own heart and your own eyes, after which ye used to go a whoring, that ye may remember and do all my commandments, and be holy unto your Elohim. I am Yahuwah Elohim, which brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim, to be your Elohim. I am Yahuwah Elohim. Now Korach, the son of Yitzhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, and Dathan, and Avram, the sons of Eliav, and On, the son of Peletheth, the sons of Reuben, took men, and they rose up before Moshe with certain of the children of Yasharel, 250 princes of the assembly, famous in the assembly, men of renown. And they gathered themselves together against Moshe and against Aaron, and said unto them, Ye take too much upon you, seeing all the assembly are holy, every one of them, and Yahuwah is among them. Wherefore then lift ye up yourselves above the assembly of Yahuwah. And when Moshe heard it, he fell upon his face. And he spoke unto Korach and unto all his company, saying, Even tomorrow Yahuwah will show who are his, and who is holy, and will cause him to come near unto him. Even him whom he has chosen will he cause to come near unto him. And there came out a fire from Yahuwah, and consumed the 250 men that offered incense. This do, take you censers, Korach and all his company, and put fire therein, and put incense in them before Yahuwah tomorrow. And it shall be that the man whom Yahuwah chooses, ye shall be holy. Ye take too much upon ye sons of Levi. And Moshe said unto Korach, Hear, I pray you, ye sons of Levi. Does it seem but a small thing unto you, that the Elohai of Yasharel has separated to stand before the assembly to minister unto them? And he has brought you near to him, and all your brethren the sons of Levi with you, and seek ye the priesthood also? For which cause both you and all your company are gathered together against Yahuwah, and what is Aaron, that ye murmur against him? And Moshe sent to call Dathan and Aviram, the sons of Eliav, which said, We will not come up. It is a small thing that you have brought us up out of the land that flows with milk and honey, to kill us in the wilderness, except you make yourself altogether a prince over us. Moreover, you have not brought us into a land that flows with milk and honey, or given us inheritance of fields and vineyards. Will you put out the eyes of these men? We will not come up. And Moshe was very wroth, and said unto Yahuwah, Respect not you their offering. I have not taken one ass from them, neither have I hurt one of them. And Moshe said unto Korach, Be ye and all your company before Yahuwah, you and they and Aaron tomorrow, and take every man his censer, and put incense in them, and bring ye before Yahuwah every man his censer, 250 censers, you also, and Aaron, each of you his censer. And they took every man his censer, and put fire in them, and laid incense thereon, and stood in the door of the tabernacle of the assembly with Moshe and Aaron. And Korach gathered at all the assembly against them unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and the glory of Yahuwah appeared unto all the assembly. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe and unto Aaron, saying, Separate yourself from among this assembly, that I may consume them in a moment. And they fell upon their faces and said, O the Elohai of the Ruachoth, of all flesh, shall one man sin, and will ye be wroth with all the assembly? And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto the assembly, saying, Get ye up from about the tabernacle of Korach, Dathan, and Aviram. And Moshe rose up and went unto Dathan and Aviram, and the elders of Yasharel followed him. And he spoke unto the assembly, saying, Depart, I pray you, from the tents of these wicked men, and touch nothing of theirs, lest ye be consumed in all their sins. So they got up from the tabernacle of Korach, Dathan, and Aviram, on every side. And Dathan and Aviram came out and stood in the doors of their tents, and their women and their sons and their little children. And Moshe said, Hereby ye shall know that Yahweh has sent me to do all these works, for I have not done them of my own mind. If these men die the common death of all men, or if they be visited after the visitation of all men, then Yahweh has not sent me. But if Yahweh make a new thing, and the earth open her mouth and swallow them up, with all that appertain unto them, and they go down quick into the pit, then ye shall understand that these men have provoked Yahweh. And it came to pass, as he had made an end of speaking all these words, that the ground clave asunder that was under them, and the earth opened her mouth and swallowed them up, and their houses, and all the men that appertained unto Korach, and all their goods. They and all that appertained to them went down alive into the pit, and the earth closed upon them, and they perished from among the assembly. And all Yasharel that were round about them fled at the cry of them, for they said, Lest the earth swallow us up also. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto Eleazar the son of Aaron the priest, that he take up the censers out of the burning, and scatter you the fire yonder, for they are hollowed. The censers of these sinners against their own souls, them make them broad plates for a covering of the altar, for they offered them before Yahweh, therefore they are hollowed, and they should be a sign unto the children of Yasharel. And Eleazar the priest took the brazen censers, wherewith they that were burnt had offered, and they were made broad plates for a covering of the altar, to be a memorial unto the children of Yasharel, that no stranger, which is not of the seed of Aaron, come near to offer incense before Yahweh, that he be not as Korach and as his company, as Yahweh said to him by the hand of Moshe. But on the morrow all the assembly of the children of Yasharel murmured against Moshe and against Aaron, saying, Ye have killed the people of Yahweh. And it came to pass, when the assembly was gathered against Moshe and against Aaron, that they looked toward the tabernacle of the assembly, and behold, the cloud covered it, and the glory of Yahweh appeared. And Moshe and Aaron came before the tabernacle of the assembly, and Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Get you up from among this assembly, that I may consume them as in a moment. And they fell upon their faces. And Moshe said unto Aaron, Take a censer, and put fire therein from off the altar, and put in incense, and go quickly into the assembly, and make an atonement for them. For there is wrath gone out from Yahweh, the plague is begun. And Aaron took as Moshe commanded, and ran into the midst of the assembly. And behold, the plague was begun among the people. And he put on incense, and made an atonement for the people. And he stood between the dead and the living, and the plague was stayed. Now they that died of the plague were 14,700, beside them that died about the matter of Korah. And Aaron returned unto Moshe unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and the plague was stayed. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and take of every one of them a rod according to the house of their fathers, and all their princes according to the house of their fathers 12 rods. Write you every man's name upon his rod. And you shall write Aaron's name upon the rod of Levi, for one rod shall be for the head of the house of their fathers. And you shall lay them up in the tabernacle of the assembly before the testimony, where I will meet with you. And it shall come to pass that the man's rod, whom I shall choose, shall blossom, and I will make to cease from me the murmurings of the children of Yasharel, whereby they murmur against you. And Moshe spoke unto the children of Yasharel, and every one of their princes gave him a rod apiece, for each prince one according to their fathers' houses, even 12 rods, and the rod of Aaron's was among their rods. And Moshe laid the rods before Yahweh in the tabernacle of witness. And it came to pass that on the morrow Moshe went into the tabernacle of witness, and behold, the rod of Aaron for the house of Levi was budded, and brought forth buds, and bloomed blossoms, and yielded almonds. And Moshe brought out all the rods from before Yahweh unto all the children of Yasharel, and they looked, and took every man his rod. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Bring Aaron's rod again before the testimony, to be kept for a sign against the sons of rebellion, and you shall quite take away their murmurings from me, that they die not. And Moshe did so, as Yahweh commanded him, so did he. And the children of Yasharel spoke unto Moshe, saying, Behold, we die, we perish, we all perish. Wheresoever comes anything near unto the tabernacle of Yahweh shall die, shall we be consumed with dying. And Yahweh said unto Aaron, You and your sons and your father's house with you shall bear the iniquity of the sanctuary, and you and your sons with you shall bear the iniquity of your priesthood. And your brethren also of the tribe of Levi, the tribe of your father, bring with you, that they may be joined unto you and minister unto you. But you and your sons with you shall minister before the tabernacle of witness. And they shall guard your watch and the watch of all the tabernacle. Only they shall not come nigh the vessels of the sanctuary and the altar, that neither they nor ye also die. And they shall be joined unto you, and guard the watch of the tabernacle of the assembly, for all the service of the tabernacle, and a stranger shall not come nigh unto you. And ye shall guard the watch of the sanctuary, and the watch of the altar, that there be no wrath any more upon the children of Yasharel. And I, behold, I have taken your brethren, the Levium, from among the children of Yasharel. To you they are given as a gift for Yahweh to do the service of the tabernacle of the assembly. Therefore, you and your sons with you shall guard your priest's office for everything of the altar and within the veil, and ye shall serve. I have given your priest's office unto you as a service of gift, and the stranger that comes nigh shall be put to death. And Yahweh spoke unto Aaron, saying, Behold, I also have given you the charge of my heave offerings of all the hallowed things of the children of Yasharel. Unto you I have given them by reason of the anointing, and to your sons by an ordinance forever. This shall be yours of the most holy things, reserved from the fire, every oblation of theirs, every meat offering of theirs, and every sin offering of theirs, and every trespass offering of theirs, which they shall render unto me, shall be most holy for you and for your sons. In the most holy place shall you eat it. Every male shall eat it. It shall be holy unto you. And this is yours, the heave offering of their gift, with all the wave offerings of the children of Yasharel. I have given them unto you, and to your sons and to your daughters with you, by a statute forever. Everyone that is clean in your house shall eat of it. All the best of the oil, and all the best of the wine, and of the wheat, and the first fruits of them which they shall offer unto Yahweh, them have I given you. And whatsoever is first ripe in the land, which they shall bring unto Yahweh, shall be yours. Everyone that is clean in your house shall eat of it. Everything devoted in Yasharel shall be yours. Everything that opens the womb in all flesh, which they bring unto Yahweh, whether it be of men or beasts, shall be yours. Nevertheless, the firstborn of man shall you surely redeem, and the firstling of unclean beasts shall you redeem. And those that are to be redeemed from a month old shall ye redeem, according to your estimation, for the money of 5 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, which is 20 gerahs. But the firstling of a cow, or the firstling of a sheep, or the firstling of a goat, you shall not redeem. They are holy. You shall sprinkle their blood upon the altar, and shall burn their fat for an offering made by fire, for a sweet savor unto Yahweh. And the flesh of them shall be yours, as the wave breast and as the right shoulder are yours. All the heave offerings of the holy things, which the children of Yasharel offer unto Yahweh, have I given you, and your sons and your daughters with you, by a statute forever. It is a covenant of salt before you, forever before Yahweh unto you, and to your seed with you. And Yahweh spoke unto Aaron, You shall have no inheritance in their land, neither shall you have any part among them. I am your part, and your inheritance among the children of Yasharel. And behold, I have given the children of Levi all the 10th of Yasharel for an inheritance, for their service which they serve, even the service of the tabernacle of the assembly. Neither must the children of Yasharel henceforth come nigh to the tabernacle of the assembly, lest they bear sin and die. For the Levium shall do the service of the tabernacle of the assembly, and they shall bear their iniquity. it shall be a statute forever throughout your generations, that among the children of Yasharel they have no inheritance. But the tithes of the children of Yasharel, which they offer as a heave offering unto Yahuwah, I have given to the Levium to inherit. Therefore I have said unto them, among the children of Yasharel they shall have no inheritance. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying, Thus speak unto the Levium, and say unto them, When ye take of the children of Yasharel the tithes which I have given you from them for your inheritance, then ye shall offer up a heave offering of it for Yahuwah, even a 10th part of the tithe. And this your heave offering shall be reckoned unto you, as though it were the grain of the threshing floor, and as the fullness of the winepress. Thus ye also shall offer a heave offering unto Yahuwah for all your tithes, which ye receive of the children of Yasharel, and ye shall give thereof Yahuwah's heave offering to Aaron the priest. Out of all your gifts ye shall offer every heave offering of Yahuwah, of all the best thereof, even the hollowed part thereof out of it. Therefore ye shall say unto them, When ye have heaved the best thereof from it, then it shall be counted unto the Levium as the increase of the threshing floor, and as the increase of the winepress. And ye shall eat it in every place, ye and your households, for it is your reward for your service in the tabernacle of the assembly. And ye shall bear no sin by reason of it, when ye have heaved from it the best of it. Neither shall ye pollute the holy things of the children of Yasharel, lest ye die. And Yahuwah spoke unto El Moshe and unto El Aaron, saying, This is the ordinance of the Torah which Yahuwah has commanded, saying, Speak unto the children of Yasharel, that they bring you a red heifer without spot, wherein is no blemish, and upon which never came yoke. And ye shall give her unto Eleazar the priest, that he may bring her forth without the camp, and one shall slay her before his face. And Eleazar the priest shall take of her blood with his finger, and sprinkle of her blood directly before the tabernacle of the assembly 7 times. And one shall burn the heifer in his sight, her skin, and her flesh, and her blood, with her dung shall he burn. And the priest shall take cedar wood, and hyssop, and scarlet, and cast it into the midst of the burning of the heifer. Then the priest shall wash his clothes, and he shall bathe his flesh in water, and afterward he shall come into the camp, and the priest shall be unclean until the evening. And he that burns her shall wash his clothes in water, and bathe his flesh in water, and shall be unclean until the evening. And a man that is clean shall gather up the ashes of the heifer, and lay them up without the camp in a clean place. And it shall be kept for the assembly of the children of Yasharel for a water of separation. It is a purification for sin. And he that gathers the ashes of the heifer shall wash his clothes, and be unclean until the evening. And it shall be unto the children of Yasharel, and unto the stranger that sojourns among them, for a statute forever. He that touches the dead body of any man shall be unclean 7 days. He shall purify himself with it on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day he shall be clean. But if he purify not himself on the 3rd day, then the 7th day he shall not be clean. Whosoever touches the dead body of any man that is dead, and purifies not himself, defiles the tabernacle of Yahuwah, and that soul shall be cut off from Yasharel, because the water of separation is not sprinkled upon him. He shall be unclean, his uncleanliness is yet upon him. This is the Torah. When a man dies in his tent, all that come into the tent, and all that is in the tent, shall be unclean 7 days. And every open vessel which has no covering bound upon it is unclean. And whosoever touches one that is slain with a sword in the open fields, or a dead body, or a bone of a man, or a grave, shall be unclean 7 days. And for an unclean person they shall take of the ashes of the burnt heifer of purification for sin, and running water shall be put thereunto in a vessel. And a clean person shall take hyssop, and dip it in the water, and sprinkle it upon the tent, and upon all the vessels, and upon the persons that were there, and upon him that touched a bone, or one slain, or one dead, or a grave. And the clean person shall sprinkle upon the unclean on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day, and on the 7th day he shall purify himself, and wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and shall be clean at evening. But the man that shall be unclean, and shall not purify himself, that soul shall be cut off from among the assembly, because he has defiled the sanctuary of Yahuwah, the water of separation has not been sprinkled upon him, he is unclean. And it shall be a perpetual statute unto them, that he that sprinkles the water of separation shall wash his clothes, and he that touches the water of separation shall be unclean until evening. And whatsoever the unclean person touches shall be unclean, and the soul that touches it shall be unclean unto evening. Then came the children of Yasharel, even the whole assembly, unto the desert of Sin in the first month, and the people abode in Kadesh, and Miriam died there, and was buried there. And there was no water for the assembly, and they gathered themselves together against Moshe and against Aaron. And the people chode with Moshe, and spoke, saying, Would to Elohim that we had died when our brethren died before Yahweh. And why have you brought up the assembly of Yahweh into this wilderness, that we and our cattle should die here? And wherefore have ye made us to come up out of Mitzrayim, to bring us in unto this evil place? It is no place of seed, or of figs, or of vines, or of pomegranates, neither is there any water to drink. And Moshe and Aaron went from the presence of the assembly into the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and they fell upon their faces, and the glory of Yahweh appeared unto them. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Take the rod, and gather the assembly together, you and Aaron your brother, and speak ye unto the rock before their eyes, and it shall give forth his water, and you shall bring forth to them water out of the rock. So you shall give the assembly and their beasts drink. And Moshe took the rod from before Yahweh as he commanded him. And Moshe and Aaron gathered the assembly together before the rock, and he said unto them, Hear now, ye rebels, must we fetch you water out of this rock? And Moshe lifted up his hand, and with his rod he smote the rock twice, and the water came out abundantly, and the assembly drank, and their beasts also. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe and Aaron, Because ye believed me not, to sanctify me in the eyes of the children of Yasharel, therefore ye shall not bring this assembly into the land which I have given them. This is the water of Meribah, because the children of Yasharel strove with Yahweh, and he was sanctified in them. And Moshe sent messengers from Kadesh unto the king of Edom. Thus says your brother Yasharel, You know all the travail that has befallen us, how our fathers went down into Mitzrayim, and we have dwelt in Mitzrayim a long time, and the Mitzrayim vexed us and our fathers. And when we cried unto Yahweh, he heard our voice, and sent an angel, and has brought us forth out of Mitzrayim. And behold, we are in Kadesh, a city in the uttermost of your border. Let us pass, I pray you, through your country. We will not pass through your fields, or through the vineyards, neither will we drink of the water of the wells. We will go by the king's highway. We will not turn to the right hand nor to the left until we have passed your borders. And Edom said unto them, You shall not pass by me, lest I come out against you with the sword. And the children of Yasharel said unto him, We will go by the highway, and if I and my cattle drink of your water, then I will pay for it. I will only, without doing anything else, go through on my feet. And he said, You shall not go through. And Edom came out against him with much people and with a strong hand. Thus Edom refused to give Yasharel passage through his border, wherefore Yasharel turned away from him. And the children of Yasharel, even the whole assembly, journeyed from Kadesh and came unto Mount Hor. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe and Aaron in Mount Hor by the coast of the land of Edom, saying, Aaron shall be gathered unto his people, for he shall not enter into the land which I have given unto the children of Yasharel, because he rebelled against my word at the water of Meribah. Take Aaron and Eleazar his son, and bring them up unto Mount Hor, and strip Aaron of his garments, and put them upon Eleazar his son, and Aaron shall be gathered unto his people, and shall die there. And Moshe did as Yahweh commanded, and they went up unto Mount Hor in the sight of all the assembly. And Moshe stripped Aaron of his garments, and put them upon Eleazar his son, and Aaron died there on the top of the mount, and Moshe and Eleazar came down from the mount. And when all the assembly saw that Aaron was dead, they mourned for Aaron 30 days, even all the house of Yasharel. And when King Arad the Kenyan saw which dwelt in the Negev, heard tell that Yasharel came by the way of the spies, then he fought against Yasharel and took some of them prisoners. And Yasharel vowed a vow unto Yahuwah and said, If you will indeed deliver this people into my hand, then I will utterly destroy their cities. And Yahuwah hearkened to the voice of Yasharel and delivered up the Kenaim, and they utterly destroyed them and their cities. And he called the name of the place Chormah. And they journeyed from Mount Hor by the way of the Red Sea to compass the land of Edom, and the soul of the people was much discouraged because of the way. And the people spoke against Elohim and against Moshe, Wherefore have you brought us up out of Mitzrayim to die in the wilderness? For there is no bread, neither is there any water, and our soul loathes this light bread. And Yahuwah sent fiery serpents among the people, and they bit the people, and much people of Yasharel died. Therefore the people came to Moshe and said, We have sinned, for we have spoken against Yahuwah and against you. Pray unto El Yahuwah that he take away the serpents from us. And Moshe prayed for the people. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, Make you a fiery serpent, and set it upon a pole. And it shall come to pass that everyone that is bitten, when he looks upon it, shall live. And Moshe made a serpent of brass, and put it upon a pole. And it came to pass that if a serpent had bitten any man, when he beheld the serpent of brass, he lived. And the children of Yasharel set forward, and pitched in Ovoth. And they journeyed from Ovoth, and pitched at Havarium in the wilderness which is before Moab, toward the sun rising. From thence they removed and pitched in the valley of Zered. From thence they removed and pitched on the other side of Arnon, which is in the wilderness that comes out of the coast of the Amorim. For Arnon is the border of Moab, between Moab and the Amorim. Wherefore it is said in the Sefer of the wars of Yahuwah, what he did in the Red Sea and in the brooks of Arnon, and at the stream of the brooks that goes down to the dwelling of Ar, and lies upon the border of Moab. And from thence they went to Beir, that is the well whereof Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, Gather the people together, and I will give them water. Then Yasharel sang this song, Spring up, O well, sing ye unto it. The princes dug the well, the nobles of the people dug it, by the direction of the Torah giver, with their staves, and from the wilderness they went to Matana, and from Matana to Nechalev, and from Nechalev to Bamoth, and from Bamoth in the valley that is in the country of Moab, to the top of Pisgah, which looks towards Yeshimon. And Yasharel sent messengers unto Sichon, king of the Amorim, saying, Let me pass through your land. We will not turn unto the fields, or unto the vineyards. We will not drink of the waters of the well, but we will go along by the king's highway until we be past your borders. And Sichon would not suffer Yasharel to pass through his borders, but Sichon gathered all his people together and went out against Yasharel into the wilderness, and he came to Yahatz and fought against Yasharel. And Yasharel smote him with the edge of the sword, and possessed his land from Arnon into Yabab, even unto the children of Ammon, for the border of the children of Ammon was strong. And Yasharel took all these cities, and Yasharel dwelt in all the cities of the Amorim, in Chesbon, and in all the villages thereof. For Chesbon was the city of Sichon the king of the Amorim, who had fought against the former king of Moab, and taken all his land out of his hand, even unto Anon. Wherefore, they that speak in Proverbs say, Come unto Chesbon, let the city of Sichon be built and prepared. For there is a fire gone out of Chesbon, a flame from the city of Sichon, as it has consumed Ar of Moab, and Baal-a-Bamoth of Arnon. Woe to you, Moab, you are undone. O people of Chemosh, he has given his sons that escaped and his daughters unto captivity unto Sihon king of the Amorion. We have shot at them. Chesbon is perished even unto Divion, and we have laid them waste even unto Nophak, which reaches unto Medeba. Thus Yasharel dwelt in the land of the Amorium, and Moshe sent to spy out Yazir, and they took the villages thereof, and drove out the Amorium that were there. And they turned and went up by the way of Bashan, and Og, the king of Bashan, went out against them, he and all his people, to the battle of Edrei. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, Fear him not, for I have delivered him into your hand, and all his people, and his land, and you shall do to him as you did unto Sihon king of the Amorium, which dwelt in Chesbon. So they smote him, and his sons, and all his people, until there was none left him alive, and they possessed his land. And the children of Yasharel set forward, and pitched in the plains of Moab on this side of the Yarden by Jericho. And Balak, the son of Zippor, saw all that Yasharel had done to the Amorium, and Moab was sore afraid of the people, because they were many, and Moab was distressed because of the children of Yasharel. And Moab said unto the elders of Midian, Now shall this company lick up all that are round about us, as the ox licks up the grass of the field. And Balak the son of Zippor was king of Moabim at that time. He sent messengers therefore unto Balaam the son of Beor to Pethor, which is by the river of the land of the children of his people, to call him, saying, Behold, there is a people come out from Mitzrayim. Behold, they cover the face of the earth, and they abide over against me. Come now, therefore, I pray you, curse me this people, for they are too mighty for me. Perchance I shall prevail, that we may smite them, and that I may drive them out of the land. For I know that he whom you bless is blessed, and he whom you curse is cursed. And the elders of Moab and the elders of Midian departed with the rewards of divination in their hands. And they came unto Balaam, and spoke unto him the words of Balak. And he said unto them, Lodge here this night, and I will bring you word again, as Yahuwah shall speak unto me. And the princes of Moab abode with Balaam. And Elohim came unto Balaam, and said, What men are these with you? And Balaam said unto Elohim, Balak the son of Zippor, king of Moab, is sent unto me, saying, Behold, there is a people come out of Mitzrayim, which covers the face of the earth. Come now, curse me them. Perchance I shall be able to overcome them, and drive them out. And Elohim said unto Balaam, You shall not go with them. You shall not curse the people, for they are blessed. And Balaam rose up in the morning, and said unto the princes of Balak, Get you unto your land, for Yahuwah refuses to give me leave to go with you. And the princes of Moab rose up, and they went unto Balak, and said, Balaam refuses to come with us. And Balak sent yet again princes more and more honorable than they. And they came to Balaam, and said to him, Thus says Balak the son of Zippor, Let nothing, I pray you, hinder you from coming unto me. For I will promote you unto very great honor, and I will do whatsoever you say unto me. Come therefore, I pray you, curse me this people. And Balaam answered and said unto the servants of Balak, If Balak would give me his house full of silver and gold, I cannot go beyond the word of Yahuwah Elohai to do less or more. Now therefore, I pray ye, tarry ye also here this night, that I may know what Yahuwah will say unto me more. And Elohim came unto Balaam at night, and said unto him, If the men come to call you, rise up, and go with them. But yet, the word which I shall say unto you, that shall you do. And Balaam rose up in the morning, and saddled his ass, and went with the princes of Moab. And Elohim's anger was kindled because he went, and the angel of Yahuwah stood in the way for an adversary against him. Now he was riding upon his ass, and his two servants were with him. And the ass saw the angel of Yahuwah standing in the way, and his sword drawn in his hand. And the ass turned aside out of the way, and went into the field. And Balaam smote the ass, to turn her unto the way. But the angel of Yahweh stood in the path of the vineyards, a wall being on this side and a wall on that side. And when the ass saw the angel of Yahweh, she thrust herself into the wall and crushed Balaam's foot against the wall, and he smote her again. And the angel of Yahweh went further and stood in a narrow place where was no way to turn either to the right hand or to the left. And when the ass saw the angel of Yahweh, she fell down under Balaam, and Balaam's anger was kindled, and he smote the ass with his staff. And Yahweh opened the mouth of the ass, and she said unto Balaam, What have I done unto you, that ye have smitten me these 3 times? And Balaam said unto the ass, Because you have mocked me. I would there were a sword in my hand, for now I would kill you. And the ass said unto Balaam, Am not I your ass, upon which you have ridden ever since I was yours unto this day? Was I ever wont to do so unto you? And he said, Nay. Then Yahweh opened the eyes of Balaam, and he saw the angel of Yahweh standing in the way, and his sword drawn in his hand, and he bowed down his head and fell flat on his face. And the angel of Yahweh said unto him, Wherefore have you smitten your ass these 3 times? Behold, I went out to withstand you, because your way is perverse before me. And the ass saw me, and turned from me these 3 times. Unless she had turned from me, surely now also I had slain you, and saved her alive. And Balaam said unto the angel of Yahweh, I have sinned, for I knew not that you stood in the way against me. Now therefore, if it displease you, I will get me back again. And the angel of Yahweh said unto Balaam, Go with the men, but only the word which I shall speak unto you, that you shall speak. So Balaam went with the princes of Balak. And when Balak heard that Balaam was come, he went out to meet him unto a city of Moab, which is in the border of Arnon, which is in the utmost coast. And Balak said unto Balaam, Did I not earnestly send unto you to call you? Wherefore come you not unto me? Am I not able indeed to promote you to honor? And Balaam said unto Balak, Lo, I am come unto you. Have I now any power at all to say anything? The word that Elohim puts in my mouth, that shall I speak. And Balaam went with Balak, and they came out to Kirat Chusoth. And Balak offered oxen and sheep, and sent to Balaam and to the princes that were with him. And it came to pass on the morrow that Balak took Balaam, and brought him up into the high places of Baal, that thence he might see the utmost part of the people. And Balaam said unto Balak, Build me here 7 altars, and prepare me here 7 oxen and 7 rams. And Balak did as Balaam had spoken, and Balak and Balaam offered on every altar a bullock and a ram. And Balaam said unto Balak, Stand by your burnt offering, and I will go. Perchance Yahweh will come to meet me, and whatsoever he shows me I will tell you. And he went to a high place. And Elohim met Balaam, and he said unto him, I have prepared 7 altars, and I have offered upon every altar a bullock and a ram. And Yahweh put a word in Balaam's mouth, and said, Return unto Balak, and thus shall ye speak. And he returned unto him, and lo, he stood by his burnt sacrifice, he and all the princes of Moab. And he took up his parable, and said, Balak, the king of Moab, has brought me from Aram, out of the mountains of the east, saying, Come, curse me Yaakov, and come, defy Yasharel. How shall I curse whom El has not cursed? Or how shall I defy whom Yahuwah has not defied? For from the top of the rocks I see him, and from the hills I behold him. Lo, the people shall dwell alone, and shall not be reckoned among the nations. Who can count the dust of Yaakov, and the number of the 4th part of Yasharel? Let me die the death of the Yasharim, and let my last end be like his. And Balak said unto Balaam, What have you done unto me? I took you to curse my enemies, and behold, you have blessed them altogether. And he answered and said, Must I not take heed to speak? I must not take heed to speak that which Yahuwah has put in my mouth. And Balak said unto him, Come, I pray you, with me unto another place, from whence ye may see them. You shall see but the outmost part of them, and shall not see them all, and curse me them from thence. And he brought him unto the field of Siphium, to the top of Pekah, and built 7 altars, and offered a bullock and a ram on every altar. And he said unto Balak, Stand here by your burnt offerings while I meet Yahuwah yonder. And Yahuwah met Balaam, and put a word in his mouth, and said, Go again unto Balak, and say thus. And when he came to him, behold, he stood by his burnt offering, and the princes of Moab with him. And Balak said unto him, What has Yahuwah spoken? And he took up his parable, and said, Rise up, Balak, and hear, hearken unto me, you son of Zippor. El is not a man, that he should lie, neither the son of Adam, that he should repent. Has he said, and he shall not do it? Or has he spoken, and shall he not make it good? Behold, I have received commandment to bless, and he has blessed, and I cannot reverse it. He has not beheld iniquity in Yaakov, neither has he seen perverseness in Yasharel. Yahuwah Eloheinu is with him, and the shout of a king is among them. El brought them out of Mitzrayim. He has, as it were, the strength of a unicorn. Surely there is no enchantment against Yaakov, neither is there any divination against Yasharel. According to this time it shall be said of Yaakov and of Yasharel, What has El wrought? Behold, the people shall rise up as a great lion, and lift up himself as a young lion. He shall not lie down until he eat of the prey, and drink the blood of the slain. And Balak said unto Balaam, Neither curse them at all, nor bless them at all. But Balaam answered and said unto Balak, Told not I you, saying, All that Yahuwah speaks, that I must do? And Balak said unto Balaam, Come, I pray you, I will bring you into another place. Perchance it will please Elohim, that ye may curse me them from thence. And Balak brought Balaam unto the top of Peor, that looks towards Yeshimon. And Balaam said unto Balak, Build me here 7 altars, and prepare me here 7 bullocks and 7 rams. And Balak did as Balaam had said, and offered a bullock and a ram on every altar. And when Balaam saw that it pleased Yahuwah to bless Yasharel, he went not, as at other times, to seek for enchantments, but he set his face toward the wilderness. And Balaam lifted up his eyes, and he saw Yasharel abiding in his tents according to the tribes, and the Ruach Elohim came upon him. And he took up his parable and said, Balaam, the son of Beor, has said, and the man whose eyes are open has said, He has said, which heard the words of El, which saw the vision of El Shaddai, falling into a trance, but having his eyes open. How goodly are your tents, O Yaakov, and your tabernacles, O Yasharel. As the valleys are, they spread forth, as gardens by the riverside, as the trees of lean aloes which Yahuwah has planted, and as cedar trees beside the water. He shall pour the water out of his buckets, and his seed shall be as many waters, and his king shall be higher than Agag, and his kingdom shall be exalted. El brought him forth out of Mitzrayim. He has, as it were, the strength of a unicorn, and he shall eat up the nations of his enemies, and he shall break their bones and pierce them through with his arrows. He crouched, he lay down as a lion, and as a great lion. Who shall stir him up? Blessed is he that blesses you, and cursed is he that curses you. And Balak's anger was kindled against Balaam, and he smote his hands together. And Balak said unto Balaam, I called you to curse my enemies, and behold, you have altogether blessed them these 3 times. Therefore, now flee to your place. I thought to promote you unto great honor, but lo, Yahuwah has kept you back from honor. And Balaam said unto Balak, Spoke I not also to you messengers, which he sent unto me, saying, If Balak would give me his house full of silver and gold, I cannot go beyond the commandment of Yahuwah to do either good or bad in my own mind, but what Yahuwah says, that will I speak. And now, behold, I go unto my people. Come therefore, and I will advertise what this people shall do to your people in the latter days. And he took up his parable and said, Balaam, the son of Beor, has said, and the man whose eyes are open has said. He has said, which heard the words of El, and knew the knowledge of El Elyon, which saw the vision of El Shaddai, falling into a trance by having his eyes open. I shall see him, but not now. I shall behold him, but not nigh. There shall come a star out of Yaakov, and a scepter shall rise out of Yasharel, and shall smite the corners of Moab, and destroy all the children of Sheth. And Edom shall be a possession. Seir also shall be a possession for his enemy, and Yasharel shall do valiantly. Out of Yaakov shall come he that shall have dominion, and shall destroy him that remains of the city. And when he looked on Amalek, he took up his parable and said, Amalek was the first of the nations, but his latter end shall be that he perish forever. And he looked on Canaim, and took up his parable and said, Strong is your dwelling place, and ye put your nest in a rock. Nevertheless, the Canaanite shall be wasted, until Ashur shall carry you away captive. And he took up his parable and said, Alas, who shall live when El does this? And ships shall come from the coast of Kiddim, and shall afflict Ashur, and shall afflict Eber, and he also shall perish forever. And Balaam rose up and went and returned to his place, and Balak also went his way. And Yasharel abode in Shittim, and the people began to commit whoredom with the daughters of Moab. And they called the people unto the sacrifices of their Elohim, and the people did eat and bowed down to their Elohim. And Yasharel joined himself unto Baal Peor, and the anger of Yahweh was kindled against Yasharel. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Take all the heads of the people, and hang them up before Yahweh against the sun, that the fierce anger of Yahweh may be turned away from Yasharel. And Moshe said unto the judges of Yasharel, Slay ye every one his man, who were joined unto Baal Peor. And behold, one of the children of Yasharel came and brought unto his brethren a Midianith woman in the sight of Moshe, and in the sight of all the assembly of the children of Yasharel, who were weeping before the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And when Panaach, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, saw it, he rose up from among the assembly, and took a javelin in his hand, and he went after the man of Yasharel into the tent, and thrust both of them through, the man of Yasharel and the woman through her belly, so the plague was stayed from the children of Yasharel. And those that died of the plague were 24,000. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Panaach, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, has turned my wrath away from the children of Yasharel, while he was zealous for my sake among them, that I consumed not the children of Yasharel in my jealousy. Wherefore say, Behold, I give unto him my covenant of peace, and he shall have it, and his seed after him, even the covenant of an everlasting priesthood, because he was zealous for his Elohim, and made an atonement for the children of Yasharel. Now, the name of the Yashareli that was slain, even that was slain with the Midianith woman, was Zimri, the son of Kalu, a prince of a chief house among the Shimeon. And the name of the Midianite woman that was slain was Cosbi, the daughter of Seir. He was head over a people, and of a chief house of Midian. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Vex the Midian, and smite them, for they vex you with their wiles. Wherefore they have beguiled you in the matter of Peor, and in the matter of Cosbi, the daughter of a prince of Midian, their sister, which was slain in the day of the plague for Peor's sake.
Numbers 26. And it came to pass after the plague that Yahweh spoke unto Moshe and unto Eleazar the son of Aharon the priest, saying, Take the sum of all the assembly of the children of Yasharel from 20 years old and upward throughout their father's house, all that are able to go to war in Yasharel. And Moshe and Eleazar the priest spoke with them in the plains of Moab by the Yarden near Jericho, saying, Take the sum of the people from 20 years old and upward, as Yahweh commanded Moshe and the children of Yasharel, which went forth out of the land of Mitzrayim. Reuben, the eldest son of Yashrael, the children of Reuben, Hanok, of whom comes the family of the Hanokim, of Palu, the family of the Paluim, of Chetzron, the family of the Chetzronim, of Carmi, the family of the Carmaim. These are the families of the Rebunim, and they that were numbered of them were 43,730. And the sons of Palu, Eliav, and the sons of Eliav, Nemuel, and Dathan, and Aviram. This is that Dathan and Aviram which were famous in the assembly, who strove against Moshe and against Aharon in the company of Korach, when they strove against Yahweh. And the earth opened her mouth, and swallowed them up together with Korach when that company died. What time the fire devoured the 250 men, they became a sign. Notwithstanding, the children of Korach died not. The sons of Shimon, after their families, Nemuel, the family of the Nemuelim, of Yamin, the family of the Yamanim, of Yakin, the family of the Yakinim, of Zerach, the family of the Zerachim, of Shaul, the family of the Shaulim. These are the families of the Shimonim, 22,200. The children of Gad, after their families, of Zephon, the family of the Zephonim, Chagai, the family of the Chagaim, of Shunai, the family of the Shunaim, of Oznai, the family of the Oznaim, of Erai, the family of the Eraim, of Arod, the family of the Arodim, of Arelai, the family of the Arelaim. These are the families of the children of Gad, according to those that were numbered of them, 40,500. The sons of Yehuda were and Onan and Onan died in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Yehuda, after their families, were Shelah, the family of the Shelanim, of Peretz, the family of the Partzim, of Zerach, the family of the Zarachim. And the sons of Peretz were Chetzron, the family of the Chetzronim, of Chamul, the family of the Chamulim. These are the families of Yehuda, according to those that were numbered of them, 16,500. Of the sons of Yisachar, after their families, of Tola, the family of the Tolaim, of Pua, the family of the Punim, of Yashuv, the family of the Yashuvim, of Shimron, the family of the Shimronim. These are the families of Yisachar, according to those that were numbered of them, 64,300. Of the sons of Zebulun, after their families, of Sered, the family of the Kardim, Elon, the family of the Elonim, Yachleel, the family of the Yachleelim. These are the families of the Zebulonim, according to those that were numbered of them, 64,500. The sons of Joseph, after their families, were Manasseh and Ephraim. The sons of Manasseh, of Machir, the family of the Machirim, and Machir beget Gilead, and Gilead come the family of the Gileadim. These are the sons of Gilad, of Eliezer, the family of the Eliezerim, of Chelek, the family of the Chelekim, and of Asriel, the family of the Asrielim, and of Shechem, the family of the Shikmim, and Shemidia, the family of the Shemiadim, and of Shepher, the family of the Shepherim, or Cheferim, and Sephlochad, the son of Sepher, had no sons but daughters. The names of the daughters of Sephlochad were Makla, Noah, Hogla, Milcah, and Tirza. These are the families of Manasseh, and those that were numbered of them, 52,700. These are the sons of Ephraim, after their families, of Shutelach, the family of the Shutelachim, of Becher, the family of the Bakrim, of Tachnan, the family of the Tachnanim. These are the sons of Shutelach, of Eran, the family of the Eranim. These are the families of the sons of Ephraim, according to those that were numbered of them, 32,500. These are the sons of Joseph, after their families. The sons of Binyanim, after their families, Bela, the family of the Baliim, of Ashbel, the family of the Ashbelim, Achiraim, the family of the Icharimim, of Shefufam, the family of the Shufafim, of Chubham, the family of Chubhaim, and the sons of Bela were Ard and Naaman of Ard, the family of the Ardim, and of Naaman, the family of the Naamin. These are the sons of Benjamin, after their families, and they were They that were numbered of them were 45,600. These are the sons of Dan after their families. Of Cushim, the family of the Cushim. These are the families of Dan after their families. All the families of the Cushim, according to those that were numbered of them, were 4,400. Of the children of Asher after their families, of Yimnah, the family of the Yimnahim, of Yishvai, the family of the Yishvaim, of Beriah, the family of the Beriahim, the sons of Beriah, of Hever, the family of the Heverim, of Malkiel, the family of the Malkielim. And the name of the daughter of Asher was Serach. These are the families of the sons of Asher, according to those that were numbered of them, who were 53,400. Of the sons of Naphtali after their families, Yachziel, of the families of the Yachzielim, of Gunai, the family of the Gunaim, of Yetzer, the family of the Yitzrim, of Shelim, the family of the Shelemiim. These are the families of Naphtali, according to their families, and they that were numbered of them were 45,400. These were numbered of the children of Yashrael, 600,000 and 1,730. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Unto these the land shall be divided for an inheritance according to the number of names. To many you shall give the more inheritance, and to the few you shall give the less inheritance. To everyone shall his inheritance be given according to those that were numbered of him. Notwithstanding, the land shall be divided by lot, according to the names of the tribes of their fathers, that they shall inherit. According to the lot shall the possession thereof be divided between many and few. These are they that were numbered of the Leviim after their families, of Gershon, the family of the Gershonim, of Kohath, the family of the Kohathanim, of Merari, the family of the Meraraim. These are the families of the Leviim, the family of the Leviim, the family of the Chevronim, the family of the Malkim, the family of the Mushim, the family of the Korachim, and Kohath beget Amram. The name of Amram's woman was Yocheved, the daughter of Levi, whom her mother bore to Levi in Mitzrayim. And she bore unto Amram Aharon and Moshe and Miriam their sister. And unto Aharon was born Nadab, Avihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. And Nadab and Avihu died when they offered strange fire before Yahweh. And those that were numbered of them were 23,000, all males from a month old and upward. For they were not numbered among the children of Yashrael, because there was no inheritance given them among the children of Yashrael. These are they that were numbered by Moshe and Eleazar the priest, who numbered the children of Yashrael in the plains of Moab by the Yarden near Jericho. But among these there was not a man of them whom Moshe and Aharon the priest numbered, when they numbered the children of Yashrael in the wilderness of Sinai. For Yahweh had said of them, They shall surely die in the wilderness. And there was not left a man of them, save Caleb the son of Jephunneh, and Yahusha the son of Nun. Numbers 27. Then came the daughters of Zelophehad, the son of Sepher, the son of Gilad, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, the families of Manasseh, the son of Joseph. These are the names of his daughters: Machlah, Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. And they stood before Moshe, and before Eleazar the priest, and before the princes and all the assembly by the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, saying, Our father died in the wilderness, and he was not in the company of them that gathered themselves together against Yahweh in the company of Korach, but died in his own sin, and had no sons. Why should the name of our father be done away from among his family, because he has no son? Give unto us therefore a possession among the brethren of our father. And Moshe brought their cause before Yahweh. Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, The daughters of Zelophehad speak right. You shall surely give them a possession of inheritance among their father's brethren, and you shall cause the inheritance of their father to pass unto them. And ye shall speak unto the children of Yashrael, saying, If a man die, and have no son, then ye shall cause his inheritance to pass unto his daughter. And if ye have no daughter, then ye shall give his inheritance unto his brethren. And if ye have no brethren, then ye shall give his inheritance unto his father's brethren. And if his father has no brethren, then he shall give his inheritance unto his kinsman that is next to him of his family, and he shall possess it. And it shall be unto the children of Yashrael a statute of judgment, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Get you up into this mount of Arim, and see the land which I have given unto the children of Yashrael. And when you have seen it, you also shall be gathered unto your peoples. people, as Aharon your brother was gathered. For you rebelled against my commandment in the desert of sin, in the strife of the assembly, to sanctify me at the water before their eyes. That is the water of Meribah in Kadesh, in the wilderness of Sin. And Moshe spoke unto Eliyahu, saying, Let Yahweh, the Elohai of the Ruachoth of all flesh, set a man over the assembly, which may go out before them, and which may go in before them, and which may lead them out, and which may bring them in, that the assembly of Yahweh be not as sheep which have no shepherd. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Take Yahusha, the son of Nun, a man whom is the Ruach, and lay your hand upon him, and set him before Eleazar the priest, and before all the assembly, and give him a charge in their sight. And you shall put some of your honor upon him, that all the assembly of the children of Yasharel may be obedient. And he shall stand before Eleazar the priest, who shall ask counsel for him after the judgment of the Urim before Yahweh. At his word they shall go out, and at his word they shall come in, both he and all the children of Yasharel with him, even all the assembly. And Moshe did as Yahweh commanded him, and he took Yahusha and set him before Eleazar the priest and before all the assembly. And he laid his hands upon him and gave him a charge, as Yahweh commanded by the hand of Moshe. Numbers 28. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Command the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, My offering and my bread for my sacrifices made by fire for a sweet savor unto me, you shall guard to offer unto me in their appointed time. And ye shall say unto them, This is the offering made by fire which ye shall offer unto Yahweh, 2 lambs of the first year without spot, day by day, for a continual burnt offering. The one lamb you shall offer in the morning, and the other lamb you shall offer at evening. And a 10th part of an ephah of flour for a meat offering, mingled with the 4th part of an hin of beaten oil. It is a continual burnt offering, which was ordained in Mount Sinai for a sweet savor, a sacrifice made by fire unto Yahweh. And the drink offering thereof shall be a 4th part of an hin for the one lamb. In the holy place you shall cause the strong wine to be poured unto Yahweh for a drink offering. And the other lamb you shall offer at evening as the meat offering of the morning. And as the drink offering thereof you shall offer it, a sacrifice made by fire of a sweet savor unto Yahweh. And on the Sabbath 2 lambs of the first year without spot, and 2/10 deals of a flour for a meat offering mingled with oil, and the drink offering thereof. This is the burnt offering of every Shabbat, beside the continual burnt offering and his drink offering. And in the beginnings of your months you shall offer a burnt offering unto Yahweh, 2 young bullocks and 1 ram, 7 lambs of the first year without spot, and 3/10 deals of flour for a meat offering mingled with oil for 1 bullock, and 2/10 deals of flour for a meat offering mingled with oil for 1 ram. And a several 10th deal of flour mingled with oil for a meat offering unto 1 lamb for a burnt offering of sweet savor, a sacrifice made by fire unto Yahweh. And their drink offering shall be a half a hin of wine unto a bullock, and the 3rd part of an hin unto a ram, and a 4th part of a hin unto a lamb. This is the burnt offering of every month throughout the months of the year. And 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering unto Yahweh shall be offered, beside the continual burnt offering and his drink offering. And in the 14th day of the first month is the Pesach, Passover of Yahweh. And in the 15th day of this month is the feast. Even 7 days shall matzah, unleavened bread, be eaten. In the first day shall it be an holy assembly. You shall do no manner of servile work therein. But you shall offer a sacrifice made by fire for a burnt offering unto Yahweh, 2 young bullocks and 1 ram, and 7 lambs of the first year. They shall be unto you without blemish. And their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil. 3/10 deals shall you offer for a bullock, and 2/10 deals for a ram. A several 10th deal shall you offer for every lamb throughout the 7 lambs. And 1 goat for a sin offering to make an atonement for you. You shall offer these beside the burnt offering in the morning, which is for a continual burnt offering. After this manner you shall offer daily, throughout the 7 days, the meat of the sacrifice made by fire of a sweet savor unto Yahweh. It shall be offered beside the continual burnt offering and his drink offering. And on the 7th day you shall have a holy assembly. You shall do no servile work. Also, in the day of the first fruits, when you bring a new meat offering unto Yahweh, after your weeks be out, you shall have a holy assembly and do no servile work. But you shall offer the burnt offering for a sweet savor unto Yahweh, 2 young bullocks, 1 ram, 7 lambs the first year, and their meat offering of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 deals unto 1 bullock, 2/10 deals unto 1 ram, a several tenth deal unto 1 lamb throughout the 7 lambs, and 1 kid of the goats to make an atonement for you. You shall offer them beside the continual burnt offering and his meat offering. They shall be unto you without blemish, and their drink offerings. Numbers 29. And in the 7th month, on the 1st day of the month, you shall have a holy assembly. You shall do no servile work. It is Yom Teruah, the day of the blowing of the shofar, the trumpets, the day of the awakening blast unto you. And ye shall offer a burnt offering for a sweet savor unto Yahweh, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, and 7 lambs of the first year without blemish. And their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 deals for a bullock, and 2/10 deals for a ram, and 1/10 deal for 1 lamb throughout the 7 lambs, and 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering to make an atonement for you. Beside the burnt offering of the month and his meat offering, and the daily burnt offering and his meat offering, and their drink offerings according unto their manner for a sweet savor, a sacrifice made by fire unto Yahweh. And you shall have on the 10th day of this 7th month a holy assembly, and you shall afflict your souls. You shall not do any work therein. But you shall offer a burnt offering unto Yahweh for a sweet savor, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, and 7 lambs of the first year. They shall be unto you without blemish. And their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 deals to a bullock, and 2/10 deals to 1 ram, a several tenth deal for 1 lamb throughout the 7 lambs, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, beside the sin offering of atonement, and the continual burnt offering, and the meat offering of it, and their drink offerings. And on the 15th day of the 7th month ye shall have a holy assembly. You shall do no servile work, and you shall keep a feast unto Yahweh 7 days. And you shall offer a burnt offering, a sacrifice made by fire, of a sweet savor unto Yahweh, 13 young bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year. They shall be without blemish. And their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 deals unto every bullock of the 13 bullocks, 2/10 deals of each ram of the 2 rams, and a several tenth deal to each lamb of the 14 lambs, and 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, his meat offering, and his drink offering. And on the 2nd day ye shall offer 12 young bullocks, 2 rams, 14 lambs of the first year without spot, and their meat offering and their drink offerings for the bullocks and for the rams, and for the lambs shall be according to their number after the manner. And 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, and the meat offering thereof, and their drink offerings. And on the 3rd day 11 bullocks, 2 rams, 14 lambs of the first year without blemish, and their meat offering and their drink offerings for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs shall be according to their number after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, and his meat offering, and his drink offering. And on the 4th day 10 bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs on the first year without blemish. And their meat offering and their drink offerings for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs shall be according to their number after the manner. And 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, his meat offering, and his drink offering. And on the 5th day 9 bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year without spot, and their meat offering and their drink offerings for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs shall be according to their number after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, and his meat offering, and his drink offering. And on the 6th day 8 bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year without blemish. And their meat offering and their drink offerings for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs shall be according to their number after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offerings, his meat offering, and his drink offerings. And on the 7th day 7 bullocks, 2 rams, 14 lambs, and of the first year without blemish, and their meat offering and their drink offerings for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs shall be according to their number after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, beside the continual offering, his meat offering, and his drink offering. On the 8th day ye shall have a solemn assembly. Ye shall do no servile work therein. But ye shall offer a burnt offering, a sacrifice made by fire of a sweet savor unto Yahweh, 1 bullock, 1 ram, 7 lambs of the first year without blemish. Their meat offering and their drink offerings for the bullock, for the ram, and for the lamb shall be according to their number, after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, and his meat offering, and his drink offering. These things you shall do unto Yahweh in your set feasts, beside your vows, and your freewill offerings, for your burnt offerings, and for your meat offerings, and for your drink offerings, and for your peace offerings. And Moshe told the children of Yashrael according to all that Yahweh commanded Moshe. Numbers chapter 30. And Moshe spoke unto the heads of the tribes concerning the children of Yashrael, saying, This is the thing which Yahweh has commanded. If a man vow a vow unto Yahweh, or swear an oath to bind his soul with a bond, he shall not break his word. He shall do according to all that proceeds out of his mouth. If a woman also vow a vow unto Yahweh, and bind herself by a bond, being in her father's house in her youth, and her father hear the vow, and her bond wherewith she has bound her soul, and her father shall hold his peace at her, then her vow shall stand. And every bond wherewith she has bound her soul shall stand. But if her father disallow her in the day that he hears, not any of her vows or her bonds wherewith she was bound her soul shall stand, and Yahweh shall forgive her, because her father disallowed her. And if she had at all a man when she vowed, or uttered aught out of her lips wherewith she bound her soul, and her man heard it, and held his peace at her in the day that he heard it, then her vow stands, and her bonds wherewith she bound her soul shall stand. But if her man disallowed her on the day that he heard it, then he shall make her vow which she vowed, that which she uttered with her lips, wherewith she bound her soul, of no effect, and Yahweh shall forgive her. But every vow of a widow and of her that is divorced, wherewith they have bound their souls, shall stand against her. And if she vowed in her man's house, or bound her soul by a bond with an oath, and her man heard it, and held his peace in her, and disallowed her not, then all her vows shall stand, and every bond wherewith she bound her soul shall stand. But if her man has utterly made them void on the day he heard them, then whatsoever proceeded out of her lips concerning her vows, or concerning the bond of her soul, shall not stand. Her man has made them void, and Yahweh shall forgive her. Every vow and every binding oath to afflict the soul, her man may establish it, or her man may make it void. But if her man altogether hold his peace at her from day to day, then he establishes all her vows, or all her bonds which are upon her. He confirms them, because he held his peace at her in the day that he heard them. But if he shall any ways make them void after that he has heard them, then he shall bear her iniquity. These are the statutes which Yahweh commanded Moshe between a man and his woman, between the father and his daughter, being yet in her youth in her father's house. Numbers 31. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Avenge the children of Yashrael and the Midianim. Afterward ye shall be gathered unto your people. And Moshe spoke unto the people, saying, Arm some of yourselves unto the war, and let them go against the Midianim, and avenge Yahweh of Midian. Of every tribe 1,000 throughout all the tribes of Yashrael shall ye send to the war. So there were delivered out of the thousands of Yashrael 1,000 of every tribe, and 12,000 armed for war. And Moshe sent them to war, 1,000 of every tribe, them and Pinehas the son of Eleazar the priest to war with the holy instruments and the trumpets to blow in his hand. And they warred against the Midianim as Yahweh commanded Moshe, and they slew all the males. And they slew the kings of Midian, besides the rest of them that were slain, namely Evi, and Rechem, and Sur, and Horai, and Reva, 5 kings of Midian. Bilam also the son of Beor they slew with a sword. And the children of Yashrael took all the women of Midian captives, and their little ones, and took the spoil of all their cattle, and all their flocks, and all their goods. And they burnt all their cities where they dwelt, and all their goodly castles with fire. And they took all the spoil, and all the prey, both of men and beasts. And they brought the captives, and the prey, and the spoil unto Moshe, and Eleazar the priest, and unto the assembly of the children of Yashrael, unto the camp at the plains of Moab, which are by the Yarden near Jericho. And Moshe and Eleazar the priest, and all the princes of the assembly went forth to meet them without the camp. And Moshe was wroth with the officers of the host, with the captains over the thousands, and the captains over hundreds, which came from the battle. And Moshe said to them, Have you saved all the women alive? Behold, these caused the children of Yashar'el through the counsel of Balaam to commit transgression against Yahuwah in the matter of Peor. And there was a plague among the assembly of Yahuwah. Now, therefore, kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman that has known man by lying with him. But all the women children that have not known a man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves. And do ye abide without the camp 7 days. Whosoever has killed any person, and whosoever has touched any slain, purify both yourselves and your captives on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day. And purify all your raiment, and all that is made of skins, and all work of goat's hair, and all things made of wood. And Eleazar the priest said unto the men of war which went to the battle, This is the ordinance of the Torah, which Yahweh commanded Moshe. Only the gold and the silver and the brass and the iron and the tin and the lead, everything that may abide the fire, ye shall make it go through the fire, and it shall be clean. Nevertheless, it shall be purified with the water of separation, and all that abides not the fire ye shall make go through the water. And ye shall wash your clothes on the 7th day, and ye shall be clean, and afterward ye shall come into the camp. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Take the sum of the prey that was taken, both of man and of beast, you and Eleazar the priest and the chief fathers of the assembly, and divide the prey into 2 parts, between them that took the war upon them who went out to battle, and between all the assembly. And levy a tribute unto Yahweh of the men of war which went out to battle, 1 soul of 500, both of the persons and of the cattle and of the asses and of the sheep. Take it of their half, and give it unto Eleazar the priest for a heave offering of Yahweh. And the children of Yashar'el's half, you shall take 1 portion of 50 of the persons of the cattle, of the asses, and of the flocks, of all manner of beasts, and give them unto the Leviim, which guard the watch of the tabernacle of Yahweh. And Moshe and Eleazar the priest did as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And the booty, being the rest of the prey which the men of the war had caught, was 600,000 and 70,000 and 5,000 sheep, and 62,000 cattle, and 61,000 asses, and 32,000 persons in all, of women that had not known man by lying with him. And the half, which was the portion of them that went out to war, was in number 300,000 and 37,500 sheep. And Yahweh's tribute of the sheep was 615. And the cattle were 36,000, of which Yahweh's tribute was 312. And the asses were 30,500, of which Yahweh's tribute was 301. And the persons were 16,000, of which Yahweh's tribute was 32 persons. And Moshe gave the tribute, which was Yahweh's heave offering, unto Eleazar the priest, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. Now the children of Yashar'el's half, which Moshe divided from the men that warred. Now the half that pertained unto the assembly was 300,000 and 30,000 and 7,500 sheep, and 36,000 cattle, and 30,000 asses, and 516,000 persons. Even of the children of Yashar'el's half, Moshe took 1 portion of 50, both of man and of beast, and gave them unto the Leviim, which did guard the watch of the tabernacle of Yahweh, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And the officers which were over thousands of the host, the captains of thousands and the captains of hundreds, came near unto El Moshe. And they said unto El Moshe, Your servants have taken the sum of the men of war which are under our charge, and there lacks not 1 man of us. We have therefore brought an oblation for Yahweh, what every man has gotten of jewels, of gold, chains and bracelets, rings, earrings, and tablets, to make an atonement for our souls before Yahweh. And Moshe and Eleazar the priest took the gold of them, even all wrought jewels, and all the gold of the offering that they offered up to Yahweh, of the captains of thousands, of the captains of hundreds, was 16,750 shekels. For the men of war had taken spoil, every man for himself, and Moshe and Eleazar the priest took the gold of the captains of thousands and of hundreds, and brought it unto the tabernacle of the assembly for a memorial for the children of Yashar'el before Yahweh. Just a moment. Numbers 32. Now the children of Reuben and the children of Gad had a very great multitude of cattle, and when they saw the land of Jazer and the land of Gilead, that behold, the place was a place for cattle, The children of Gad and the children of Reuben came and spoke unto Moshe, and unto Eleazar the priest, and unto the princes of the assembly, saying, Ataroth, the Divon, and Yaazer, and Nimrah, and Heshbon, and Elale, and Sevam, and Nevu, and Beon, even the country which Yahweh smote before the assembly of Yisrael, is a land for cattle, and your servants have cattle. Wherefore they said, If we have found grace in your sight, let this land be given unto your servants for a possession, and bring us not over the Yarden. And Moshe said unto the children of Gad, and to the children of Reuben, Shall your brethren go to war, and ye shall sit here? And wherefore discourage the heart of the children of Yisrael from going over into the land which Yahweh has given them? Thus did your fathers, when I sent them from Kadesh Barnea to the land. For when they went up unto the valley of Eshcol, and saw the land, they discouraged the heart of the children of Yisrael, that they should not go into the land which Yahweh had given them. And Yahweh's anger was kindled at the same time, and he swore, saying, Surely none of the men that came up out of Mitzrayim from 20 years old and upward shall see the land which I swore unto Abraham, unto Yitzchak, and unto Yaakov, because they have not wholly followed me, save Caleb the son of Yehunneh, and the Kenizzai, and Yahusha the son of Nun, for they have wholly followed Yahweh. And Yahweh's anger was kindled against Yisrael, and he made them wander in the wilderness 40 years, until all the generation that had done evil in the sight of Yahweh was consumed. And behold, you are risen up in your father's stead, an increase of sinful men, to augment yet the fierce anger of Yahweh toward El Yisrael. For if you turn away from after him, he will yet again leave them in the wilderness, and ye shall destroy all this people. And they came near unto him, and said, We build the sheepfolds here for our cattle, and cities for our little ones. But we ourselves will go ready armed before the children of Yisrael, until we have brought them unto their place, and our little ones shall dwell in the fenced cities because of the inhabitants of the land. We will not return unto our houses until the children of Yisrael have inherited every man his inheritance. For we will not inherit them on yonder side of the Yarden or forward, because of our inheritance is fallen to us on the side of the Yarden eastward. And Moshe said unto them, If you will do this thing, if you will go armed before Yahweh to war, and will go all of you armed over the Yarden before Yahweh, until he has driven out all his armies from before him, and the land be subdued before Yahweh. Then afterward ye shall return and be guiltless before Yahweh, and before Yisrael, and this land shall be your possession before Yahweh. But if you will not do so, behold, you have sinned against Yahweh, and be sure your sin will find you out. But your cities for your little ones, and folds for your sheep, and do that which has proceeded out of your mouth. And the children of Gad and the children of Reuben spoke unto Moshe, saying, Your servants will do as my Lord commands. Our little ones, our women, our flocks, and all our cattle shall be there in the cities of Gilad. But your servants will pass over every man armed for war before Yahweh to battle, as my Lord says. So concerning them, Moshe commanded Eleazar the priest, and Yahusha the son of Nun, and the chief fathers of the tribes of the children of Yisrael. And Moshe said unto them, If the children of Gad and the children of Reuben will pass with you over the Yarden, every man armed to battle before Yahweh, and the land shall be subdued before you, then ye shall give them the land of Gilead for a possession. But if they will not pass over with you armed, they shall have possessions among you in the land of Canaan. And the children of Gad and the children of Reuben answered, saying, As Yahweh has said unto your servants, so will we do. We will pass over armed before Yahweh into the land of Canaan, that the possession of our inheritance on this side of the Yarden may be ours. And Moshe gave unto them, even to the children of Gad, and to the children of Reuben, and unto the half tribe of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, the kingdom of Sihon, king of the Amorim, and the kingdom of Og, king of Bashan, the land with the cities thereof in the coasts, even the cities of the country round about. And the children of Gad built Divon, and Taroth, and Aroer, and Atroth, Shophan, and Yaazer, and Yogbeha, and Beit Nimrah, and Beit Haran, fenced cities and folds for sheep. And the children of Reuben built Heshbon, and Eliel, and Yikrathayim, and Nevu, and Bila, and Baal Meon, their names being changed, and Sevon, and gave other names unto the cities which were they built. And the children of Machir, the son of Manasseh, went unto Gilead, and took it, and dispossessed the Emori, which was in it. And Moshe gave Gilead into Machir, the son of Manasseh, as he dwelt therein. And Yair, the son of Manasseh, went and took the small towns thereof, and called them Chavoth Yair. And Novach went and took Kenath and the villages thereof, and called it Novach after his own name. Numbers 33. These are the journeys of the children of Yasharel, which went forth out of the land of Mitzrayim with their armies under the hand of Moshe and Aharon. And Moshe wrote their goings out according to their journeys by the commandment of Yahweh, and these are their journeys according to their goings out. And they departed from Ramesses in the first month, on the 15th day of the first month, on the morrow after the Pesach. The children of Yasharel went out with a high hand in the sight of all of Mitzrayim. For the Mitzrayim buried all their firstborn, which Yahweh had smitten among them. Upon their Elohim also Yahweh executed judgments. And the children of Yasharel removed from Ramesses and pitched in Sukkoth. And they departed from Sukkoth and pitched in Etham, which is the edge of the wilderness. And they removed from Etham and turned into Pi Hiroth, which is before Baal Zephon, and they pitched before Migdol. And they departed from Pi Hiroth and passed through the midst of the sea into the wilderness, and went 3 days' journey in the wilderness of Etham, which pitched in Marah. And they removed from Marah and came unto Elim. And in Elim were 12 fountains of water and 70 palm trees, and they pitched there. And they removed from Elim and encamped by the Red Sea. And they removed from the Red Sea and encamped in the wilderness of Sin. And they took their journey out of the wilderness of Sin and encamped at Dofka. They departed from Dofka and encamped in Alush. And they removed from Alush and encamped at Rephidim. There was no water for the people to drink, where there was no water for people to drink. And they departed from Rephidim and pitched in the wilderness of Sinai. And they removed from the desert of Sinai and pitched at Chevot Chat Ta'ava. And they departed from Kivrot Chat Ta'ava and encamped at Chatzeroth. And they departed from Chatzeroth and pitched in Rithma. And they departed from Rithma and pitched at Rimon Peretz. And they departed from Rimon Peretz and pitched in Livna. And they removed from Livna and pitched at Rika. And they journeyed from Rika and pitched at Kehelatha. And they went from Kehelatha and pitched in Mount Shefer. And they removed from Mount Shefer and encamped in Harada. And they removed from Harada and pitched in Makeloth. And they removed from Makeloth and encamped at Tachath. And they departed from Tachath and pitched at Terach. And they removed from Terach and pitched in Mithka. And they went from Mithka and pitched in Chashmona. And they departed from Chashmona and encamped at Moseroth. And they departed from Moseroth and pitched in Bnei Yakan. And they removed from Bnei Yakan and encamped at Hor Chag Gidgad. And they went from Hor Chag Gidgad and pitched in Yotvatha. And they removed from Yotvatha and encamped at Ebrona. And they departed from Ebrona and encamped at Etzion Geber. And they removed from Etzion Geber and pitched in the wilderness of Sin, which is Kadesh. And they removed from Kadesh and pitched in Mount Hor, in the edge of the land of Edom. And Aharon the priest went up unto Mount Hor at the commandment of Yahweh, and died there. In the 40th year after the children of Yasharel were come out of the land of Mitzrayim, in the first day of the 5th month. And Aharon was 123 years old when he died in Mount Hor. And King Arad the Canaanite, which dwelt in the Negev in the land of Canaan, heard of the coming of the children of Yasharel. And they departed from Mount Hor and pitched in Tzalmonah. They departed from Tzalmonah and pitched in Punon. They departed from Punon and pitched in Oboth. And they departed from Oboth and pitched in Iye Havaraim, the border of Moab. They departed from Iyim, and pitched in Divon. And they removed from Divon and encamped in Almon Divath Thalayim. And they encamped in Almon Divla Thayama. And they removed from Almon Divathayalma and pitched in the mountains of Avarim before Nebu. And they departed from the mountains of Avarim and pitched in the plains of Moab by the Yarden near Jericho. And they pitched by the Yarden from Beit Sheyomoth, even unto Avel Hash-Shittim in the plains of Moab. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe in the plains of Moab by the Yarden near Jericho, saying, Speak unto the children of Yashrael, and say unto them, When ye are passed over the Yarden into the land of the Canaan, then you shall drive out all the inhabitants of the land from before you, and destroy all their pictures, and destroy all their molten images, and quite pluck down all their high places. And ye shall dispossess all the inhabitants of the land, and dwell therein, for I have given you the land to possess it. And ye shall divide the land by lot for an inheritance among your families, and to the more you shall give more inheritance, and to the fewer you shall give less inheritance. Every man's inheritance shall be in the place where his lot falls. According to the tribes of your fathers ye shall inherit it. But if you will not drive out the inhabitants of the land from before you, then it shall come to pass that those which ye let remain of them shall be pricks in your eyes, and thorns in your sides, and shall vex you in the land wherein ye dwell. Moreover, it shall come to pass that I shall do unto you as I thought to do unto them. Numbers 34. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe, saying, Command the children of Yashrael, and say unto them, When ye come into the land of Canaan, this is the land that shall fall unto you for inheritance, even the land of Canaan, with the coast thereof. Then your south quarter shall be from the wilderness of Sin along the coast of Edom, and your south border shall be the utmost coast of the salt sea eastward. And your border shall turn from the Negev to the ascent of Male Akrabim, and pass on to Sin, and the going forth thereof shall be from the Negev to Kadesh Barnea, and shall go on to Chatzar Adar, and pass on to Atzmon. And the border shall fetch a compass from Atzmon unto the river of Mitzrayim, and the goings out of it shall be at the sea. And as for the western border, you shall even have the great sea for a border. This shall be your west border, and this shall be your north border. From the great sea ye shall point out for you Mount Hor, and from Mount Hor ye shall point out your border unto the entrance of Hamath, and the goings forth of the border shall be to Zedad. And the border shall go on to Ziphron, and the goings out of it shall be at Chatzar Enan. This shall be your north border. And ye shall point out your east border from Chatzar Enan to Shepham. And the coast shall go down from Shepham to Rivlah, on the east side of Ain. And the borders shall descend, and shall reach unto the side of the sea of Kinneroth eastward. And the border shall go down to the Yarden, and the goings out of it shall be at the salt sea. This shall be your land, with the coasts thereof round about. And Moshe commanded the children of Yashrael, saying, This is the land which ye shall inherit by lot, which Yahweh commanded to give unto the 9 tribes and the half tribe. For the tribe of the children of Reuben, according to the house of their fathers, and the tribe of the children of Gad, according to the house of their fathers, have received their inheritance, and half of the tribe of Manasseh have received their inheritance. The 2 tribes and the half tribe have received their inheritance on this side of the Yarden, near Jericho, eastward toward the sun rising. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, These are the names of the men which shall divide the land unto you, Eleazar the priest, and Yahusha the son of Nun. And ye shall take 1 prince of every tribe to divide the land by inheritance. And the names of the men are these: of the tribe of Yehuda, Caleb the son of Yefuneh; and of the tribe of the children of Shimon, Shemuel the son of Ammihud; the tribe of Benjamin, Elidad the son of Kichlon; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Dan, Buki the son of Yogli; the prince of the children of Joseph, for the tribe of the children of Manasseh, Hananiel the son of Ephod; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Ephraim, Kemuel the son of Shittan; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Zebulun, Elisaphan the son of Parnak; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Issachar, Paltiel the son of Azan; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Asher, Achiud the son of Shelomai; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Naphtali, Pedahel the son of Ammihud. These are they whom Yahweh commanded to divide the inheritance unto the children of Yashrael in the land of Canaan. Numbers 35. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe in the plains of Moab by the Yarden near Jericho, saying, Command the children of Yashrael that they give unto the Leviim of the inheritance of their possession cities to dwell in, and ye shall give also unto the Leviim, suburbs for the cities round about them. And the cities shall they have to dwell in, and the suburbs of them shall be for their cattle, and for their goods, and for all their beasts. And the suburbs of the cities which you shall give unto the Leviim shall reach from the wall of the city and outward 1,000 cubits round about. And ye shall measure from without the city on the east side of the 2,000 cubits, and on the south side 2,000 cubits, and on the west side 2,000 cubits, and on the north side 2,000 cubits, and the city shall be in the midst. This shall be to them the suburbs of the cities. And among the cities which ye shall give unto Leviim, there shall be 6 cities for refuge, which ye shall appoint for the manslayer, that he may flee thither. And to them ye shall add 42 cities. So all the cities which ye shall give to the Leviim shall be 48 cities. Them shall ye give with their suburbs, and the cities which ye shall give shall be of the possession of the children of Yashrael. From them that have many ye shall give many, but from them that have few ye shall give few. Every one shall give of his cities unto the Leviim according to his inheritance, which he inherits. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Yashrael, and say unto them, When ye are come over the Yarden into the land of Canaan, then ye shall appoint you cities to be of refuge for you, that the slayer may flee thither, which kills any person unawares. And they shall be unto your cities for a refuge from the avenger, that the manslayer die not, until he stand before the assembly in judgment. And of these cities which ye shall give, 6 cities shall ye have for refuge. Ye shall give 3 cities on the side of the Yarden, and 3 cities ye shall give in the land of Canaan, which shall be cities of refuge. These 6 cities shall be for a refuge, both for the children of Yashrael, and for the stranger, and for the sojourner among them, and that every one that kills any person unawares may flee thither. And if he smite him with an instrument of iron, so that he die, he is a murderer. The murderer shall be surely put to death. And if he smite him with a throwing stone, wherewith he may die, and he die, he is a murderer. The murderer shall be surely put to death. Or if he smite him with a hand weapon of wood, wherewith he may die, and he die, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death. The revenger of blood himself shall slay the murderer when he meets him. He shall slay him. But if he thrust him of hatred, or hurl at him by laying of weight that he die, or in enmity smite him with his hand that he die, he that smote him shall surely be put to death, for he is a murderer. The revenger of blood shall slay the murderer when he meets him. But if he thrust him suddenly without enmity, or have cast upon him anything without laying of weight, or with any stone wherewith a man may die, seeing him not, and cast it upon him that he die, and was not his enemy, neither sought him his harm, then the assembly shall judge between the slayer and the revenger of blood according to these judgments. And the assembly shall deliver the slayer out of the hand of the revenger of blood, and the assembly shall restore him to the city of his refuge, whither he was fled, and he shall abide in it unto the death of the high priest, which was anointed with the holy oil. But if the slayer shall at any time come without the border of the city of his refuge, whither he was fled, and the revenger of blood find him without the borders of the city for his refuge, and the revenger of blood kill the slayer, and he shall not be guilty of blood, because he should have remained in the city of his refuge until the death of the high priest. But after the death of the high priest, the slayer shall return into the land of his possession. So these things shall be for a statute of judgment unto you throughout your generations in all your dwellings. Whoso kills any person, the murderer shall be put to death by the mouth of witnesses. But one witness shall not testify against any person to cause him to die. Moreover, ye shall take no satisfaction for the life of a murderer, which is guilty of death, but he shall surely be put to death. And ye shall take no satisfaction for him that is fled into the city of his refuge, that he should come again to dwell in the land until the death of the priest. So ye shall not pollute the land wherein you are, for the blood defiles the land. The land cannot be cleansed of the blood that is shed therein, but by the blood of him that shed it. Defile not therefore the land which ye shall inhabit it, wherein I dwell, for I Yahweh will dwell among the children of Yashrael. All right, last chapter of Numbers, number 36. And the chief fathers of the families and of the children of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, the families of the sons of Joseph came near and spoke before Moshe, before the princes, the chief fathers of the children of Yashrael. And they said, Yahweh commanded my Lord to give the land for an inheritance by lot to the children of Yashrael. My Lord was commanded by Yahweh to give the inheritance of Zelophehad, our brother, unto his daughters. And if they be married to any of the sons of the other tribes of the children of Yashrael, then their inheritance will be taken from the inheritance of our fathers, and shall be put to the inheritance of the tribe whereunto they are received. So shall it be taken from the lot of our inheritance. And when the jubilee of the children of Yashrael shall be, then shall their inheritance be put into the inheritance of the tribe whereunto they are received. So shall their inheritance be taken away from the inheritance of the tribe of our fathers. And Moshe commanded the children of Yashrael according to the word of Yahweh, saying, The tribe of the sons of Joseph has said well. This is the thing which Yahweh commands concerning the daughters of Zelophehad, saying, Let them marry to whom they think best. Only to the family of the tribe of their fathers shall they marry. So shall not the inheritance of the children of Yashrael remove from tribe to tribe, for every one of the children of Yashrael shall keep himself to the inheritance of the tribe of his fathers. And every daughter that possesses an inheritance in any tribe of the children of Yashrael shall be a woman unto one of the family of the tribe of her father, that the children of Yashrael may enjoy every man the inheritance of his fathers. Neither shall the inheritance remove from one tribe to another tribe, but every one of the tribes of the children of Yashrael shall keep himself to his own inheritance. Even as Yahweh commanded Moshe, so did the daughters of Zelophehad. For Machla, Titzra, Chogla, Milcah, Noah, the daughters of Zelophehad, were married unto their father's brothers' sons, and they were married into the families of the sons of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, and their inheritance remained in the tribe of the family of their father. These are the commandments and judgments which Yahweh commanded by the hand of Moshe unto the children of Yashrael in the plains of Moab by the Yarden near Jericho. And there is the end of the book of Numbers. Now we'll be going to Deuteronomy. Ebarim, Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy 1:1. These are the words which Moshe spoke unto all Yashrael on this side of the Yarden in the wilderness, in the plain over against the Red Sea, between Paran and Tophel and Laban and Chatzeroth and Div Zachav. Yahweh Elohim has multiplied you, and behold, you are this day as the stars of heaven for multitude. Yahweh Elohim your fathers make you 1,000 times so many more as you are, and bless you as he promised you. These are 11 days' journey from Horeb by the way of Mount Seir unto Kadesh Barnea. How can I myself alone bear your cumbrance and your burden and your strife? And it came to pass. Skipped some verses here. Hang on. Looks like we're missing here verses 2 through 9. Give me just a moment. All right, verse. Let's see where we're missing. Ooh, this is all mixed up. Huh. Okay. Do our best here. I might just read it. Yeah. I'm just gonna read it from. I'm gonna take the screen share off and just read it from the Sefer. Okay. Give me just a moment here. Let me readjust. Okay, so verse 2. There are 11 days' journey from Horeb by the way of Mount Seir unto Kadesh Barnea. And it came to pass in the 40th year, in the 11th month, on the first day of the month, that Moshe spoke unto the children of Yashrael, according to all that Yahweh had given him in commandment unto them. After he had slain Sihon, the king of Amorim, which dwelt in Heshbon, and Og, king of Bashan, which dwelt at Ashtaroth, in Edrei, on this side of the Yarden, in the land of Moab, began Moshe to declare this Torah, saying, Yahweh Eloheinu spoke unto us in Horeb, saying, You have dwelt long enough in this mount. Turn you, and take your journey, and go to the mount of the Amorim, and unto all the places nigh thereunto, and in the plains and the hills, and in the valley, and in the Negev, and by the seaside, in the land of the Canaim, unto Lebanon, and unto the great river Perath. Behold, I have set the land before you. Go in and possess the land which Yahweh swore unto your fathers, Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, to give unto them and to their seed after them. And I spoke unto you at that time, saying, I am not able to bear you myself alone. Yahweh Elohim has multiplied you, and behold, ye are this day as the stars of heaven for multitude. Yahweh Elohai of your fathers make you 1,000 times so many more as you are, and bless you as he has promised you. How can I myself alone bear your cumbrance, and your burden, and your strife? Take you wise men and understanding, and known among your tribes, and I will make them rulers over you. And you answered me and said, The thing which you have spoken is good for us to do. So I took the chief of your tribes, wise men, and known, and made them heads over you, captains over thousands, and captains over hundreds, and captains over 50s, and captains over tens, and officers among your tribes. And I charged your judges at that time, saying, Hear the causes between your brethren, and judge righteously between every man and his brother, and the stranger that is with him. You shall not respect persons in judgment, but you shall hear the small as well as the great. You shall not be afraid of the face of man, for the judgment is Elohim's, and the cause that is too hard for you, bring it unto me, and I will hear it. And I commanded you at that time all things which you should do. And when we departed from Horeb, we went through all that great and terrible wilderness which ye saw by the way of the mountain of the Amorim, as Yahweh Eloheinu commanded us. And we came to Kadesh Barnea, and I said unto you, Ye are come unto the mountain of the Amorim, which Yahweh Eloheinu gives unto us. Behold, Yahweh Elohika has set the land before you. Go up and possess it, as Yahweh Elohai of your fathers has said unto you. Fear not, neither be discouraged. And ye came near unto me, every one of you, and said, We will send men before us, and they shall search us out at the land, and bring word again by the way we must go, and into what cities we shall come. And the saying pleased me well. And I took 12 men of you, of what tribe? And they turned and went up into the mountain, and came unto the valley of Eshcol, and I searched it out. And they took of the fruit of the land in their hands, and brought it down unto us, and brought us word again, and said, It is a good land which Yahweh Eloheinu gives us. Notwithstanding, you would not go up, but rebelled against the commandment of Yahweh Elohika. And he murmured in your tents, and said, Because Yahweh hated us, and has brought us forth out of the land of Mitzrayim to deliver us into the hand of the Amorim, to destroy us, whither shall we go up? Our brethren have discouraged our hearts, saying, The people are greater and taller than we. The cities are great and walled up to heaven. And moreover, we have seen the sons of the Anakim there. Then I said unto you, Dread not, neither be ye afraid of them. Yahweh Elohim, which goes before you, he shall fight for you, according to all that he did for you in Mitzrayim before your eyes, and in the wilderness, where you have seen how that Yahweh Elohim bore you, as a man bears his son, in the way that you went, until you came into this place. Yet in this thing you did not believe Yahweh Elohim, who went in the way before you, to search out a place to pitch your tents, in fire by night, to show you by what way you shall go, and in a cloud by day. Yahweh heard the voice of your words, and was wroth, and swore, saying, Surely there shall not one of these men of this evil generation see that good land which I swore to give unto your fathers, save Caleb the son of Jephunneh. He shall see it, and to him will I give the land, and he has trodden upon it, and to his children, because he has wholly followed Yahweh. Also Yahuwah was angry with me for your sake, saying, You shall not go in thither, but Yahusha the son of Nun, which stands before you, he shall go thither. Encourage him, for he shall cause Yashrael to inherit it. Moreover, your little ones, which ye said should be a prey, and your children, which in that day had no knowledge between good and evil, they shall go in thither, and unto them will I give it, and they shall possess it. But as for you, turn you, and take your journey into the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea. Then ye answered and said unto me, We have sinned against Yahweh. We will go up and fight, according to all that Yahweh Eloheinu commanded us. And when ye had girded on every man his weapons of war, you were ready to go up into the hill. And Yahweh said unto me, Say unto them, Go not up, neither fight, for I am not among you, lest ye be smitten before your enemies. So I spoke unto you, and ye would not hear, but rebelled against the commandment of Yahweh, and went presumptuously into the hill. And the Amorim which dwelt in that mountain came out against you, and chased you as bees do, and destroyed you in Seir, even unto Hormah. And ye returned and wept before Yahweh. But Yahweh would not hearken to your voice, nor give ear unto you. So you abode in Kadesh many days, according to the days that you abode there. There we go. Then Deuteronomy chapter 2. Then we turned and took our journey into the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea, as Yahweh spoke unto me. And we compassed the Mount Seir many days, and Yahweh spoke unto me, saying, You have compassed this mountain long enough. Turn ye northward, and command the people, saying, You are to pass through the coasts of your brethren, the children of Esau, which dwell in Seir, and they shall be afraid of you. Take good heed unto yourselves, therefore, meddle not with them, for I will not give of you their land, not so much as a foot breadth, because I have given Mount Seir unto Esau for a possession. You shall buy meat of them for money, that you may eat, and you shall also buy water of them for money, that you may drink. For Yahweh Elohika has blessed you in all the works of your hand. He knows you are walking through his great wilderness. These 40 years Yahweh Elohika has been with you. You have lacked nothing. And when we passed by from our brethren, the children of Esau, which dwelt in Seir, through the way of the plain from Elath, and from Edson Geber, we turned and passed by the way of the wilderness of Moab. And Yahweh said unto me, Distress not the Moabim, neither contend with them in battle, for I will not give you of their land for a possession, because I have given Ar unto the children of Lot for a possession. The Emim dwelt there in times past, a people great and many and tall as the Anakim, which also were accounted as Rephaim, as the Anakim, but the Moabim called them Emim. The Chorim also dwelt in Seir before time, but the children of Esau succeeded them when they had destroyed them from before them, and dwelt in their stead, as Yashrael did unto the land of his possession, which Yahweh gave unto them. Now, rise up, said I, and get you over the brook Zered. And we went over the brook Zered, and the space in which we came from Kadesh Barnea until we were come over the brook Zered was 38 years, until all the generation of the men of war were wasted out from among the host, as Yahweh swore unto them. For indeed the hand of Yahweh was against them, to destroy them from among the hosts until they were consumed. So it came to pass, when all the men of war were consumed, and dead from among the people, that Yahweh spoke unto me, saying, You are to pass over through Ar, the coast of Moab, this day. And when you come nigh over against the children of Ammon, distress them not, nor meddle with them, for I will not give you of the land of the children of Ammon any possession, because I have given it into the children of Lot for a possession. That also was counted a land of Rephaim. Rephaim dwelt there in old time, and the Ammonim called them Zamzumim, a people great and many and tall as the Anakim. But Yahweh destroyed them before them, and they succeeded them, and dwelt in their stead, as he did the children of Esau, which dwelt in Seir, when he destroyed the Chorim from before them, and they succeeded them, and dwelt in their stead even unto this day. And the Avivim, which dwelt in Chetzarim, even unto Gaza, the Kaphtorim, which came forth of Kaphtor, destroyed them, and dwelt in their stead. Rise ye up, and take your journey, and pass over the river Arnon. Behold, I have given into your hand Sihon, the Amorite, king of Heshbon, and his land. Begin to possess it, and contend with him in battle. This day will I begin to put the dread of you and the fear of you upon the nations that are under the whole heaven, who shall hear report of you, and shall tremble and be anguished because of you. And I sent messengers out of the wilderness of Kedemoth unto Sihon, king of Heshbon, with words of peace, saying, Let me pass through your land. I will go along by the highway. I will neither turn to the right hand nor to the left. You shall sell me meat for money, that I may eat, and give me water for money, that I may drink. Only I will pass through on my feet, as the children of Esau which dwelt in Seir, and the Moabim which dwelt in Ar did unto me, until I shall pass over the Yarden into the land which Yahweh Eloheinu gives us. But Sihon, king of Heshbon, would not let us pass by him, for Yahweh Elohika hardened his ruach and made his heart obstinate, that he might deliver him into your hand, as appears this day. And Yahweh said unto me, Behold, I have begun to give you Sihon and his land before you. Begin to possess, that you may inherit his land. Then Sihon came out against us, he and all his people, to fight Yachatz. And Yahweh Eloheinu delivered him before us, and we smote him, and his sons, and all his people. And we took all his cities at that time, and utterly destroyed the men, and the women, and the little ones of every city. We left none to remain, only the cattle we took for a prey unto ourselves, and the spoil of the cities which we took. From Aroer, which is by the brink of the river Arnon, and from the city that is by the river, even unto Gilead, there was not one city too strong for us. Yahweh Eloheinu delivered all unto us. Only unto the land of the children of Ammon you came not, nor unto any place of the river Yabok, nor to the cities in the mountains, nor unto whatsoever Yahweh Eloheinu forbade us. Deuteronomy chapter 3. Then we turned and went up the way to Bashan, and Og, king of Bashan, came out against us, and he and all his people to battle at Edrei. And Yahweh said unto me, Fear him not, for I will deliver him and all his people and his land into your hand, and ye shall do unto him as ye did unto Sihon, king of the Amorim, which dwelt at Heshbon. So Yahweh Eloheinu delivered into our hands Og, also the king of Bashan, and all that his people, and we smote him until none was left to him remaining. And we took all his cities at that time. There was not a city which we took not from them. 80 cities, all the regions of Argob, the kingdom of Og in Bashan. All these cities were fenced with high walls, gates, and bars, beside unwalled towns a great many. And we utterly destroyed them, as we did unto Sihon king of Heshbon, utterly destroying the men, the women, and children of every city. But all the cattle and the spoil of the cities we took for a prey to ourselves. And we took at that time out of the hand of the two kings of the Amorim the land that was on the side of the Yarden, from the river of Arnon until Mount Hermon, which Hermon the Sidonim called Shiron, and the Amorim call it Shenir. All the cities of the plain, and all the Gilead, and all Bashan unto Chalcha and Edrei, cities of the kingdom of Og and Bashan. For only Og, king of Bashan, remained of the remnant of the Rephaim. Behold, his bedstead was a bedstead of iron. Is it not in Rabbath of the children of Ammon? 9 cubits was the length thereof, and 4 cubits the breadth thereof, after the cubit of a man. And this land which we possessed at that time from Aroer, which is by the river Arnon, and half Mount Gilead, and the cities thereof gave I into the Reubenim, and the Gadim, and the rest of Gilead, and all Bashan, being the kingdom of Og, gave I unto the half tribe of Manasseh, all the region of Argob, with all Bashan, which was called the land of the Rephaim. Yair, son of Manasseh, took all the country of Argob unto the coasts of Geshurai and Maakathai, and called them after his own name, Bashan Chavaroth, Yair, unto this day. And I gave Gilead unto Machir, and unto the Reubenim, and unto the Gadim I gave from Gilead, even unto the river Arnon, half the valley, and the border even unto the river Yabok, which is in the border of the children of Ammon. The plain also, and the Yarden, and the coast thereof, from Kinneroth even unto the sea of the plain, even the salt sea, under Ashdoth, Hap, Pikath, eastward. And I commanded you at that time, saying, Yahweh Elohim has given you this land to possess it. You shall pass over armed before your brethren, the children of Yashrael, that are meet for the war. But your women, and your little ones, and your cattle, for I know that you have much cattle, shall abide in your cities which I have given you, until Yahweh have given rest unto your brethren, as well as unto you, and until they possess the land which Yahweh Elohim has given them beyond the Yarden. And then ye shall return every man unto his possession, which I have given you. And I commanded Yahusha at that time, saying, Your eyes have seen all that Yahweh Elohim has done unto these two kings. So shall Yahweh do unto all the kingdoms whither you pass. You shall not fear them, for Yahweh Elohim, he shall fight for you. And I besought El Yahweh at that time, saying, O Adonai Yahweh, you have begun to show your servant your greatness and your mighty hand. For what El is there in the heavens or in the earth that can do according to your works and according to your might? I pray you, let me go over and see the good land that is beyond the Yarden, that goodly mountain and Lebanon. But Yahweh was wroth with me for your sakes, and would not hear me. And Yahweh said unto me, Let it suffice you. Speak no more unto me in this matter. Get you up into the top of Pikgah, and lift up your eyes westward and northward and southward and eastward, and behold it with your eyes, for ye shall not go over this Yarden. But charge Yahusha, encourage him, and strengthen him, for he shall go over before this people, and he shall cause them to inherit the land which you shall see. So he abode in the valley over against Beit Peor. Deuteronomy chapter 4. Now therefore hearken, O Yashrael, unto the statutes and unto the judgments which I teach you, for to do them that ye may live, and go in and possess the land which Yahweh Elohai of your fathers gives you. You shall not add unto the word which I command you, neither shall you diminish aught from it, that ye may guard the commandments of Yahweh Elohim, which I command you. Your eyes have seen what Yahweh did because of Baal Peor. For all the men that followed Baal Peor, Yahweh Elohim destroyed them from among you. But ye that did cleave unto Yahweh Elohim are alive, every one of you this day. Behold, I have taught you commandments and judgments, even as Yahweh Elohai commanded me, that ye should do so in the land whither ye go to possess it. Guard therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations, which shall hear all these statutes and say, Surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. For what nation is there so great who has Elohim so nigh unto them, as Yahweh Eloheinu is in all things that we call upon him for? And what nation is there so great that has commandments and judgments so righteous as all this Torah which I set before you this day? Only take heed to yourself, and guard your soul diligently, lest you forget the things which your eyes have seen, lest they depart from your heart all the days of your life. But teach them to your sons and your sons' sons, especially the day that you stood before Yahweh Elohika in Horeb, when Yahweh said unto me, Gather me the people together, and I will make them hear my words, that they may learn to fear me all the days that they shall live upon the earth, and that they may teach their children. And he came near and stood under the mountain. The mountain burned with fire unto the midst of the heavens, with darkness and clouds and thick darkness. And Yahweh spoke unto you out of the midst of the fire. Ye heard the voice of the words, but saw no similitude. Only ye heard a voice. And he declared unto you his covenant, which he commanded you to perform, even the 10 Devarim. And he wrote them upon 2 sapphire stones. And Yahweh commanded me at that time to teach you the commandments judgments, that ye might do them in the land whither ye go to possess it. Take ye therefore good heed unto yourselves, for ye saw no manner of similitude on the day that Yahweh spoke unto you in Horeb out of the midst of the fire, lest ye corrupt yourselves and make you a graven image in the similitude of any figure, the likeness of male or female, the likeness of any beast that is on the earth, the likeness of any winged fowl that flies in the air, the likeness of anything that creeps on the ground, the likeness of any fish that is in the waters beneath the earth. And lest you lift up your eyes into the heavens, and when ye see the sun and the moon and the stars, and even all the hosts of heaven, should be driven to worship them and serve them, which Yahweh Elohika has divided unto all nations under the whole heaven. But Yahweh has taken you and brought you forth out of the iron furnace, even out of Mitzrayim, to be unto him a people of inheritance, as you are this day. Furthermore, Yahweh was angry with me for your sakes, and swore that I should not go over the Yarden, and that I should not go into that good land which Yahweh Elohika gives you for an inheritance. But I must die in this land. I must not go over the Yarden, but ye shall go over and possess that good land. Take heed unto yourselves, lest you forget the covenant of Yahweh Elohim, which he cut with you, and make you a graven image or the likeness of anything which Yahweh Elohika has forbidden you. For Yahweh Elohika is a consuming fire, even a jealous El. When ye shall beget children and children's children, and ye shall have remained long in the land, and shall corrupt yourselves, and make graven image or the likeness of anything, and shall do evil in the sight of Yahweh Elohika to provoke him to anger, I call the heavens and the earth this day to witness against you, that ye shall soon utterly perish from off the land, whitherunto ye go over this Yarden to possess it. Ye shall not prolong your days upon it, but shall be utterly destroyed. And Yahweh shall scatter you among the nations, and ye shall be left few in number among the heathen, whither Yahweh shall lead you. And there ye shall serve Elohim, the work of men's hands, wood and stone, which neither see, nor hear, nor eat, nor smell. But if from thence you shall seek Yahweh Elohika, you shall find him. If you seek him with all your heart and with all your soul, when you are in tribulation, and all these things are come upon you, even in the latter days, if you turn to Yahweh Elohika and shall be obedient unto his voice, Yahweh Elohika is a merciful El. He will not forsake you, neither destroy you, nor forget the covenant of your fathers which he swore unto them. Ask now of the days that are past, which were before you, since the day that Elohim created man upon the earth, and ask from one side of heaven unto the other, whether there has been any such thing as this great thing is, or has been heard like it? Did ever the people hear the voice of Elohim speaking out of the midst of the fire as you have heard it live? Or has Elohim essayed you to take him a nation from the midst of another nation by temptations, by signs, and by wonders, and by war, and by a mighty hand, and by a stretched out arm, by the terrors, according to all that Yahweh Elohim did for you in Mitzrayim before your eyes? Unto you it was showed, that you might know that Yahweh, he is Elohim, there is none else beside him. Out of heaven he made you to hear his voice, that he might instruct you. And upon the earth he showed you his great fire, and you heard his words out of the midst of the fire. And because he loved your fathers, therefore he chose their seat after them. And he brought you out in the sight with a mighty power of Mitzrayim, to drive out nations from before you, greater and mightier than you are, to bring you in, to give you their land for inheritance, as it is this day. Know therefore this day, and consider in your hearts that Yahweh, he is Elohim in heaven above, and upon the earth beneath, there is none else. You shall guard therefore his statutes and his commandments, which I command you this day, that it may go well with you, and with your children after you, and that you may prolong your days upon the earth, which Yahweh Elohim gives you forever. Then Moshe severed 3 cities on this side of the Yarden toward the sun rising, that the slayer might flee thither, which should kill his neighbor unawares, and hated him not in times past, and that fleeing unto one of these cities he might live, namely Betzer in the wilderness, in the plain country of the Rivonim, and Ramoth in Gilead, in the Gadim, and in Golan in Bashan of the Menashim. And this is the Torah of which Moshe said before the children of Yisrael, these are the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments which Moshe spoke unto the children of Yisrael after they came forth out of Mitzrayim on this side of the Yarden, in the valley over against Beit Peor, in the land of Sihon, king of Amorim, who dwelt at Heshbon, whom Moshe and the children of Yisrael smote after they were come forth out of Mitzrayim. They possessed his land, and the land of Og, king of Bashan, 2 kings of the Amorim, which were on this side of the Yarden toward the sun rising, from Aroer, which is by the bank of the river Arnon, even unto Mount Sion, which is Hermon, and all the plain on this side of the Yarden eastward, even unto the sea of the plain under the springs of Pikgah. And we're going to switch over to Brother Jeremy. Let me just take a quick look here. Looks like chapter 1 we had a lot of issues. I just want to see if it changed. Okay, actually everything else looked good after that little mix-up we had there. Yeah, Jeremy, why don't you go ahead and continue on the website, because it looks like everything was okay after that.
Moshe called all Yasharel and said unto them, Hear, O Yasharel, the commandments and the judgments which I speak in your ears this day, that ye may learn them, guard them, and do them. Yahuwah Eloheinu cut a covenant with us in Horeb. Yahuwah cut not this covenant with our fathers, but with us, even us who are all of us here alive this day. Yahuwah talked with you face to face in the mount out of the midst of the fire. I stood between Yahuwah and you at that time to show you the word of Yahuwah, for ye were afraid by reason of the fire, and went not up into the mount, saying, Is that right? I'm sorry, that doesn't seem.
If there's another issue, we'll just switch to the hardcover.
I don't think that's an issue. No, that's right. Okay, sorry. Okay, saying, I am Yahuwah Eloheka, which brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim from the house of bondage. You shall have no other Elohim before me. You shall not make any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the waters beneath the earth. You shall not bow down yourself unto them, nor serve them. For I, Yahuwah Elohechem, am a jealous El, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and guard my commandments. You shall not take the name of Yahuwah Eloheka in vain, for Yahuwah will not hold him guiltless that takes his name in vain. Guard the Sabbath day, to sanctify it, as Yahuwah Eloheka has commanded you. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of Yahuwah Eloheka. In it you shall not do any work, you, nor your son, nor your daughter, nor your manservant, nor your maidservant, nor your ox, nor your ass, nor any of your cattle, nor your stranger that is within your gates, that your manservant and your maidservant may rest as well as you. And remember that you were a servant in the land of Mitzrayim, and that Yahuwah Eloheka brought you out through a mighty hand and by a stretched out arm. Therefore, Yahuwah Eloheka commanded you to keep the day of Sabbath. Honor your father and your mother, as Yahuwah Eloheka has commanded you, that your days may be prolonged, that it may go well with you in the land which Yahuwah Eloheka gives you. You shall not kill, neither shall you break wedlock, neither shall you steal, neither shall you bear false witness against your neighbor, neither shall you lust after your neighbor's woman, neither shall you lust after your neighbor's house, his field, or his manservant, or his maidservant, his ox, or his ass, or anything that is your neighbor's. These words Yahuwah spoke unto all your assembly in the mount out of the midst of the fire of cloud and of the thick darkness with a great voice, and he added no more. He wrote them on 2 sapphire stones and delivered them unto me. And it came to pass that when ye heard the voice out of the midst of the darkness, for the mount did burn with fire, that ye came near unto me, even all the heads of your tribes and your elders. And ye said, Behold, Yahuwah Eloheinu has showed us his glory and his greatness, and we have heard his voice out of the midst of the fire. We have seen this day that Elohim talks with man, and he lives. Now therefore, why should we die? For this great fire will consume us. If we hear the voice of Yahuwah Eloheinu any more, then we shall die. For who is there of all flesh that has heard the voice of the living Elohim speaking out of the midst of the fire, as we have and lived. Go now and hear all that Yahuwah Eloheinu shall say, and speak you unto us all that Yahuwah Eloheinu shall speak unto you, and we will hear it and do it. And Yahuwah heard the voice of your words, that when ye spoke unto me, and Yahuwah said unto me, I have heard the voice of the words of this people, which they have spoken unto you. They have well said all that they have spoken. Oh, that there were such a heart in them, that they would fear me, and guard all my commandments always, that it might be well with them and with their children forever. Go, say to them, get you into your tents again. But as for you, stand here by me, and I will speak unto you all the commandments and the statutes and the judgments which you shall teach them, that they may do them in the land which I gave them to possess. Ye shall guard to do, therefore, as Yahuwah Elohim has commanded you. Ye shall not turn aside to the right hand or to the left. Ye shall walk in all the ways which Yahuwah Elohim has commanded you, that ye may live, and that it may be well with you, and that ye may prolong your days in the land which ye shall possess. Now these are the commandments, the statutes, and the judgments which Yahuwah Elohim commanded to teach you, that ye might do them in the land whither ye go to possess it, that you might fear Yahuwah Eloheka, to guard all his statutes and his commandments, which I command you, you and your son and your son's son, all the days of your life, that your days may be prolonged. Hear therefore, O Yasharel, and guard and do it, that it may be well with you, that ye may increase mightily, as Yahuwah Elohai of your fathers has promised you, in the land that flows with milk and honey. Hear, O Yasharel, Yahuwah Eloheinu, Yahuwah is one, and you shall love Yahuwah Elohecha with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your might. And these words which I command you this day shall be in your heart, and you shall teach them diligently unto your children, and shall talk of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise up. And you shall bind them for a sign upon your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes. And you shall write them upon the posts of your house, and on your gates. And it shall be, when Yahuwah Eloheka shall have brought you into the land which he swore unto your fathers, to Abraham, to Yitzhak, and to Yaakov, to give you great and goodly cities, which you built not, and houses full of all good things, which you filled not, and wells dug, which you dug not, vineyards and olive trees, which you planted not. When you shall have eaten and be full, then beware lest you forget Yahuwah, which brought you forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, from the house of bondage. You shall fear Yahuwah Eloheka, and serve him, and shall swear by his name. You shall not go after other Elohim, of the Elohim of the people which are round about you. For Yahuwah Eloheka is a jealous El among you, lest the anger of Yahuwah Eloheka be kindled against you, and destroy you from off the face of the earth. Ye shall not tempt Yahuwah Elohim, as ye tempted him in Makkah. Ye shall diligently guard the commandments of Yahuwah Elohim, and his testimonies and his statutes which he has commanded you. You shall do that which is right and good in the sight of Yahuwah, that it may be well with you, that you may go in and possess the good land which Yahuwah swore unto your fathers, to cast out all your enemies from before you, as Yahuwah has spoken. And when your son asks you in time to come, saying, what mean the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments which Yahuwah Eloheinu has commanded you? Then you shall say unto your son, we were Pharaoh's bondmen in Mitzrayim, and Yahuwah brought us out of Mitzrayim with a mighty hand. And Yahuwah showed signs and wonders, and great and sore upon Mitzrayim, upon Pharaoh, and upon all his household before our eyes. And he brought us out from thence, and that he might bring us in to give us the land which he swore unto our fathers. And Yahuwah commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear Yahuwah Eloheinu, for our good always, that he might preserve us alive, as it is at this day. And it shall be our righteousness if we guard to do these commandments before Yahuwah Eloheinu, as he has commanded us. 7. When Yahuwah Elohechem shall bring you into the land where you go to possess it, and has cast out many nations before you, the Hittite, the Girgashim, the Amorim, the Kenanim, the Perizim, the Chivaim, the Uvasim, 7 nations greater and mightier than you. And when Yahuwah Eloheka shall deliver them before you, and you shall smite them and utterly destroy them, you shall cut no covenant with them, nor show mercy unto them. Neither shall you make marriage with them. Your daughter you shall not give unto his son, nor his daughter shall you take unto your son. For they will turn away your son from following me, that they may serve other Elohim. So will the anger of Yahuwah be kindled against you and destroy you suddenly. But thus shall ye deal with them. Ye shall destroy their altars, break down their images, cut down their Asherah poles, and burn their graven images with fire. For you are a holy people unto Yahuwah Eloheka. Yahuwah Eloheka has chosen you to be a special people unto himself, above all the people that are upon the face of the earth. And Yahuwah did not set his love upon you, nor choose you, because you were more in number than any people, for ye were the fewest of all people, but because Yahuwah loved you, and because he would guard the oath which he had sworn unto your fathers, has Yahuwah brought you out with a mighty hand, and redeemed you out of the house of bondmen, from the hand of Pharaoh the king of Mitzrayim. Know therefore that Yahuwah Eloheka, he is Elohim, the faithful El, which guards his covenant, and mercy with them that love him and guard his commandments to 1,000 generations, and repays them that hate him to their face, to destroy them. He will not be slack to him that hates him. He will repay him to his face. You shall therefore guard the commandments and the statutes and the judgments which I command you this day to do them. Therefore it shall come to pass, if ye hearken to these judgments, and guard and do them, that Yahuwah Eloheka shall guard unto you the covenant and the mercy which he swore unto your fathers. And he will love you and bless you and multiply you, and he will also bless the fruit of your womb, and the fruit of your land, your grain, and your wine, and your oil, the increase of your kind, the flocks of your sheep in the land which he swore unto your father to give you. You shall be blessed above all people. There shall not be male or female barren among you, or among your cattle. And Yahuwah will take away from you all sickness, and will put none of the evil diseases of the Mitzrayim which you know upon you, but will lay them upon all of them that hate you. And you shall consume all the people which Yahuwah Eloheka shall deliver you. Your eye shall have no pity upon them, neither shall you serve their Elohim. for that will be a snare unto you. If you shall say in your heart, these nations are more than I, how can I dispose them? You shall not be afraid of them, but shall well remember that Yahweh Eloheka did unto Pharaoh and unto all Mitzrayim the great temptations which your eyes saw, and the signs and wonders, and the mighty hand and the stretched out arm, whereby Yahweh Eloheka brought you out, so shall Yahweh Eloheka do unto all the people of whom you are afraid. Moreover, Yahweh Eloheka will send the hornet among them, until they that are left and hide themselves from you be destroyed. You shall not be frightened at them, for Yahweh Eloheka is among you, a mighty El and terrible. And Yahweh Eloheka will put out those nations before you by little and little. You may not consume them at once, lest the beasts of the field increase upon you. But Yahweh Eloheka shall deliver them unto you, and shall destroy them with a mighty destruction until they be destroyed. And he shall deliver their kings into your hand, and you shall destroy their name from under heaven. There shall no man be able to stand before you until you have destroyed them. The graven images of their Elohim shall ye burn with fire. You shall not desire the gold, the silver, or the gold that is on them, nor take it unto you, lest you be snared therein, for it is an abomination unto Yahweh Eloheka. Neither shall you bring an abomination into your house, lest you be cursed, you be a cursed thing like it. But you shall utterly detest it, you shall utterly abhor it, for it is a cursed thing. Chapter 8. All the commandments which I command you this day shall ye guard to do, that ye may live and multiply and go in and possess the land which Yahweh swore unto your fathers. And you shall remember all the way which Yahweh Eloheka led you these 40 years in the wilderness, to humble you and to prove you, and to know what was in your heart, whether you would guard his commandments or no. And he humbled you and suffered you to hunger, and fed you with manna, which you knew not, neither did your fathers know, that he might make you know that man does not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of Yahweh, man lives. Your raiment waxed not old upon you, neither did your foot swell these 40 years. You shall also consider in your heart that, as a man chastens his son, so Yahweh Eloheka chastens you. Therefore you shall guard the commandments of Yahweh Eloheka, to walk in his ways, and to fear him. For Yahweh Eloheka brings you into a good land, a land of brooks of water, of fountains and depths that spring out of the valleys and hills, a land of wheat and barley and vines and fig trees and pomegranates, a land of olive oil and honey, a land wherein you shall eat bread without scarceness. You shall not lack anything in it, a land whose stones are iron, and out of whose hills you may dig brass. When you have eaten and are full, then you shall bless Yahweh Eloheka for the good land which he has given you. Beware that you forget not Yahweh Eloheka in not guarding his commandments and his judgments and his statutes which I command you this day, lest when you have eaten and are full, and have built goodly houses and dwell therein, and when your herds and your flocks multiply, and your silver and your gold is multiplied, and all that you have is multiplied, then your heart will be lifted up, and you forget Yahweh Eloheka, which brought you forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, from the house of bondage, who led you through that great and terrible wilderness, wherein were fiery serpents and scorpions and drought, and there was no water, who brought you forth water out of the rock of flint, who fed you in the wilderness with manna, which your fathers knew not, that he might humble you, and that he might prove you, to do you good at your latter end. And you say in your heart, my power and my might of my hand have gotten me this wealth. But you shall remember Yahuwah Eloheka, for it is He that gives you power to get wealth, that He may establish His covenant, which He swore unto your fathers, as it is this day. And it shall be, if you do at all forget Yahuwah Eloheka, and walk after other Elohim, and serve them, and worship them, I testify against you this day, that ye shall surely perish, as the other nations which Yahuwah destroyed before your face. So shall ye perish, because ye would not be obedient unto the voice of Yahuwah Eloheka. Hear, O Yasharel, you are to pass over the Yarden this day, to go in to possess nations greater and mightier than yourself, cities greater and fenced up to heaven, a people great and tall, the children of the Anakim, whom you know, and of whom you have heard say, who can stand before the children of Anak? Understand therefore this day that Yahuwah Eloheka is He which goes over before you. As a consuming fire He shall destroy them. He shall bring them down before your face. So shall you drive them out and destroy them quickly, as Yahuwah has said unto you. Speak not in your heart after that Yahuwah Eloheka has cast them out from before you, saying, for my righteousness Yahuwah has brought me in to possess this land. But for the wickedness of these nations Yahuwah drives them out from before you. Not for your righteousness or for the uprightness of your heart do you go to possess their land, but for the wickedness of these nations Yahuwah Eloheka drives them out from before you, and that He may perform the word which Yahuwah swore unto your fathers, Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov. Understand therefore that Yahuwah Eloheka gives you not this good land to possess it for your righteousness, for you are a stiff-necked people. Remember and forget not how you provoked Yahuwah Eloheka to wrath in the wilderness, from the day that you did depart out of the land of Mitzrayim until ye came into this place. Ye have been rebellious against Yahuwah. Also in Horeb ye provoked Yahuwah to wrath, so that Yahuwah was angry with you to have destroyed you. When I was gone up into the mount to receive the sapphire stones, even the sapphire stones of the covenant which Yahuwah cut with you, then I abode in the mount 40 days and 40 nights. I neither did eat bread nor drink water. And Yahuwah delivered unto me the 2 sapphire stones written with the finger of Elohim, and on them was written according to all the words which Yahuwah had spoken with you in the mount out of the midst of the fire in the day of the assembly. And it came to pass at the end of 40 days and 40 nights that Yahuwah gave me the 2 sapphire stones, even the sapphires of the covenant. And Yahuwah said unto me, arise, get you down quickly from hence, for your people which you have brought forth out of Mitzrayim have corrupted themselves. They are quickly turned aside out of the way which I commanded them. They have made them a molten image. Furthermore, Yahuwah spoke unto me, saying, I have seen this people, and beheld, it is a stiff-necked people. Let me alone, that I may destroy them, and blot out their name from under heaven. And I will make you a nation mightier and greater than they. So I turned and came down from the mountain, and the mount burned with fire, and the 2 sapphires of the covenant were in my 2 hands. And I looked, and behold, you had sinned against Yahuwah Elohim, and had made you a molten calf. Ye had turned aside quickly out of the way which Yahuwah had commanded you. And I took the 2 sapphires, and cast them out of my 2 hands, and broke them before your eyes. And I fell down before Yahuwah at the first 40 days and 40 nights. Neither did I eat bread nor drink water, because of all your sins which ye have sinned in doing wickedly in the sight of Yahweh, to provoke him to anger. For I was afraid of the anger and hot displeasure, wherewith Yahweh was wroth against you, to destroy you. But Yahweh hearkened unto me at that time also. And Yahweh was very angry with Aharon, to have destroyed him. And I prayed for Aharon also at the same time. And I took your sin, the calf which ye made, and burnt it with fire, and stamped it, and ground it very fine, even until it was as small as dust. And I cast the dust thereof into the brook that descended out of the mount. And at Tavra, and at Makkah, and at Kevarot Ta'ava, ye provoked Yahweh to wrath. Likewise, when Yahweh sent you from Kadesh Barnea, saying, Go up and possess the land which I give you, that ye rebelled against the commandment of Yahweh Elohim, and ye believed him not, nor hearkened to his voice. Ye have been rebellious against Yahweh from the day that I knew you. Thus I fell down before Yahweh as 40 days and 40 nights, as I fell down at the first, because Yahweh had said he would destroy you. I prayed therefore unto El Yahweh, and said, O Adonai Yahweh, destroy not your people and your inheritance, which you have redeemed through your greatness, which you have brought forth out of Mitzrayim with a mighty hand. Remember your servant Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov. Look not unto the stubbornness of this people, nor to the wickedness, nor to their sin. Lest the land whence you brought us out say, Because Yahweh was not able to bring them into the land which he promised them, and because he hated them, he has brought them out to slay them in the wilderness. Yet they are your people and your inheritance, which you brought out by your mighty power and by your stretched out arm. Chapter 10. At that time Yahweh spoke unto me, Hew you 2 sapphire stones like unto the first, and come up unto me into the mount, and make you an ark of wood. And I shall write on the sapphires the words which were in the first tablets which you broke, and you shall put them in the ark. And I made an ark out of shittim wood, and hewed 2 sapphire stones like unto the first, and went up into the mount, having 2 sapphires in my hand. And he wrote on the sapphires according to the first writing. And the ten devarim which Yahweh spoke unto you in the mount out of the midst of the fire in the day of the assembly, and Yahweh gave them unto me. And I turned myself and came down from the mount, and put the sapphires in the ark which I had made. And there they be, as Yahweh commanded me. And the children of Yasharel took their journey from Beroth from Beroth Bnei Yaakan to Makara, where Aharon died, and there he was buried. Eleazar his son ministered as the priest's office in his stead. From thence their journey unto Gudgoda, from Gudgoda to Yatvatha, a land of rivers and waters. At that time Yahweh separated the tribes of Levi to bear the ark of the covenant of Yahweh, to stand before Yahweh to minister unto him, to bless his name unto this day. Wherefore Levi has no part nor inheritance with his brethren. Yahweh is his inheritance, according as Yahweh Eloheka promised him. And I stayed in the mountain according to the first time 40 days and 40 nights. And Yahweh hearkened unto me at that first at that time also. And Yahuwah would not destroy you. And Yahuwah said unto me, Arise and take your journey before the people, that they may go in and possess the land which I swore unto their fathers to give unto them. And now Yasharel what does Yahuwah Eloheka require of you? But to fear Yahuwah Eloheka, to walk in all his ways, to love him, to serve Yahuwah Eloheka with all your heart and with all your soul, to guard the commandments of Yahuwah and his statutes, which I command you this day for your good. Behold, the heavens and the heaven of heavens belongs to Yahuwah Eloheka. The earth also, with all that therein is. Only Yahuwah had a delight in your fathers to love them, and he chose their seed after them, even you above all people, as it is this day. Circumcise therefore the foreskin of your heart, and be no more stiff-necked. For Yahuwah Eloheka is Elohai ha-Elohim, and Adonai ha-Adonim, the great El, the mighty and terrible, which regards not persons, nor takes reward. He executes the judgments of the fatherless and the widow, and loves the stranger in giving him food and raiment. Love ye therefore the stranger, for ye were strangers in the land of Mitzrayim. You shall fear Yahuwah Eloheka. Him you shall serve, and to him shall you cleave, and swear by his name. He is your praise, and he is your Elohim, that has done for you these great and terrible things which your eyes have seen. Your fathers went down into Mitzrayim with 70 persons. Now Yahuwah Eloheka has made you as the stars of heaven in multitude. Chapter 11. Therefore you shall love Yahuwah Eloheka and guard his watch and his statutes and his judgments and his commandments always. And know ye this day, for I speak not with your children which have not known, and which have not seen the chastisement of Yahuwah Eloheka, his greatness, and his mighty hand, and his stretched out arm, and his miracles, and his acts which he did in the midst of Mitzrayim, unto Pharaoh, the king of Mitzrayim, and unto all his land. And what he did unto the armies of Mitzrayim, unto their horses, to their chariots, and how he made the water of the Red Sea to overflow them as they pursued after you, and how Yahuwah has destroyed them until this day. And what he did unto you in the wilderness until ye came into this place, and what he did unto Dathan, and Aviram, the sons of Eliab, the sons of Reuben, how the earth opened up her mouth and swallowed them up, and their households, and their tents, and all the substance that was in their possessions, in the midst of all Yasharel. But your eyes have seen all the great acts of Yahuwah which he did. Therefore shall ye guard all the commandments which I command you this day, that ye may be strong and go in and possess the land whither ye go to possess it, and that ye may prolong your days in the land which Yahuwah swore unto your fathers to give unto them and to their seed, a land that flows with milk and honey. For the land whither ye go to possess it is not a land of Mitzrayim, from whence ye came out, where ye sowed your seed and watered it with your foot as a garden of herbs. But the land whither ye go to possess it is a land of hills and valleys, and drinks water of the rain of heaven. A land which Yahuwah Eloheka cares for. The eyes of Yahweh Eloheka are always upon it, from the beginning of the year even unto the end of the year. And it shall come to pass, if ye shall hearken diligently unto my commands, which I command you this day, to love Yahweh Elohechem and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, that I will give you the rain of your land in his due season, the first rain and the latter rain, that you may gather in your grain, your wine, and your oil. And I will send grass in your fields for your cattle, that you may eat and be full. Guard yourselves that your heart be not deceived, and ye turn aside and serve other Elohim and worship them. Then Yahweh's wrath will be kindled against you. He shall shut up the heavens, that there be no rain, that the land yield not her fruit, lest ye perish quickly from off the good land which Yahweh gives you. Therefore shall ye lay up these my words in your heart and in your soul, and bind them for a sign upon your hand, that it may be as frontlets between your eyes. And ye shall teach them your children, and speak of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise up. And you shall write them upon the doorposts of your house, and upon your gates, that your days may be multiplied, and the days of your children, which in the land which Yahweh swore unto your father to give them, as the days of heaven are upon the earth. For if ye shall diligently guard all these commandments which I command you to do them, to love Yahweh Elohechem, to walk in all his ways, and to cleave unto him, then will Yahweh drive out all these nations from before you, and ye shall possess greater nations and mightier than yourselves. Every place wherein the soles of your feet shall tread shall be yours. From the wilderness and Lebanon, from the river Pereth, even unto the uttermost sea shall your coast be. There shall no man be able to stand before you, for Yahweh Elohechem shall lay the fear of you and the dread of you upon all the land that ye shall tread upon, as he has said unto you. Behold, I set before you this day a blessing and a curse. A blessing, if ye obey the commandments of Yahweh Elohechem, which I command you this day, and a curse, if ye will not obey the commandments of Yahweh Elohechem, but turn aside out of the way which I command you this day, to go after other Elohim, which ye have not known. And it shall come to pass that when Yahweh Eloheka has brought you in unto the land whither ye go to possess it, that you shall put the blessing upon Mount Gerizim, and the curse upon Mount Ebal. Are they not on the other side of the Jordan? But the way where the sun goes down, by the way where the sun goes down, in the land of the Canaim, which dwell in the plain over against Gilgal, beside the plains of Morah. For ye shall pass over the Jordan to go in to possess the land which Yahweh Elohechem gives you, and ye shall possess it and dwell therein. And ye shall guard to do all the commandments and the judgments which I set before you this day. Chapter 12. These are the commandments and judgments which ye shall guard to do in the land which Yahweh Elohai of your fathers gives you to possess it, all the days that ye live upon the earth. Ye shall utterly destroy all the places wherein the nations which ye shall possess served their Elohim, upon the high mountains, and upon the hills, and under every green tree. Ye shall overthrow their altars, and break their pillars, and burn their Asherah poles with fire. Ye shall hew down graven images of their Elohim, and destroy the names of them out of this place. Ye shall not do so unto Yahweh Elohim. But unto the place which Yahweh Elohim shall choose out of all your tribes to put his name there, even unto his habitation shall ye seek, and thither you shall come. And thither you shall bring your burnt offerings and your sacrifices and your tithes and heave offerings of your hand and your vows and your freewill offerings and the firstlings of your herd and your flocks. And there ye shall eat before Yahweh Elohim, and ye shall rejoice in all that ye put your hand unto, and ye and your households, wherein Yahweh Elohim has blessed you. Ye shall not do after all the things which we do. Ye shall not do after all the things that we do here this day. Every man whatsoever is right in his own eyes. For ye are not as yet come into the rest and the inheritance which Yahweh Elohim gives you. But when ye go over the Jordan and dwell in the land which Yahweh Elohim gives you to inherit, when he gives you rest from all your enemies round about, so that ye dwell in safety, then there shall be a place where Yahweh Elohim shall choose to cause his name to dwell there. Thither shall ye bring all that I command you, your burnt offerings and your sacrifices, your tithes and your heave offerings of your hand, and all your choice vows which ye vow unto Yahweh. And ye shall rejoice before Yahweh Elohim, ye and your sons and your daughters and your manservants and your maidservants, and the Levii that is within your gates, for as much as he has no part nor inheritance with you. Guard yourself that you offer not your burnt offerings in every place that you see, but in the place which Yahweh shall choose in one of your tribes. There you shall offer your burnt offerings, and there you shall do all that I command you. Notwithstanding, you may kill and eat flesh in all your gates, whatsoever your soul lusts after, according to the blessings of Yahweh Elohim which he has given you. The unclean and the clean may eat thereof, as of the roebuck and as of the deer. Only ye shall not eat the blood. Ye shall pour it upon the earth with water, worth the earth as water. Ye may not eat therein within your gates the tithe of your grain, or of your wine, or of your oil, or of the firstlings of your herds, or the flock, nor any of your vows which you vow, nor your freewill offerings, nor your heave offerings of your hand. But you must eat them before Yahweh Elohim, in the place which Yahweh Elohim shall choose you, and your son, and your daughter, and your manservant, and your maidservant, and the Levii that is within your gates. You shall rejoice before Yahweh Elohim in all that you put your hands unto. Guard yourself that you forsake not the Levii as long as you live upon the earth. When Yahweh Elohim shall enlarge your border, as he has promised you, and you shall say, I will eat flesh, because your soul longs to eat flesh. You may eat flesh, whatsoever your soul lusts after. If the place which Yahweh Elohim has chosen to put his name there be too far from you, then you shall kill of your herd and your flock, which Yahweh has given you, as I have commanded you, and you shall eat in your gates whatsoever your soul lusts after. Even as the roebuck and the deer is eaten, so you shall eat them. The clean, the unclean, and the clean shall eat of them alike. Only be sure that you eat not the blood, for the blood is the life, and you may not eat the life with the flesh. You shall not eat it. You shall pour it upon the earth as water. You shall not eat it. that it may go well with you and your children after you, when you shall do that which is right in the sight of Yahweh. Only your holy things which you have and your vows you shall take and go into the place which Yahweh shall choose. And you shall offer your burnt offerings and the flesh and the blood upon the altar of Yahweh Eloheka, and the blood of your sacrifices shall be poured out upon the altar of Eloheka, and you shall eat the flesh. Guard and hear all these words which I command you, that it may go well with you, and with your children after you forever, when you do that which is good and right in the sight of Yahweh Eloheka. And when Yahweh Eloheka shall cut off the nations from before you, whither you go to possess them, and you succeed them, and dwell in their land, take heed to yourselves that you not be snared by following them, after that they be destroyed from before you, and that you inquire after their Elohim, saying, how do these nations serve their Elohim? Even so will I do likewise. You shall not do so unto Yahweh Eloheka, for every abomination to Yahweh which he hates have they done unto their Elohim. For even their sons and their daughters have they burnt in the fire to their Elohim. What thing soever I command you, guard to do it, and you shall not add thereto nor diminish from it. If there arise among you a prophet or a dreamer of dreams, and gives you a sign or a wonder, and the sign or the wonder comes to pass, whereof he spoke unto you, saying, let us go after other Elohim, which you have not known, and let us serve them. You shall not hearken unto the words of that prophet or that dreamer of dreams, for Yahweh Eloheka proves you to know whether you love Yahweh Eloheka with all your heart and with all your soul. Ye shall walk after Yahweh Eloheka and fear him, and guard his commandments, and obey his voice. Ye shall serve him and cleave unto him. And that prophet or that dreamer of dreams shall be put to death, because he has spoken to turn you away from Yahweh Eloheka, which brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim, to redeem you out of the house of bondage, to thrust you out of the way which Yahweh Eloheka commanded you to walk in. So shall you put the evil away from the midst of you. If your brother or your son, the son of your mother, or your son or daughter, or the woman of your bosom, or your friend, which is as your own soul, entice you secretly, saying, let us go and serve other Elohim, which you have not known, you or your fathers, namely the Elohim of the people which are round about you, nigh unto you, or far off from you, from the one end of the earth even unto the other end of the earth. You shall not consent unto him, nor hearken unto him, neither shall your eye pity him, neither shall you spare, neither shall you conceal him, but you shall surely kill him. Your hand shall be first upon him to put him to death, and afterwards the hand of all the people. And you shall stone him with stones, that he die, because he has sought to thrust you away from Yahweh Eloheka, which brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim, from the house of bondage. And all Yasharel shall hear and fear, and shall do no more any such wickedness as this is among you. If you shall hear and say in one of your cities, Yahweh Eloheka has given you to dwell there, saying, certain men, the children of Belial, are gone out from among you, and have withdrawn the inhabitants of their city, saying, let us go and serve other Elohim, which ye have not known. Then shall you inquire and make search, and ask diligently, and behold, if it be true, the the thing certain that such abomination was wrought among you, then you shall surely smite the inhabitants of that city with the edge of the sword, destroying it utterly, and all that is therein, and the cattle thereof, with the edge of the sword. And you shall gather all the spoil which is in the midst of the street thereof, and shall burn it with fire. You shall burn with fire the city, and with all the spoil thereof, every whit. For Yahweh Eloheka shall be and it shall be a heap forever, and it shall not be built again. And there shall cleave not of the cursed thing to your hand, that Yahweh may turn from the fierceness of his anger, and show you mercy, and have compassion upon you, and multiply you as he has sworn unto your fathers. When you shall hearken to the voice of Yahweh Eloheka, to guard all his commandments, which I command you this day, to do that which is right in the eyes of Yahweh Eloheka. 14. Ye are the children of Yahweh Eloheka. Ye shall not cut yourselves, nor make any baldness between your eyes for the dead. For you are a holy people unto Yahweh Eloheka. Yahweh has chosen you to be a peculiar people unto himself above all the nations that are upon the earth. You shall not eat any abominable thing. These are the beasts which ye shall not eat, which you shall eat: the ox, the sheep, the goat, the deer, the roebuck, the fallow deer, the wild goat, the pygar, the wild ox, and the chamois, and every beast that parts the hoof and cleaves the cleft into two claws, and chews the cud among the beasts, that ye shall eat. Nevertheless, these ye shall not eat of them that chew the cud, or of them that divide the cloven hoof, as the camel, and the hare, and the coney, for they chew the cud, but divide not the hoof. Therefore they are unclean unto you. And the swine, because it divides the hoof, yet chews not the cud, it is unclean unto you. You shall not eat their flesh, nor touch their dead carcass. These ye shall eat of all that are in the waters. All that have fins and scales shall ye eat. Whatsoever has not fins and scales, ye may not eat. It is unclean for you. Of all clean birds ye shall eat. But these are they of which you shall not eat: the eagle, the osprey, the gelding, the kite, the vulture after his kind, and every raven after his kind, the owl, and the nighthawk, and the cuckoo, and the hawk after his kind, the little owl, the great owl, the swan, the pelican, the gyre eagle, the cormorant, the stork, the heron after her kind, the lapwing, and the bat, and every creeping thing that flies is unclean unto you. They shall not be eaten. But of all clean fowls ye may eat. Ye shall not eat anything that dies of itself. You shall give it unto the stranger that is in your gates, that he may eat it. Or you may sell it to an alien. For you are a holy people unto Yahuwah Eloheka. You shall not see the kid in his mother's milk. You shall truly tithe all the increase of your seed, that the field brings forth year by year. You shall eat thereof, you shall eat before Yahuwah Eloheka in the place which he shall choose to place his name there, the tithe of your grain, of your wine, and of your oil, and the firstlings of your herd and of your flocks, that you may learn to fear Yahweh Eloheka always. And if the way be too long for you, so that you are not able to carry it, or if the place be too far from you, which Yahweh Eloheka shall choose to set his name there, when Yahweh Eloheka has blessed you, then shall you turn it into money, and bind up the money in your hand, and shall go unto the place which Yahweh Eloheka shall choose, and there shall bestow that money for whatever your soul lusts after, for oxen, or for sheep, or for wine, or for strong drink, or for whatever your soul desires, that you shall eat there before Yahweh Eloheka, and you shall rejoice, you and your household. And the Levii that is in your gates, you shall not forsake him, for he has no part nor inheritance with you. At the end of 3 years you shall bring forth all the tithe of your increase the same year, and shall lay it up within your gates. And the Levii, because he has no part nor inheritance with you, and the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow, which are within your gates, shall come and shall eat and be satisfied, that Yahweh Eloheka may bless you in all the work of your hand which you do.
Amen. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Jeremy, for being here with us today. Thank you. Brother Adam Roberge will be taking Deuteronomy 15 through 25, and I'll be finishing up Deuteronomy from 26 to 34. Okay, brother.
Deuteronomy 15. At the end of every 7 years you shall make a release, and this is the manner of the release. Every creditor that lends aught unto his neighbor shall release it. He shall not exact it of his neighbor or of his brother, because it is called Yahweh's release. Of a foreigner you may exact it again, but that which is yours with your brother your hand shall release. Save when there shall be no poor among you, for Yahweh shall greatly bless you in the land which Yahweh Eloheka gives you for an inheritance to possess it. Only if you carefully hearken unto the voice of Yahweh Eloheka, to guard to do all these commandments which I command you this day. For Yahweh Eloheka blesses you, as he promised you, and you shall lend unto many nations, but you shall not borrow, and you shall reign over many nations, but they shall not reign over you. If there be among you a poor man of one of your brethren within any of your gates in your land which Yahweh Eloheka gives you, you shall not harden your heart, nor shut your hand from your poor brother. But you shall open your hand wide unto him, and shall surely lend him sufficient for his need in that which he wants. Beware that there be not a thought in your wicked heart, saying, the 7th year, the year of release, is at hand, and your eye be evil against your poor brother, and you give him not, and he cry unto El Yahweh against you, and it be sin unto you. You shall surely give him, and your heart shall not be grieved when you give unto him, because that for this thing Yahweh Eloheka shall bless you in all your works, and in all that you put your hand unto. For the poor shall never cease out of the land. Therefore I command you, saying, you shall open your hand wide unto your brother, to your poor and to your needy in your land. If your brother, and every man or and every woman, be sold unto you, and serve you 6 years, then in the 7th year you shall let him go free from you. And when you send him out free from you, you shall not let him go away empty. You shall furnish him liberally out of your flock, and out of your floor, and out of your winepress. Of that wherewith Yahweh Eloheka has blessed you, you shall give unto him. And you shall remember that you were a bondman in the land of Mitzrayim, and Yahweh Eloheka redeemed you. Therefore I command you this thing today. And it shall be, If he say unto you, I will not go away from you, because he loves you in your house, because he is well with you, then you shall take an awl and thrust it through his ear unto the door, and he shall be your servant forever. And also unto your maidservant you shall do likewise. It shall not seem hard unto you when you send him away free from you, for he has been worth a double hired servant to you, in serving you 6 years, and Yahuwah Eloheka shall bless you in all that you do. All the firstling males that come of your herd and of your flock you shall sanctify unto Yahuwah Eloheka. You shall do no work with the firstling of your bullock, nor shear the firstling of your sheep. You shall eat it before Yahuwah Eloheka year by year in the place which Yahuwah shall choose, you and your household. And if there be any blemish therein, as if it be lame or blind, or have any ill blemish, you shall not sacrifice it unto Yahuwah Eloheka. You shall eat it within your gates. The unclean and the clean person shall eat it alike, as the roebuck and as the deer. Only you shall not eat the blood thereof. You shall pour it upon the ground as water. Deuteronomy 16. Guard the month of Aviv, and keep the Pekach unto Yahuwah Eloheka. For in the month of Aviv, Yahuwah Eloheka brought you forth out of Mitzrayim by night. You shall therefore sacrifice the Pekach unto Yahuwah Eloheka of the flock of the herd, in the place which Yahuwah shall choose to place his name there. You shall eat no chametz with it. 7 days shall you eat matzah therewith, even the bread of affliction. For you came forth out of the land of Mitzrayim in haste, that you may remember the day when you came forth out of the land of Mitzrayim all the days of your life. And there shall be no chametz seen with you in all your coasts 7 days. Neither shall there anything of your flesh which you sacrifice the first day at evening remain all night until the morning. You may not sacrifice the Pekach within any of your gates, which Yahuwah Eloheka gives you. But at the place which Yahuwah Eloheka shall choose to place his name in, there you shall sacrifice the Pekach at evening, at the going down of the sun, at the season that you came forth out of Mitzrayim. And you shall roast and eat it in the place which Yahuwah Eloheka shall choose, and you shall turn in the morning and go into your tents. 6 days you shall eat matzah, and on the 7th day shall be a solemn assembly to Yahuwah Eloheka. You shall do no work therein. 7 weeks shall you number unto you, beginning to number the 7 weeks from such time as you begin to put the sickle to the grain. And you shall keep the feast of Shavuot unto Yahuwah Eloheka with a tribute of a freewill offering of your hand, which you shall give unto Yahuwah Eloheka, according as Yahuwah Eloheka has blessed you. And you shall rejoice before Yahuwah Eloheka, you and your son and your daughter and your manservant and your maidservant, and the levy that is within your gate, and the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow that are among you, in the place which Yahuwah Eloheka has chosen to place his name there. You shall remember that you were a bondman in Mitzrayim, and you shall guard and do these statutes. You shall keep the feast of Sukkoth 7 days. After that you have gathered in your threshing floor and your wine. And you shall rejoice in your feast, you and your son and your daughter and your manservant and your maidservant and the levy and the stranger and the fatherless and the widow that are within your gates. 7 days shall you keep a solemn feast unto Yahuwah Eloheka in the place which Yahuwah shall choose, because Yahuwah Eloheka shall bless you in all your increase and in all your works of your hands. Therefore you shall surely rejoice. 3 times in a year shall all your males appear before Yahuwah Eloheka in the place which he shall choose, in the feast of Matzah, in the feast of Shavuot, in the feast of Sukkot, and they shall not appear before Yahuwah empty. Every man shall give as he is able, according to the blessing of Yahuwah Eloheka which he has given you. Judges and officers shall you make you in all your gates which Yahuwah Eloheka gives you throughout your tribes, and they shall judge the people with just judgment. You shall not wrest judgment, you shall not respect persons, neither take a gift, for a gift blinds the eyes of the wise and perverts the words of the righteous. That which is altogether just shall you follow, that you may live and inherit the land which Yahuwah Eloheka gives you. You shall not plant an Asherah pole of any trees near unto the altar of Yahuwah Eloheka, which you shall make. Neither shall you set up any image which Yahuwah Eloheka hates. Deuteronomy 17. You shall not sacrifice unto Yahuwah Eloheka any bullock or sheep wherein is blemish, or any evil favoredness, for that is an abomination unto Yahuwah Eloheka. If there be found among you within any of your gates which Yahuwah Eloheka gives you, man or woman, that has wrought wickedness in the sight of Yahuwah Eloheka in transgressing his covenant, and has gone and served other Elohim, and worshipped them, either the sun or moon, or any of the host of heaven, which I have not commanded. And it be told you, and you have heard of it, and inquired diligently, and behold, it be true, and the thing certain, that such abomination is wrought in Yasharel, then shall you bring forth that man or that woman which have committed that wicked thing unto your gates, even that man or that woman, and shall stone them with stones till they die. At the mouth of 2 witnesses or 3 witnesses shall he that is worthy of death be put to death, but at the mouth of 1 witness he shall not be put to death. The hands of the witnesses shall be first upon him to put him to death, and afterward the hands of all the people. So you shall put the evil away from among you. If there arise a matter too hard for you in judgment, between blood and blood, between plea and plea, and between stroke and stroke, being matters of controversy within your gates, then shall you arise and get you up unto the place which Yahuwah Eloheka shall choose, and you shall come unto the priest Levium, and unto the judge that shall be in those days, and inquire, and they shall show you the sentence of judgment. And you shall do according to the sentence which they of that place which Yahuwah shall choose shall show you, and you shall guard to do according to all that they inform you, according to the sentence of the Torah which they shall teach you, and according to the judgment which they shall tell you, and you shall do. You shall not decline from the sentence which they shall show you, to the right hand nor to the left. And the man that will do presumptuously, and will not hearken unto the priest that stands to minister there before Yahuwah Eloheka, or unto the judge, or even that man shall die, and you shall put away the evil from Yasharel. And all the people shall hear, and fear, and do no more presumptuously. When you are come into the land which Yahuwah Eloheka gives you, and shall possess it, and shall dwell therein, and shall say, I will set a king over me, like as all the nations that are about me. You shall in any wise set him king over you, whom Yahuwah Eloheka shall choose. One from among your brethren shall you set king over you. You may not set a stranger over you, which is not your brother. But he shall not multiply horses to himself, nor cause the people to return to Mitzrayim, to the end that he should multiply horses, for as much as Yahuwah has said unto you, you shall henceforth return no more that way. Neither shall he multiply women to himself, that his heart turn not away, neither shall he greatly multiply to himself silver and gold. And it shall be, when he sits upon the throne of his kingdom, that he shall write him a copy of this Torah and a sefer, out of that which is before the priests and the Levium, and it shall be with him, and he shall read therein all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear Yahuwah Eloheu, to guardeth all the words of this Torah and these statutes to do them, that his heart be not lifted up above his brethren, and that he turn not aside from the commandment to the right hand or to the left, to the end that he may prolong his days in his kingdom, he and his children in the midst of Yasharel. Deuteronomy chapter 18. The priests, the Levium, and all the tribe of Levi shall have no part nor inheritance with Yasharel. They shall eat the offerings of Yahuwah made by fire, and his inheritance. Therefore shall they have no inheritance among their brethren. Yahuwah is their inheritance, as he has said unto them. And this shall be the priest's due from the people, from them that offer a sacrifice, whether it be ox or sheep, and they shall give unto the priest the shoulder, and the 2 cheeks, and the maw. The firstling also of your grain, of your wine, and of your oil, and the first of the fleece of your sheep shall you give him. For Yahuwah Eloheka has chosen him out of all your tribes to stand to minister in the name of Yahuwah, him and his sons forever. And if a Levi come from any of your gates out of all Yasharel where he sojourned, and come with all the desire of his mind to the place which Yahuwah shall choose, Then he shall minister in the name of Yahuwah Eloheu, as all the brethren the Levium do, which stand there before Yahuwah. They shall have like portions to eat, beside that which comes of the sale of his patrimony. When you are come unto the land which Yahuwah Eloheka gives you, you shall not learn to do after the abominations of those nations. There shall not be found among you anyone that makes his son or his daughter to pass through the fire, or that uses divination, or one that practices sorcery, or an enchanter, or a witch, or a charmer, or a consulter with familiar spirits, or a wizard, or a necromancer. For all that do these things are an abomination unto Yahuwah, and because of these abominations Yahuwah Eloheka drives them out from before you. You shall be perfect with Yahuwah Eloheka. For these nations which you shall possess hearkened unto sorcerers and unto diviners, but as for you, Yahuwah Eloheka has not suffered you to do so. Yahuwah Eloheka will raise up unto you a prophet from the midst of you, of your brethren, like unto me, unto him ye shall hearken, according to all that you desire of Yahuwah Eloheka in Shorev, in the day of the assembly, saying, Let me not hear again the voice of Yahuwah Elohai, neither let me see this great fire any more, that I die not. And Yahuwah said unto me, They have well spoke that which they have spoken. I will raise them up a prophet from among their brethren, like unto you, and I will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak unto them all that I shall command him. And it shall come to pass that whosoever will not hearken unto my words, which he shall speak in my name, I will require it of him. But the prophet, which shall presume to speak a word in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or that shall speak in the name of other Elohim, even that prophet shall die. And if you say in your heart, How shall we know the word which Yahuwah has not spoken? When a prophet speaks in the name of Yahuwah, if the thing follow not, nor come to pass, that is the thing which Yahuwah has not spoken, but the prophet has spoken it presumptuously. You shall not be afraid of him. Deuteronomy 19. When Yahuwah Eloheka has cut off the nations, whose land Yahuwah Eloheka gives you, and you succeed them, and dwell in their cities and in their houses, you shall separate 3 cities for you in the midst of your land, which Yahuwah Eloheka gives you to possess it. You shall prepare a way and divide the coast of your land, which Yahuwah Eloheka gives you to inherit, into 3 parts, that every slayer may flee thither. And this is the case of the slayer, which shall flee thither, that he may live. Whoso kills his neighbor ignorantly, whom he hated not in time past, as when a man goes into the wood with his neighbor to hew wood, and his hand fetches a stroke with the axe to cut down the tree, and the head slips from the helve, and lights upon his neighbor, that he die, he shall flee into one of these cities and live. Lest the avenger of blood pursue the slayer, while his heart is hot, and overtake him, because the way is long, and slay him, whereas he was not worthy of death, inasmuch as he hated him not in times past. Wherefore I command you, saying, You shall separate 3 cities for you. And if Yahuwah Eloheka enlarge your coast, as he has sworn unto your fathers, and give you all the land which he promised to give unto your fathers, if you shall guard all these commandments to do them, which I command you this day, to love Yahuwah Eloheka, and to walk ever in his ways, then shall you add 3 cities more for you, besides these 3, that innocent blood be not shed in your land, which Yahuwah Eloheka gives you for an inheritance, and so blood be upon you. But if any man hate his neighbor, and lie in wait for him, and rise up against him, and smite him mortally, that he die, and flees into one of these cities, then the elders of his city shall send and fetch him thence there, and deliver him unto the hand of the avenger of blood, that he may die. Your eye shall not pity him, but you shall put away the guilt of innocent blood from Yasharel, that it may go well with you. You shall not remove your neighbor's landmark, which they of old time have set in your inheritance, which you shall inherit in the land which Yahuwah Eloheka gives you to possess it. 1 witness shall not rise up against a man for any iniquity, or for any sin, in any sin that he sins, at the mouth of 2 witnesses, or at the mouth of 3 witnesses shall the matter be established. If a false witness rise up against any man to testify against him that which is wrong, then both the men between whom the controversy is shall stand before Yahweh, before the priests and the judges, which shall be in those days, and the judges shall make diligent inquisition. And behold, if the witness be a false witness and has testified falsely against his brother, then shall you do unto him as he had thought to have done unto his brother. So shall you put the evil away from among you. And those which remain shall hear and fear, and shall henceforth commit no more any such evil among you. And your eye shall not pity, but life shall go for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. Deuteronomy chapter 20. When you go out to battle against your enemies and see horses and chariots and a people more than you, be not afraid of them, for Yahweh Eloheka is with you, which brought you up out of the land of Mitzrayim. And it shall be, when you are come nigh unto the battle, that the priest shall approach and speak unto the people, and he shall say unto them, Hear, O Yasharel, ye approach this day unto battle against your enemies. Let not your hearts faint, fear not, and do not tremble, neither be ye terrified because of them. For Yahweh Eloheka is he that goes with you, to fight for you against your enemies, to save you. And the officers shall speak unto the people, saying, What man is there that has built a new house and has not dedicated it? Let him go and return to his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man dedicate it. And what man is he that has planted a vineyard and has not yet eaten of it? Let him also go and return unto his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man eat of it. And what man is there that has betrothed the woman and has not taken her? Let him go and return unto his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man take her. And the officers shall speak further unto the people, and they shall say, What man is there that is fearful and faint-hearted? Let him go and return unto his house, lest his brethren's heart faint as well as his heart. And it shall be, when the officers have made an end of speaking unto the people, that they shall make captains of the armies to lead the people. When you come nigh unto a city to fight against it, then proclaim peace unto it. And it shall be, if it make you answer of peace and open unto you, then it shall be that all the people that is found therein shall be tributaries unto you, and they shall serve you. And if it will make no peace with you, but will make war against you, then you shall besiege it. And when Yahweh Eloheka has delivered unto you into your hands, you shall smite every male thereof with the edge of the sword. But the women, and the little ones, and the cattle, and all that is in the city, even all the spoil thereof, shall you take unto yourself, and you shall eat the spoil of your enemies, which Yahweh Eloheka has given you. Thus shall you do unto all the cities which are very far off from you, which are not of the cities of these nations, but of the cities of these people, which Yahweh Eloheka gives you for an inheritance. You shall save alive nothing that breathes, but you shall utterly destroy them, namely the Chittim, and the Amorim, the Kenim, and the Perizim, and the Chivim, and the Yebusim, as Yahweh Eloheka has commanded you, that they teach you not to do after all their abominations, which they have done unto their Elohim, so should ye sin against Yahweh Eloheka. When you shall besiege a city a long time in making war against it to take it, you shall not destroy the trees thereof by forcing an axe against them, for you may eat of them, and you shall not cut them down to employ them in the siege. Only the trees which you know that they be not trees for meat, you shall destroy and cut them down, and you shall build bulwarks against the city that makes war with you until it be subdued. Deuteronomy chapter 21. If one be found slain in the land which Yahweh Eloheka gives you to possess it, lying in the field, and it be not known who has slain him, then your elders and your judges shall come forth, and they shall measure unto the cities which are round about him that is slain. And it shall be that the city which is next unto the slain man, even the elders of that city shall take a heifer, which has not been wrought with, and which is not drawn in the yoke, and the elders of that city shall bring down that heifer into a rough valley, which is neither eared nor sown, and shall strike off the heifer's neck there in the valley, And the priests, the sons of Levi, shall come near, for them Yahuwah Eloheka has chosen to minister unto him, and to bless in the name of Yahuwah, and by their word shall every controversy and every stroke be tried. And all the elders of that city that are next unto the slain man shall watheth their hands over the heifer that is beheaded in the valley, and they shall answer and say, Our hands have not shed this blood, neither have our eyes seen it. Be merciful, O Yahuwah, unto your people Yasharel, whom you have redeemed, and lay not innocent blood unto your people of Yasharel's charge, and the blood shall be forgiven them. So shall you put away the guilt of innocent blood from among you, when you shall do that which is right in the sight of Yahuwah. When you go forth to war against your enemies, and Yahuwah Eloheka has delivered them unto your hands, and you have taken them captive, and see among the captives a beautiful woman, and have a desire unto her, that you would have her to be your woman, then you shall bring her home to your house, and she shall shave her head, and pare her nails, and she shall put the raiment of her captivity from off her, and shall remain in your house, and bewail her father and her mother a full month, and after that you shall go in unto her, and be her man, and she shall be your woman. And it shall be, if you have no delight in her, that you shall let her go whither she will, but you shall not sell her at all for money. You shall not make merchandise of her, because you have humbled her. If any man have two women, one beloved and another hated, and they have borne him children, both the beloved and the hated, and if the firstborn son be hers that was hated, then it shall be, when he makes his sons to inherit that which he has, that he may not make the son of the beloved firstborn before the son of the hated, which is indeed the firstborn. But he shall acknowledge the son of the hated for the firstborn, by giving him a double portion of all that he has, for he is the beginning of his strength, the right of the firstborn is his. If a man have a stubborn and rebellious son, which will not obey the voice of his father, or the voice of his mother, and that, when they have chastened him, will not hearken unto them, then shall his father and his mother lay hold on him, and bring him unto the elders of his city, and unto the gate of his place, and they shall say unto the elders of his city, This our son is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey our voice. He is a glutton and a drunkard. And all the men of his city shall stone him with stones, that he die. So shall you put evil away from among you, and all Yasharel shall hear and fear. And if a man have committed a sin worthy of death, and he be put to death, and you hang him on a tree, his body shall not remain all night upon the tree, but you shall in any wise bury him that day. For he that is hanged is accursed of Elohim, that your land be not defiled, which Yahuwah Eloheka gives you for an inheritance. Deuteronomy chapter 22. You shall not see your brother's ox or his sheep go astray, and hide yourself from them. You shall in any case bring them again unto your brother. And if your brother be not nigh unto you, or if you know him not, then you shall bring it unto your own house, and it shall be with you until your brother seek after it, and you shall restore it to him again. In like manner shall you do with his ass, and so shall you do with his raiment, and with all lost thing of your brother's, which he has lost and you have found, shall you do likewise. You may not hide yourself. You shall not see your brother's ass or his ox fall down by the way, and hide yourself from them. You shall surely help him to lift them up. The women shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man, neither shall a man put on a woman's garment, for all that do so are an abomination unto Yahuwah Eloheka. If a bird's nest chance to be before you in the way in any tree, or on the ground, whether they be young ones, or eggs, and the dam sitting upon the young, or upon the eggs, you shall not take the dam with the young. But you shall in any wise let the dam go, and take the young to you, that it may be well with you, and that you may prolong your days. When you build a new house, then you shall make a battlement for your roof, that you bring not blood upon your house, if any man fall from thence. You shall not sow your vineyard with diverse seeds, lest the fruit of your seed which you have sown and the fruit of your vineyard be defiled. You shall not plow with an ox and an ass together. You shall not wear a garment of diverse sorts, as of woolen and linen together. You shall make fringes upon the four quarters of your vesture, wherewith you cover yourself. If any man take a woman and go in unto her and hate her, and give occasion of speech against her, and bring up an evil name upon her, and say, I took this woman, and when I came to her, I found her not a maid, then shall the father of the damsel and her mother take and bring forth the tokens of the damsel's virginity unto the elders of the city in the gate. And the damsel's father shall say unto the elders, I gave my daughter unto this man to be his woman, and he hates her. And lo, he has given occasions of speech against her, saying, I found not your daughter a maid, and yet these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity. And they shall spread the cloth before the elders of the city, and the elders of that city shall take that man and chastise him, and they shall immerse him in 100 shekels of silver, and give them unto the father of the damsel, because he has brought up an evil name upon a virgin of Yasharel, and she shall be his woman, and he may not put her away all his days. But if this thing be true, and the tokens of virginity be not found for the damsel, then they shall bring out the damsel to the door of her father's house, and the men of her city shall stone her with stones that she die, because she has wrought folly in Yasharel, to play the whore in her father's house. So shall you put evil away from among you. If a man be found lying with a woman married to a man, then they shall both of them die, both the man that lay with the woman and the woman. So shall you put evil away from Yasharel. If a damsel that is a virgin be betrothed unto a man, and a man find her in the city and lie with her, then ye shall bring them both out unto the gate of that city, and ye shall stone them with stones that they die. The damsel, because she cried not, being in the city, and the man, because he has humbled his neighbor's woman. So you shall put away evil from among you. But if a man find a betrothed damsel in the field, and the man force her and lie with her, then the man only that lay with her shall die. But unto the damsel you shall do nothing. There is in the damsel no sin worthy of death. For as when a man rises against his neighbor and slays him, even so is this matter. For he found her in the field, and the betrothed damsel cried, and there was none to save her. If a man find a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed, and lay hold on her, and lie with her, and they be found, then the man that lay with her shall give unto the damsel's father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his woman, because he has humbled her. He may not put her away all his days. A man shall not take his father's woman, nor discover his father's skirt. Deuteronomy chapter 23. He that is wounded in the stones, or has his privy member cut off, shall not enter into the assembly of Yasharel. A bastard shall not enter into the assembly of Yahweh. Even to the 10th generation shall he not enter into the assembly of Yahweh. An Ammoni or a Moabite shall not enter into the assembly of Yahweh. Even to the 10th generation shall they not enter into the assembly of Yahweh forever. Because they met you not with bread and with water in the way when ye came forth out of Mitzrayim, and because they hired against you Bileam the son of Beor of Pethor of Aram Naharaim to curse you. Nevertheless, Yahuwah Elohecum would not hearken unto Balaam, but Yahuwah Eloheka turned the curse into a blessing unto you, because Yahuwah Eloheka loved you. You shall not seek their peace nor their prosperity all your days forever. You shall not abhor an Edomite, for he is your brother. You shall not abhor a Mitzri, because you are a stranger in his land. The children that are begotten of them shall enter into the assembly of Yahuwah in their 3rd generation. When the host goes forth against your enemy, then guard you from every wicked thing. If there be among you any man that is not clean by reason of an uncleanliness that chances him by night, then shall he go abroad out of the camp. He shall not come within the camp. But it shall be, when evening comes, he shall wash himself with water, and when the sun is down, he ye shall come unto the camp again. You shall have a place also without the camp, whether you shall go forth abroad. And you shall have a paddle upon your weapon, and it shall be, when you will ease yourself abroad, you shall dig therewith, and shall turn back and cover that which comes from you. For Yahuwah Eloheka walks in the midst of your camp to deliver you, and to give up your enemies before you. Therefore shall your camp be holy, that he see no unclean thing in you, and turn away from you. You shall not deliver unto his master the servant which is escaped from his master unto you. He shall dwell with you, even among you, in that place which he shall choose, in one of your gates, where he likes him best. You shall not oppress him. There shall be no whore of the daughters of Yasharel, nor a sodomy of the sons of Yasharel. You shall not bring the hire of a whore, or the price of a dog, unto the house of Yahuwah Eloheka for any vow, for even both these are abomination unto Yahuwah Eloheka. You shall not lend upon usury to your brother, usury of money, usury of victuals, usury of anything that is lent upon usury. Unto a stranger you may lend upon usury, but unto your brother you shall not lend upon usury, that Yahuwah Eloheka may bless you in all that you set your hand to in the land, whether you go to possess it. When you shall vow a vow unto Yahuwah Eloheka, you shall not slack to pay it, for Yahuwah Eloheka will surely require it of you, and it will be sin in you. But if you shall forbear to vow, it shall be no sin in you. That which is gone out of your lips you shall guard and perform, even a freewill offering, according as you have vowed unto Yahuwah Eloheka, which you have promised with your mouth. When you come unto your neighbor's vineyard, then you may eat grapes your fill at your own pleasure, but you shall not put any in your vessel. When you come unto the standing grain of your neighbors, then you may pluck the ears with your hand, but you shall not move a sickle unto your neighbor's standing grain. Deuteronomy 24. When a man has taken a woman and married her, and it comes to pass that she find no favor in his eyes, because he has found some uncleanliness in her, then let him write her a sefer of divorcement, and give it in her hand, and send her out of his house. And when she is departed out of his house, she may go and be another man's woman. And if the latter man hate her, and write her a sefer of divorcement, and gives it in her hand, and sends her out of his house, or if the latter man die, which took her to be his woman, her former man, which sent her away, may not take her again to be his woman. After that she is defiled, for that is abomination before Yahuwah, and you shall not cause the land to sin, which Yahuwah Eloheka gives you for an inheritance. When a man has taken a new woman, he shall not go out to war, neither shall he be charged with any business, but he shall be free at home 1 year, and shall cheer up his woman which he has taken. No man shall take the nether or the upper millstone to pledge, for he takes a man's life to pledge. If a man be found stealing any of his brethren of the children of Yasharel, and makes merchandise of them, or sells them, then that thief shall die, and you shall put evil away from among you. Take heed in the plague of leprosy, that you guard diligently, and do according to all that the priests, the Levium, shall teach you, as I commanded them, so you shall guard to do. Remember what Yahuwah Eloheka did unto Miriam by the way, after that you were come forth out of Mitzrayim. When you lend your brother anything, you shall not go into his house to fetch his pledge. You shall stand abroad, and the man to whom you lent shall bring out the pledge abroad unto you. And if a man be poor, you shall not sleep with his pledge. In any case, you shall deliver him the pledge again when the sun goes down, that he may sleep in his own raiment, and bless you, and it shall be righteousness unto you before Yahuwah Eloheka. You shall not oppress a hired servant that is poor and needy, whether he be of your brethren, or of your strangers that are in your land within your gates. At his day you shall give him his hire, neither shall the sun go down upon it, for he is poor, and sets his heart upon it, lest he cry against you unto El Yahuwah, and it be sin unto you. The fathers shall not be put to death for the children, neither shall the children be put to death for the fathers. Every man shall be put to death for his own sin. You shall not pervert the judgment of the stranger, nor of the fatherless, nor take a widow's raiment to pledge. But you shall remember that you were a bondman in Mitzrayim, and Yahuwah Eloheka redeemed you thence. Therefore I command you to do this thing. When you cut down your harvest in the field and have forgot a sheaf in the field, you shall not go again to fetch it. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow, that Yahuwah Eloheka may bless you in all the work of your hands. When you beat your olive tree, you shall not go over the boughs again. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow. When you gather the grapes of your vineyard, you shall not glean it afterwards. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow. And you shall remember that you were a bondman in the land of Mitzrayim. Therefore I command you to do this thing. Deuteronomy chapter 25. If there be a controversy between men, and they come unto judgment, that the judges may judge them, then they shall justify the righteous and condemn the wicked. And it shall be, if the wicked man be worthy to be beaten, that the judge shall cause him to lie down and to be beaten before his face, according to his fault, by a certain number. 40 stripes he may give him, and not exceed, lest, if he should exceed, and beat him above those with many stripes, then your brother should seem vile unto you. You shall not muzzle the ox when he treads out the grain. If brethren dwell together, and one of them die and have no child, the woman of the dead shall not marry without unto a stranger. Her man's brother shall go in unto her, and take her to him to be his woman, and perform the duty of a man's brother unto her. And it shall be that the firstborn which he bears shall succeed in the name of his brother which is dead, that his name be not put out of Yasharel. And if the man like not to take his brother's woman, then let his brother's woman go up to the gate unto the elders and say, My man's brother refuses to raise up his brother unto his brother a name in Yasharel. He will not perform the duty of my man's brother. Then the elders of his city shall call him and speak unto him. And if he stand to it and say, I like not to take her, then shall his brother's woman come unto him in the presence of the elders, and loose his shoe from off his foot, and spit in his face, and shall answer and say, So shall it be done unto that man that will not build up his brother's house. And his name shall be called in Yasharel, the house of him that has his shoe loosed. When men strive together one with another, and the woman of the one draws near for to deliver her man out of the hand of him that smites him, and he puts forth her hand, and takes him by the secrets, then you shall cut off her hand. Your eye shall not pity her. You shall not have in your bag diverse weights, a great and a small. You shall not have in your house diverse measures, a great and a small. But you shall have a perfect and a just weight. A perfect and a just measure shall you have, that your days may be lengthened in the land which Yahuwah Eloheka gives you. For all that do such things, and all that do unrighteousness, are an abomination unto Yahuwah Eloheka. Remember what Amalek did unto you by the way, when you were come forth out of Mitzrayim, how he met you by the way, and smote the hindmost of you, even all that were feeble behind you, when you were faint and weary, and he feared not Elohim. Therefore it shall be, when Yahuwah Eloheka has given you rest from all your enemies round about, in the land which Yahuwah Eloheka gives you for an inheritance to possess it, that you shall blot out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven. You shall not forget it. Deuteronomy chapter 26. And it shall be, when you are come in unto the land which Yahuwah Eloheka gives you for an inheritance, and possess it, and dwell therein, that you shall take of the first of all the fruit of the earth, which you shall bring in of your land that Yahuwah Eloheka gives you, and shall put in a basket, and shall go unto the place which Yahuwah Eloheka shall choose to place his name there. And you shall go unto the priest that shall be in those days, and say unto him, I profess this day that unto Yahuwah Eloheka, that I am come unto the country which Yahuwah swore unto our fathers for to give us. And the priest shall take the basket out of your hand, and set it down before the altar of Yahuwah Eloheka. And you shall speak and say before Yahuwah Eloheka, and Arami ready to perish was my father, and he went down to Mitzrayim and sojourned there with a few, and became there a nation, great, mighty, and populous. And the Mitzrayim evil entreated us, and afflicted us, and laid upon us hard bondage. And when we cried unto Yahuwah Elohai of our fathers, Yahuwah heard our voice, and looked on our affliction, and our labor, and our oppression. And Yahuwah brought us forth out of Mitzrayim with a mighty hand, and with an outstretched arm, and with great terribleness, and with signs, and with wonders. And he has brought us unto this place, and has given us this land, even a land that flows with milk and honey. And now, behold, I have brought this, the first fruits of the land, which you, O Yahuwah, have given me. And you shall set it before Yahuwah Eloheka, and worship before Yahuwah Eloheka. And you shall rejoice in every good thing which Yahuwah Eloheka has given unto you, and unto your house, you, and the Levium, and the stranger that is among you. When you have made an end of tithing, all the tithes of your increase the third year, which is the year of tithing, and have given it unto the levy, the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow, that they may eat within your gates and be filled. Then you shall say before Yahuwah Eloheka, I have brought away the hallowed things out of my house, and also have given them unto the levy, and unto the stranger, to the fatherless, to the widow, according to all your commandments which you have commanded me. I have not transgressed your commandments, neither have I forgotten them. I have not eaten thereof in my mourning, neither have I taken away aught thereof for any unclean use, nor given aught thereof for the dead, but I have hearkened to the voice of Yahuwah Elohai, and I have done according to all that you have commanded me. Look down from your holy habitation, from heaven, and bless your people Yasharel, and the land which you have given us, as you swore unto our fathers, a land that flows with milk and honey. This day Yahuwah Eloheka has commanded you to do these commandments and these judgments. You shall therefore guard and do them with all your heart and with all your soul. You have avouched Yahuwah this day to be your Elohim, and to walk in his ways, and to guard his statutes and his commandments and his judgments, and to hearken unto his voice. And Yahuwah has avouched you this day to be his peculiar people, as he has promised you, and that you should guard all his commandments, and to make you high above all nations which he has made, in praise and in name and in honor, and that you may be a holy people unto Yahuwah Eloheka, as he has spoken. Deuteronomy chapter 27. And Moshe with the elders of Yasharel commanded the people, saying, Guard all the commandments which I command you this day. And it shall be on the day when you shall pass over the Yarden into the land which Yahuwah Eloheka gives you, that you shall set up great stones, and plaster them with plaster. And you shall write upon them all the words of his Torah, when you are passed over, that you may go unto the land which Yahuwah Eloheka gives you, a land that flows with milk and honey, as Yahuwah Elohai of your fathers has promised you. Therefore it shall be when you are gone over the Yarden, that you shall set up these stones which I command you this day in Mount Aval, and you shall plaster them with plaster. And there shall you build an altar unto Yahuwah Eloheka, an altar of stones. You shall not lift up any iron tool upon them. You shall bring the altar of Yahuwah Eloheka of whole stones, and you shall offer burnt offerings thereon unto Yahuwah Eloheka. And you shall offer peace offerings, and you shall eat there, and rejoice before Yahuwah Eloheka. And you shall write upon the stones all the words of this Torah very plainly. And Moshe and the priests Levium spoke unto all Yasharel, saying, Take heed and hearken, O Yasharel. This day you are become the people of Yahuwah Eloheka. You shall therefore obey the voice of Yahuwah Eloheka, and do his commandments and his statutes, which I command you this day. And Moshe charged the people the same day, saying, These shall stand upon Mount Gezerim to bless the people. When you are come over the Yarden, Shimeon and Levi and Yehuda and Yishkar and Joseph and Benjamin, and these shall stand upon Mount Erval to curse, where Reuben and Gad and Asher and Zebulun and Dan and Naphtali. And the Levian shall speak, and saying to all the men of Yasharel with a loud voice, Cursed be the man that makes any graven or molten image, an abomination unto Yahuwah, the work of the hand of the craftsman, and puts it in a secret place. And all the people shall answer and say, Amen. Cursed be he that sets light by his father or his mother, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that removes his neighbor's landmark, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that makes the blind to wander out of the way, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that perverts the judgment of the stranger, fatherless, and widow, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that lies with his father's woman, because he uncovers his father's skirt, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that lies with any manner of beast, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that lies with his sister, the daughter of his father, or the daughter of his mother, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that lies with his mother-in-law, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that smites his neighbor secretly, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that takes reward to slay an innocent person, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that confirms not all the words of this Torah to do them, and all the people shall say, Amen. Deuteronomy chapter 28. And it shall come to pass, if you shall hearken diligently unto the voice of Yahuwah Eloheka, to guard and to do all his commandments which I command you this day, that Yahuwah Eloheka will set you on high above all nations of the earth. And all these blessings shall come on you, and overtake you, if you shall hearken unto the voice of Yahuwah Eloheka. Blessed shall you be in the city, and blessed shall you be in the field. Blessed shall be the fruit of your body, and the fruit of your ground, and the fruit of your cattle, the increase of your kind, and the flocks of your sheep. Blessed shall be your basket and your store. Blessed shall you be when you come in, and blessed shall you be when you go out. Yahuwah shall cause your enemies that rise up against you to be smitten before your face. They shall come out against you one way, and flee before you 7 ways. Yahuwah shall command the blessing upon you in your storehouses, and in all that you set your hand unto, and he shall bless you in the land which Yahuwah Eloheka gives you. Yahuwah shall establish you a holy people unto himself, as he has sworn unto you, if you shall guard the commandments of Yahuwah Eloheka and walk in his ways. And all people of the earth shall see that you are called by the name of Yahuwah, and they shall be afraid of you. And Yahuwah shall make you plenteous in goods, and in the fruit of your body, and in the fruit of your cattle, and in the fruit of your ground, in the land which Yahuwah swore unto your fathers to give you. Yahuwah shall open unto you his good treasure, the heavens to give the rain unto your land in his season, and to bless all the work of your hand, and you shall lend unto many nations, and you shall not borrow. And Yahuwah shall make you the head, and not the tail, and you shall be above only, and you shall not be beneath. If that you hearken unto the commandments of Yahuwah Eloheka, which I command you this day, to guard and to do them. And you shall not go aside from any of the words which I command you this day, to the right hand or to the left, to go after other Elohim to serve them. But it shall come to pass, if you will not hearken unto the voice of Yahuwah Eloheka, to guard to do all his commandments and his statutes which I command you this day, that all these curses shall come upon you and overtake you. Cursed shall you be in the city, and cursed shall you be in the field. Cursed shall be your basket and your store. Cursed shall be the fruit of your body, and the fruit of your land, the increase of your kind, and the flocks of your sheep. Cursed shall you be when you come in, and cursed shall you be when you go out. Yahuwah shall send upon you cursing, vexation, and rebuke, in all that you set your hand unto for to do, until you be destroyed, and until you perish quickly, because of the wickedness of your doings, whereby you have forsaken me. Yahuwah shall make the pestilence cleave unto you, until he have consumed you from off the land, whether you go to possess it. Yahuwah shall smite you with a consumption, and with a fever, and with an inflammation, and with an extreme burning, and with the sword, and with blasting, and with mildew, and they shall pursue you until you perish. And your heaven that is over your head shall be brass, and the earth that is under you shall be iron. Yahuwah shall make the rain of your land powder and dust. From heaven shall it come down upon you until you be destroyed. Yahuwah shall cause you to be smitten before your enemies, and you shall go out one way against them, and flee 7 ways before them, and shall be removed unto all the kingdoms of the earth. And your carcass shall be meat unto all fowl of the air, and unto the beasts of the earth, and no man shall fray them away. Yahuwah will smite you with the botch of Mitzrayim, and with the tumors, and with the scab, and with the itch, whereof you cannot be healed. Yahuwah shall smite you with madness, and blindness, and astonishment of heart. And you shall grope at noonday, as the blind gropes in darkness, and you shall not prosper in your ways, and you shall be only oppressed and spoiled evermore, and no man shall save you. You shall betroth a woman, and another man shall lie with her. You shall build a house, and you shall not dwell therein. You shall plant a vineyard, and shall not gather the grapes thereof. Your ox shall be slain before your eyes, and you shall not eat thereof. Your ass shall be violently taken away from before your face, and shall not be restored to you. Your sheep shall be given unto your enemies, and you shall have none to rescue them. Your sons and your daughters shall be given unto another people, and your eyes shall look and fail with longing for them all the day long, and there shall be no might in your hand. The fruit of your land and all your labors shall a nation which you know not eat up, and you shall be only oppressed and crushed away always. So that you shall be mad for the sight of your eyes which you shall see. Yahuwah shall smite you in your knees, in the knees, and in the legs, with a sore botch that cannot be healed, from the sole of your foot unto the top of your head. Yahuwah shall bring you, and your king which you shall set over you, unto a nation which neither you nor your fathers have known, and there shall you serve other Elohim, wood and stone. And you shall become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword among all nations whither Yahuwah shall lead you. You shall carry much seed out into the field, and shall gather but little in, for the locust shall consume it. You shall plant vineyards and dress them, but shall neither drink of the wine, nor gather the grapes, for the worms shall eat them. You shall have only olive trees throughout all your coasts, but you shall not anoint yourself with the oil, for your olive shall cast his fruit. You shall beget sons and daughters, but you shall not enjoy them, for they shall go into captivity. All your trees and the fruit of your land shall the locust consume. The stranger that is within you shall get up above you very high, and you shall come down very low. He shall lend to you, and you shall not lend to him. He shall be the head, and you shall be the tail. Moreover, all these curses shall come upon you, and shall pursue you, and overtake you, till you be destroyed, because you hearkened not unto the voice of Yahuwah Eloheka, to guard his commandments and his statutes, which he commanded you. And they shall be upon you for a sign and for a wonder, and upon your seed forever. Because you served not Yahuwah Eloheka with joyfulness and with gladness of heart, for the abundance of all things. Therefore shall you serve your enemies, which Yahuwah shall send against you, in hunger, and in thirst, and in nakedness, and in want of all things, and he shall put a yoke of iron upon your neck, until he have destroyed you. Yahuwah shall bring a nation against you from afar, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flies, a nation whose tongue you shall not understand, a nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of the old, nor show favor to the young. And he shall eat the fruit of your cattle, and the fruit of your land, until you be destroyed, which also shall not leave you either grain, wine, or oil, or the increase of your kind, or flocks of your sheep, until he have destroyed you. And he shall besiege you in all your gates, until your high and fenced walls come down, wherein you trusted, throughout all your land. And he shall besiege you in all your gates throughout all your land, which Yahuwah Eloheka has given you. And you shall eat the fruit of your own body, the flesh of your sons and of your daughters, which Yahweh Elohim has given you in the siege and in the straitness, wherewith your enemies shall distress you. So that the man that is tender among you and very delicate, his eye shall be evil toward his brother, and toward the woman of his bosom, and toward the remnant of his children which he shall leave, so that he will not give to any of them of the flesh of his children whom he shall eat, because he has nothing left him in the siege and in the straitness, wherewith your enemies shall distress you in all your gates. The tender and the delicate woman among you, which would not adventure to set the sole of her foot upon the ground for delicateness and tenderness, her eye shall be evil toward the man of her bosom, and toward her son, and toward her daughter, and toward her young one that comes out from between her feet, and toward her children which she shall bear, for she shall eat them for want of all things secretly in the siege and straitness, wherewith your enemies shall distress you in your gates. If you will not guard to do all the words of this Torah that are written in this Sefer, that you may fear this glorious and fearful name, Yahweh Eloheka, then Yahweh will make your plagues wonderful, and the plagues of your seed even great plagues, and of long continuance, and sore sickness, and of long continuance. Moreover, he will bring upon you all the diseases of the Mitzrayim, which you were afraid of, and they shall cleave unto you. Also every sickness and every plague, which is not written in the Sefer of this Torah, them will Yahweh bring unto you until you be destroyed. And you shall be left few in number, whereas ye were at the stars of heaven for multitude, because you would not obey the voice of Yahweh Eloheka. And it shall come to pass that as Yahweh rejoice over you to do good, and to multiply you, so Yahweh will rejoice over you to destroy you, and to bring you to naught, and ye shall be plucked from off the land whither you go to possess it. And Yahweh shall scatter you amongst all the people, from one end of the earth even unto the other, and there you shall serve other Elohim, which neither you nor your fathers have known, even wood and stone. And among these nations shall you find no ease, neither shall the sole of your foot have rest, but Yahweh shall give you there a trembling heart, and failing of eyes, and sorrow of mind. And your life shall hang in doubt before you, and you shall fear day and night, and you shall have none assurances of your life. In the morning you shall say, would to Elohim it were evening, and at evening you shall say, would to Elohim it were morning, for the fear of your heart wherewith you shall fear, and for the sight of your eyes which you shall see. And Yahuwah shall bring you unto Mitzrayim again with ships, by the way whereof I spoke unto you. You shall see it no more again, and there you shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy it.
Okay, Deuteronomy chapter 29. These are the words of the covenant which Yahweh commanded Moshe to cut with the children of Yisrael in the land of Moab, beside the covenant which he cut with them in Horeb. And Moshe called unto all Yisrael, and said unto them, Ye have seen all that Yahweh did before your eyes in the land of Mitzrayim unto Pharaoh, and unto all his servants, and unto all his land. These great temptations which your eyes have seen, the signs, and those great miracles. Yet Yahweh has not given you a heart to perceive, and eyes to see, and ears to hear unto this day. And I have led you 40 years in the wilderness. Your clothes are not waxen old upon you, and your shoe is not waxen old upon your foot. Ye have not eaten bread, neither have ye drunk wine or strong drink, that ye might know that I am Yahweh Elohim. And when ye came unto this place, Sihon, the king of Heshbon, and Og, king of Bashan, came out against us unto battle, and we smote them. And we took their land, and gave it for inheritance unto the Revanim, and unto the Gadim, and unto the half-tribe of Manasseh. Guard therefore the words of this covenant, and do them, that ye may prosper in all that you do. Ye stand this day, all of you, before Yahweh Elohim, your captains of your tribes, your elders, and your officers, with all the men of Yisrael, your little ones, your women, and your stranger that is in your camp, from the hewer of your wood unto the drawer of your water, that you should enter into covenant with Yahweh Elohika, and into his oath which Yahweh Elohika cuts with you this day, that he may establish you today for a people unto himself, that he may be unto you Elohim, as he has said unto you, and as he has sworn unto your fathers, to Abraham, to Yitzchak, and to Yaakov. Neither with you only do I cut this covenant and this oath, but with him that stands here with us today before Yahweh Eloheinu, and also with him that is not here with us this day. For ye know how we dwelt in the land of Mitzrayim, and how we came through the nations which ye passed by. And ye have seen their abominations, and their idols, wood, and stone, and silver, and gold, which were among them, lest there should be among you man or woman, or family, or tribe, whose heart turns away this day from Yahweh Eloheinu, to go and serve the Elohai of these nations, lest there should be among you a root that bears gall and wormwood. And it come to pass, when he hears the words of this curse, that he bless himself in his heart, saying, I shall have peace, though I walk in the imagination of my heart, to add drunkenness to thirst. Yahweh will not spare him, but then the anger of Yahweh and his jealousy shall smoke against that man, and all the curses that are written in the Sefer shall lie upon him. And Yahweh shall blot out his name from under heaven, and Yahweh shall separate unto him unto evil out of all the tribes of Yashrael, according to all the curses of the covenant that are written in this Sefer of the Torah. So that the generation to come of your children that shall rise up after you, and the stranger that shall come from a far land shall say, when they see the plagues of that land, and the sickness which Yahweh has laid upon it, and that whole land thereof is brimstone and salt and burning, that is not sown, nor bears, nor any grass grows therein, like the overthrow of Sodom and Amorah and Admah and Sebaim, which Yahweh overthrew in his anger and in his wrath. Even all nations shall say, wherefore has Yahweh done thus unto this land? What means the heat of this great anger? Then men shall say, because they have forsaken the covenant of Yahweh Elohai of their fathers, which he cut with them when he brought them forth out of the land of Mitzrayim. For they went and served other Elohim, and worshipped them, Elohim whom they knew not, and whom he had not given unto them. And the anger of Yahweh was kindled against this land, to bring upon it all the curses that are written in the Sefer. And Yahweh rooted them out of their land in anger, and in wrath, and in great indignation, and cast them into another land, as it is this day. Now the secrets of Yahweh Eloheinu, and the revealing to us and our sons forever, is by the keeping of all the words of this Torah. Deuteronomy 30. And it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon you, the blessing and the curse which I have set before you, and ye shall call them to mind among all the nations whither Yahweh Elohika has driven you, and shall return unto Yahweh Elohika, and shall obey his voice according to all that I command you this day, you and your children with all your heart and with all your soul, that then Yahweh Elohika will turn your captivity and have compassion on you, and will return and gather you from all the nations whither Yahweh Elohika has scattered you. If any of yours be driven out unto the uttermost parts of heaven, from thence will Yahweh Elohika gather you, and from thence will he fetch you. And Yahweh Elohika will bring you into the land which your fathers possessed, and you shall possess it, and he will do good and multiply you above your fathers. And Yahweh Elohika will circumcise your heart and the heart of your seed, to love Yahweh Elohika with all your heart and with all your soul, that you may live. And Yahweh Elohika will put all these curses upon your enemies, and on them that hate you, which persecuted you. And ye shall return and obey the voice of Yahweh, and do all his commandments which I command you this day. And Yahweh Elohika will make you plenteous in every work of your hand, in the fruit of your body, in the fruit of your cattle, and in the fruit of your land, for good. For Yahweh will again rejoice over you for good, as he rejoiced over your fathers. If ye shall hearken unto the voice of Yahweh Elohika, to guard his commandments and his statutes, which are written in the Sefer of the Torah, and if you turn unto Yahweh Elohika with all your heart and with all your soul, for this commandment which I command you this day is not hidden from you, neither is it far off. It is not in heaven that you should say, who shall go up for us to heaven to bring it unto us, that we may hear and do it? Neither is it beyond the sea that you should say, who shall go over the sea for us and bring it unto us, that we may hear it and do it? But the word is very nigh unto you, in your mouth and in your heart, that you may do it. See, I have set before you this day life and good, death and evil. In that I command you this day to love Yahweh Elohika, to walk in his ways, and to guard his commandments and his statutes and his judgments, that you may live and multiply. And Yahweh Elohika shall bless you in the land whether you go to possess it. But if your heart turn away, so that you will not hear, but shall be drawn away and worship other Elohim and serve them, I denounce unto you this day that you shall surely perish, and that you shall not prolong your days upon the land, whither Yahweh you pass over the Yarden to go to possess it. I call the heavens and the earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both you and your seed may live, that you may love Yahweh Elohika, and that you may obey his voice, and that you may cleave unto him, for he is your life, and the length of your days, that you may dwell in the land which Yahweh swore unto your fathers, to Abraham, to Yitzchak, and to Yaakov, to give them. Deuteronomy 31. And Moshe went and spoke these words unto all Yisrael, and he said unto them, I am 120 years old this day. I can no more go out and come in. Also, Yahweh has said unto me, you shall not go over this Yarden. Yahweh Elohika, he will go over before you, and he will destroy these nations from before you, and you shall possess them. And Yahusha, he shall go over before you, as Yahweh has said. And Yahweh shall do unto them as he did unto Sihon, and to Og, king of the Amorim, and unto the land of them whom he destroyed. And Yahweh shall give them up before your face, that ye may do unto them according to all the commandments which I have commanded you. Be strong and of good courage, fear not, nor be afraid of them, for Yahweh Elohika, he it is that goes with you. He will not fail you, nor forsake you. And Moshe called unto Yahusha, and said unto him in the sight of all Yisrael, Be strong and of good courage, for you must go with this people unto the land which Yahweh has sworn unto their fathers, to give them, and you shall cause them to inherit it. And Yahweh, he it is that goes before you. He will be with you, he will not fail you, neither forsake you. Fear not, neither be dismayed. And Moshe wrote this Torah and delivered it unto the priests of the sons of Levi, which bore the ark of the covenant of Yahweh, unto all the elders of Yisrael. And Moshe commanded them, saying, At the end of every 7 years, in the solemnity of the year of release, in the feast of tabernacles, when all Yisrael is come to appear before Yahweh Elohika in the place which he shall choose, you shall read this Torah before all Yisrael in their hearing. Gather the people together, men and women and children, and your stranger that is within your gates, that they may hear, that they may learn and fear Yahweh Elohika, and guard to do all the words of this Torah, and that their children which have not known anything may hear and learn to fear Yahweh Elohika, as long as you live in the land where you go over to the Yarden to possess it. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Behold, your days approach that you must die. Call Yahusha, and present yourselves in the tabernacle of the assembly, that I may give him a charge. And Moshe and Yahusha went and presented themselves in the tabernacle of the assembly. And Yahweh appeared in the tabernacle in a pillar of a cloud, and the pillar of the cloud stood over the door of the tabernacle. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Behold, you shall sleep with your fathers, and this people will rise up and go whoring after the Elohai of the strangers of the land, whither they go to be among them, and will forsake me and break my covenant which I have cut with them. Then my anger shall be kindled against them in that day, and I will forsake them, and I will hide my face from them, and they shall be devoured, and many evils and troubles shall befall them, so that they will say in that day, Are not these evils come upon us, because our Elohim is not among us? And I will surely hide my face in that day for all the evils which they have wrought, and that they are turned unto other Elohim. Now therefore, write this song for you, and teach the children of Yisrael. Put it in their mouths, that this song may be a witness for me against the children of Yisrael. For when I shall have brought them into the land which I swore unto their fathers, that flows with milk and honey, and they shall have eaten and filled themselves and waxen fat, then will they turn unto other Elohim and serve them, and provoke me and break my covenant. And it shall come to pass, when many evils and troubles are befallen them, that this song shall testify against them as a witness, for it shall not be forgotten out of the mouths of their seed. For I know their imagination which they go about, even now, before I have brought them into the land which I swore. Moshe therefore wrote this song the same day, and taught it to the children of Yisrael. And he gave Yahusha, son of Nun, a charge, and said, Be strong and of good courage, for For you shall bring the children of Yashrael into the land which I swore unto them, and I will be with you. And it shall come to pass, when Moshe had made an end of writing of the words of this Torah in a sefer until they were finished, that Moshe commanded the Leviim, which bore the ark of the covenant of Yahweh, saying, Take this sefer of the Torah and put it in the side of the ark of the covenant of Yahweh El-Hakim, that it may be there for a witness against you. For I know your rebellion and your stiff neck. Behold, while I am yet alive with you this day, ye have been rebellious against Yahweh. How much more after my death? Gather unto me all the elders of your tribes and your officers, that I may speak these words in their ears, and call the heavens and the earth to record against them. For I know that after my death you will utterly corrupt yourselves, and turn aside from the way which I have commanded you, and evil will befall you in the latter days, because you will do evil in the sight of Yahweh, to provoke him to anger through the work of your hands. The other song of Moshe. And Moshe spoke in the ears of all the assembly of Yashrael the words of this song until they were ended. Deuteronomy 32. Give ear, O ye heavens, and I will speak, and hear, O earth, the words of my mouth. My doctrine shall drop as the rain, my speech shall distill as the dew, as the small rain upon the tender herb, and as the showers upon the grass. Because I will publish the name of Yahweh, ascribe ye greatness unto our Elohim. He is the rock, his work is perfect, for all his ways are judgment, an El of truth, and without iniquity, just and right is he. They have corrupted themselves, their spot is not the spot of his children, they are a perverse and crooked generation. Do ye thus requite Yahweh, O foolish people and unwise? Is he not your father that has bought you? Has he not made you and established you? Remember the days of old, consider the years of many generations, ask your father and he will show you, your elders and they will tell you. When El Elyon divided to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of men, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Yashrael. For Yahweh's portion is his people. Yaakov is the lot of his inheritance. He found him in a desert land, and in the waste howling wilderness he led him about. He instructed him. He kept him as the apple of his eye. As an eagle stirs up her nest, flutters over her young, spreads abroad her wings, takes them, bears them on her wings. So Yahweh alone did lead him. There was no strange El with him. He made him ride on the high places of the earth, that he might eat the increase of the fields. He made him to suck honey out of the rock, and oil out of the flinty rock, butter of kine, and milk of sheep, and fat of lambs, and rams of the breed of Bashan, and goats with the fat of kidneys of wheat, and you did drink the pure blood of the grape. But Yeshurun waxed fat, and kicked. You are waxen fat, you are grown thick, you are covered with fatness. Then he forsook Elohai, which made him, and lightly esteemed the rock of his Yeshua. They provoked him to jealousy with strange Elohim. With abominations provoked they him to anger. They sacrificed unto Shedim, devils, not to Elohai, to Elohim whom they knew not, to new Elohim that came newly up, whom your fathers feared not. Of the rock that begat you, you are unmindful, and have forgotten El that formed you. And when Yahweh saw it, he abhorred them, because of the provoking of his sons and of his daughters. And he said, I will hide my face from them. I will see what their end shall be. For they are a very froward generation, children in whom is no belief. They have moved me to jealousy with that which is not El. They have provoked me to anger with their vanities, and I will move them to jealousy with those that which are not a people. I will provoke them to anger with a foolish nation. For a fire is kindled in my anger, and shall burn unto the lowest Sheol, and shall consume the earth with her increase, and set on fire the foundations of the mountains. I will heap mischiefs upon them. I will spend my arrows upon them. They shall be burnt with hunger, and devoured with burning heat, and with bitter destruction. I will also send the teeth of beasts upon them, with the poison of serpents of the dust. The sword without, and terror within, shall destroy both the young man and the virgin, the suckling also with the man of gray hairs. I said, I would scatter them into corners. I would make the remembrance of them to cease among them. Were it not that I feared the wrath of the enemy, lest their adversaries should behave themselves strangely, and lest they should say, Our hand is high, and Yahweh has not done all this. For they are a nation void of counsel, neither is there any understanding in them. Oh, that they were wise, that they understood this, that they would consider their latter end. How should one chase 1,000 and two put 10,000 to flight, except the rock had sold them, and Yahweh has shut them up. For their rock is not as our rock, even our enemies themselves being judges. For their vine is the vine of Sodom, and of the fields of Gomorrah. Their grapes are grapes of gall, their clusters are bitter. Their wine is the poison of dragons, and the cruel venom of asps. Is not this laid up in store with me, and sealed up among my treasures? To me belongs vengeance and recompense. Their foot shall slide in due time, for the day of their calamity is at hand, and the things that shall come upon them make haste. For Yahweh shall judge his people, and sigh for his servants when he sees that their power is gone, and there is none shut up or left. And he shall say, Where are their Elohim, their rock in whom they trusted, which did eat the fat of their sacrifices and drank the wine of their drink offerings? Let them rise up and help you, and be your protection. See now that I, even I, am he, and there is no Elohim with me. I kill and make alive, I wound and I heal. Neither is there any that can deliver out of my hand. For I lift up my hand to heaven and say, I live forever. If I whet my glittering sword, and my hand take hold on judgment, I will render vengeance to my enemies, and I will reward them that hate me. I will make my arrows drunk with blood, and my sword shall devour flesh, and that with the blood of the slain of the captives from the beginning of revenges upon the enemy. Rejoice, O ye nations, with his people, for he will avenge the blood of his servants, and will render vengeance to his adversaries, and be merciful unto his land, and unto his people. And Moshe came and spoke all the words of this song in the ears of the people, he and Husha, son of Nun. And Moshe made an end of speaking all these words to all Yashrael. And he said unto them, Set your hearts unto all the words which I testify among you this day, which ye shall command your children to guard to do, all the words of this Torah. It is not a vain thing for you, because it is your life. And through this thing ye shall prolong your days in the land whither ye go over the Yarden to possess it. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe that selfsame day, saying, Get you up into this mountain of Arim, unto Mount Nebo, which is in the land of Moab, that is over against Jericho, and behold, the land of Canaan, which I give unto the children of Yashrael for a possession. And die in the mount whither you go up, and be gathered unto your people, as Aharon your brother died in Mount Hor, and was gathered unto his people. Because he transgressed against me among the children of Yashrael at the waters of Meribah, Kadesh, in the wilderness of sin, because he sanctified me not in the midst of the children of Yashrael. Yet you shall see the land before you, but you shall not go thither into the land which I give to the children of Yashrael. Deuteronomy chapter 33. And this is the blessing wherewith Moshe, the man of Elohim, blessed the children of Yashrael before his death. And he said, Yahweh came from Sinai, and rose up from Seir unto them. He shined forth from Mount Paran, and he came with 10,000s of Kodeshim. From his right hand went a fiery law for them. Yea, he loved the people. All his Kodeshim are in your hand, and they sat down at your feet. Everyone shall receive of your words. Moshe commanded us a Torah, even the inheritance of the assembly of Yaakov. And he was king in Yasharon, when the heads of the people and all the tribes of Yashrael were gathered together. Let Reuben live and not die, and let not his men be few. And this is the blessing of Yehuda. And he said, Hear, Yahweh, the voice of Yehuda, and bring him unto his people, and let his hands be sufficient for him, and be you a help to him from his enemies. And of Levi he said, Let your Thummim and your Urim be with your Chayid, whom you did prove at Macha, and with whom you did strive at the waters of Meribah, who said unto his father and to his mother, I have not seen him, neither did he acknowledge his brethren, nor his own children, for they have guarded your word and kept your covenant. They shall teach Yaakov your judgments, and Yashrael your Torah. They shall put incense before you, and whole burnt sacrifice upon your altar. Bless Yahweh his substance, and accept the work of his hands. Smite through the loins of them that rise against him, and of them that hate him, that they rise not again. And of Benjamin, he said, The beloved of Yahweh shall dwell in safety by him, and Yahweh shall cover him all the day long, and he shall dwell between his shoulders. And of Joseph he said, Blessed of Yahweh be his land for the precious things of heaven, for the dew and for the deep that couches beneath, and for the precious fruits brought forth by the sun, for the precious things put forth by the moon. and for the chief things of the ancient mountains, and for the precious things of the lasting hills, and for the precious things of the earth and the fullness thereof, and for the good will of him that dwelt in the thorn bush. Let the blessing come upon the head of Joseph, and upon the top of the head of him that was separated from his brethren. His glory is like the firstling of his bullock, and his horns are like the horns of unicorns. With them he shall push the people together to the ends of the earth. And they are the 10,000s of Ephraim, and they are the thousands of Manasseh. And Zebulun, and of Zebulun he said, Rejoice, Zebulun, in your going out, and Issachar in your tents. They shall call the people unto the mountain. There they shall offer sacrifices of righteousness, for they shall suck of the abundance of the seas, and of the treasures hid in the sand. And of Gad he said, Blessed be he that enlarges Gad. He dwells as a lion, and tears the arm with the crown of the head. And he provided the first part for himself, because there, in a portion of the Torah giver, was he seated. And he came with the heads of the people. He executed the justice of Yahweh, and his judgments with Yashrael. And of Dan he said, Dan is a lion's whelp. He shall leap from Bashan. And of Naphtali he said, O Naphtali, satisfied with favor and full of the blessings of Yahweh, possess you the west and the south. And of Asher he said, Let Asher be blessed with children. Let him be acceptable to his brethren. Let him dip his foot in oil. Your shoes shall be iron and brass, and as your days, so shall your strength be. There is none like unto the El of Yashran, who rides upon the heavens in your help, and in his excellency on the sky. The eternal Elohai is your refuge, and underneath are the everlasting arms, and he shall thrust out the enemy from before you, and shall say, Destroy them. Yashrael then shall dwell in safety alone. The fountain of Yaakov shall be upon a land of grain and wine. Also his heavens shall drop down dew. Happy are you, O Yashrael. Who is like unto you, O people saved by Yahweh, the shield of your help, and who is the sword of your excellency? And your enemies shall be found liars unto you, and you shall tread upon their high places. Deuteronomy chapter 34, our last chapter. And Moshe went up from the plains of Moab unto the mountain of Nebo, to the top of Pidgah, that is over against Jericho. And Yahweh showed him all the land of Gilead unto Dan, and all of Naphtali, and the land of Ephraim, and Manasseh, and all the land of Yehudah unto the utmost sea, and the Negev, and the circle of the valley of Jericho, the city of palm trees unto Zoar. And Yahweh said unto him, This is the land which I swore unto Avraham, unto Yitzchak, and unto Yaakov, saying, I will give it unto your seed. I have caused you to see it with your eyes, but ye shall not go over thither. So Moshe, the servant of Yahweh, died there in the land of Moab, according to the word of Yahweh. And he buried him in a valley in the land of Moab, over against Bet Peor. But no man knows of his sepulchre unto this day. And Moshe was 120 years old when he died. His eye was not dim, nor his natural force abated. And the children of Yashrael wept for Moshe in the plains of Moab 30 days, so that the days of weeping and mourning for Moshe were ended. And Yahusha, son of Nun, was full of the Ruach Chokmah, for Moshe had laid his hands upon him, and the children of Yashrael hearkened unto him, and did as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And there arose not a prophet since in Yashrael like unto Moshe, whom Yahweh knew face to face, and all the signs and wonders which Yahweh sent him to do in the land of Mitzrayim, to Pharaoh, to all his servants, and to his land, and in all that mighty hand, and in all the great terror which Moshe showed in the sight of all Yashrael. Well, brothers and sisters, it's been a pleasure to read the Torah with you. And again, I pray this is a blessing in the midst of the Feast of Unleavened Bread and in the midst of a constantly changing world. I pray that these words penetrated your heart and opened your eyes and your ears to the wondrous and weighty matters of Abba's Torah. And Yevarechecha Yahweh v'yishmerecha, Ya'er Yahweh panav elecha v'chnuneka. Yisa Yahweh panav elecha v'yashem lecha shalom. Yahweh bless you and keep you. Yahweh make his face shine upon you and be gracious unto you. Yahweh lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. Shalom, brothers and sisters. Love you. And blessings and all esteem and honor to Yahweh through Yahusha. Go ahead and mute. And welcome, brothers and sisters. Welcome to the Parable of the Vineyard YouTube channel. Today we will be reading the whole book of the law, the Torah, Yahweh's instructions for life. We'll be reading Bereshit, Genesis, Shemot, Exodus, Vaikra, Leviticus, Bamidbar, Numbers, and Devarim, Deuteronomy, and we will be reading from the Sefer version. Our desire is that this blesses you and your family in the midst of our changing world and during the week of unleavened bread. While the world is currently in fear and has cast off the yoke of the Torah, we know there is a group of peculiar people that Yahweh is waking up and bringing back to his ways and giving us peace within these dark final hours. Hallelujah. Let's take a moment and bow our heads and bow our hearts to Yahweh as we petition him to bless this meeting, bless this reading. Yahweh Sebaoth, we come to you in Yahusha's name, the Elohim of Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. We thank you, Abba, for waking us up in these dark times, waking us up to belief in your true Son, Yahusha HaMashiach, who gave himself, offered himself for us. His blood cleanses us. We thank you. We also thank you for waking us up to your marvelous Torah, Abba, and we pray that this is a sweet savor before you, and we pray that the words of this Torah penetrate the hearts of anyone that may hear it. We thank you, we honor you, and we bless you. In Yahusha's mighty name, amen. So, let us take a moment, brothers and sisters, to bless Yahweh for his goodness, for Yahusha, who has cleansed us and redeemed us by his blood, and for his set-apart spirit he has given to us to lead us into all truth. O Yahweh, open our eyes and ears to behold the wondrous things in your Torah, and to cultivate in our hearts seed that we may produce the fruit that you desire from man, to sing praises unto you for your mighty works, to bless you and our obedience to your eternal Torah. So, before we get started, Yevarechecha Yahweh ve'yishmerecha, Ya'er Yahweh panav elecha ve'chnuneka, Yisa Yahweh panav elecha ve'ashem lecha shalom. Yahweh bless you and keep you. Yahweh make his face shine upon you and be gracious unto you. Yahweh lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. All right, brothers and sisters, here we go. We're going to read the entire Torah. So I pray that you're ready. I pray that these words penetrate your heart today. We'll be reading myself, Adam Fink. We'll have two Adams. Myself, we'll have Adam Roberge. We'll have two Justins as well. We have Justin McRoberts, who's with me now. Justin Best from Christian Truthers will be joining us in a little bit. And Jeremy Fox. So two Adams, two Justins, and a Jeremy. So I'm going to do a screen share and we will get started. Okay. Genesis. Bereshit. Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, Elohim created the heavens and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Ruach Elohim moved upon the face of the waters. And Elohim said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And Elohim saw the light, that it was good, and Elohim divided the light from the darkness. And Elohim called the light day, and the darkness he called night, and the evening and the morning were the first day. And Elohim said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." And Elohim made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And Elohim called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day. And Elohim said, "Let the waters under the heavens be gathered together into one place, and let the dry land appear." And it was so. And Elohim called the dry land earth, and gathering together of the waters called he seas. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim said, let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth. And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass, and herb yielding seed after his kind, and the tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself after his kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the third day. And Elohim said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs, and for appointed feasts, and for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heavens to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And Elohim made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And Elohim set them in the firmament of the heavens to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And Elohim saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day. And Elohim said, let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that has life, and the fowl that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven. And Elohim created great sea monsters, and every living creature that moves, which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, and every winged fowl after his kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim blessed them, saying, be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let fowl multiply in the earth. And the evening and the morning were the fifth day. And Elohim said, let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle, and creeping thing, and beast of the earth after his kind. And it was so. And Elohim made the beast of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creeps upon the earth after his kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth. So Elohim created man in his own image. In the image of Elohim created he him. Male and female created he them. And Elohim blessed them. And Elohim said unto them, be fruitful, and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moves upon the earth. And Elohim said, behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree which is in the fruit of a tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for food. And to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creeps upon the earth wherein there is life, I have given every green herb for food. And it was so. And Elohim saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the sixth day. Genesis 2. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day Elohim ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And Elohim blessed the seventh day, and sanctified it, because in it he had rested from all his work which Elohim created and made. These are the generations of the heavens and the earth when they were created in the day that Yahweh Elohim made the earth and the heavens. And every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. For Yahweh Elohim had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground. But there went up a mist from the earth, and watered the whole face of the ground. And Yahweh Elohim formed the man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. And Yahweh Elohim planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made Yahweh Elohim to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food, the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted and became into four heads. The name of the first is Pishon, that is, which compasseth the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold. And the gold of that land is good, and there is Delim and the onyx stone. And the name of the second river is Gihon, the same it is that compasseth the whole land of Cush. And the name of the third river is Hiddekel, that is, which goes toward the east of Ashur. And the fourth river is Perath. And Yahweh Elohim took the man and put him into the Garden of Eden to dress it and to guard it. And Yahweh Elohim commanded man, saying, Of every tree of the garden you may freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat of it. From the day that you eat thereof you shall surely die. Yahweh Elohim said, It is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him a helpmeet for him. And out of the ground Yahweh Elohim formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air, and brought them unto the man to see what he would call them. And whatsoever the man called every living creature, that was the name thereof. And the man gave names to all cattle, and to the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for the man there is not found a helpmeet for him. And Yahweh Elohim caused a deep sleep to fall upon the man, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs, and closed up the flesh instead thereof. And the rib which Yahweh Elohim had taken from man made he a woman, and brought her unto the man. And the man said, This is now bone of my bones, and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man. Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his woman, and they shall be one flesh. And they were both naked, and the man and his woman were not ashamed. Genesis 3. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which Yahweh Elohim had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, as Elohim said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden. And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, Elohim has said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die. For Elohim knows that in the day that you eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and you shall be as Elohim, knowing good and evil. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her man with her, and he did eat. And the eyes of them were both were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together, and made themselves aprons. And they heard the voice of Yahweh Elohim walking in the garden of the cool of the day. And the man and his woman hid themselves from the presence of Yahweh Elohim amongst the trees of the garden. And Yahweh Elohim called unto Adam, and said unto him, Where are you? And he said, I heard your voice in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, and I hid myself. And he said, Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten of the tree whereof I commanded you that you should not eat? And the man said, The woman who you gave to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat. And Yahweh Elohim said unto the woman, What is this that you have done? And the woman said, The serpent beguiled me, and I did eat. And Yahweh Elohim said unto the serpent, Because you have done this, you are cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field, and upon your belly shall you go, and dust shall you eat all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. It shall bruise your head, and you shall bruise his heel. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply your sorrow and your conception. In sorrow shall you bring forth children, and your desire shall be to your man, and he shall rule over you. But unto Adam he said, Because you have hearkened unto the voice of your woman, and have eaten of the tree which of I commanded you, saying, Ye shall not eat of it, cursed is the ground for your sake. In sorrow shall you eat of it all the days of your life. Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to you, and ye shall eat the herb of the field. And the sweat of your face shall you eat bread, till you return unto the ground. For out of it you were taken, for dust you are, and unto dust shall you return. And Adam called his woman's name Hua, because she was the mother of all living. And unto Adam also and to his woman did Yahweh Elohim make coats of skins, and clothe them. And Yahweh Elohim said, Behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat, and live forever. Therefore Yahweh Elohim sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from whence he was taken. So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubim, and a flaming sword with which turned every way to guard the way of the tree of life. Genesis 4. And Adam knew Hua his woman, and she conceived, and bore Cain, and said, I have gotten a man from Yahweh. And she again bore his brother Habil, and Habil was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. And in process of time it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto Yahweh. And Havel also brought of the firstlings of his flock and the fat thereof. Yahweh had respect unto Havel and to his offering. But unto Cain and his offering he had not respect. And Cain was very wroth, and his countenance fell. And Yahweh said unto Cain, Why are you wroth? And why is your countenance fallen? If you do well, shall you not be accepted? And if you do not well, sin lies at the door. And unto you shall be his desire, and you shall rule over him. And Cain talked with Havel his brother. And it came to pass, when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Havel his brother, and slew him. And Yahweh said unto Cain, Where is Havel your brother? And he said, I know not. Am I to guard my brother? And he said, What have you done? The voice of your brother's blood cries unto me from the ground. And now you are cursed from the earth, which has opened her mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. When you till the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto you her strength. A fugitive and a vagabond shall you be in the earth. And Cain said unto Yahweh, My punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, you have driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from your face shall I be hid. And I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And it shall come to pass that every one that finds me shall slay me. And Yahweh said unto him, Therefore, whosoever slays Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And Yahweh set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him. And Cain went out from the presence of Yahweh, and dwelt in the land of Nod, on the east of Eden. And Cain knew his woman, and she conceived and bore Hanok. And he built a city, and called the name of the city after the name of his son, Hanok. And unto Hanok was born Irad, and Irad begat Mehujael, and Mehujael begat Methusael, and Methusael begat Lamech. And Lamech took unto him two women. The name of one was Ada, and the name of the other was Silla. And Ada bore Yabal. He was the father of such as dwell in tents, and such as have cattle. And his brother's name was Yuval. He was the father of all such as handle the harp and organ. And Silla, she also bore Tubal-Cain, an instructor of every artificer in brass and in iron. And the sister of Tubal-Cain was Naamah. And Lamech said unto his woman, Ada and Zillah, Hear my voice, you woman of Lamech, hearken unto my speech. For I have slain a man to my wounding, and a young man to my hurt. If Cain shall be avenged sevenfold, truly Lamech 70 and sevenfold. And Adam knew his woman again, and she bore a son, and called his name Seth. For Elohim said she, has appointed me another seed instead of Havel, whom Cain slew. And to Seth, to him also there was born a son, and he called his name Enosh. Then began men to call upon the name of Yahweh. Genesis 5. This is the Sefer of the generations of Adam. In the day that Elohim created man, in the likeness of Elohim made he him. Male and female created he them, and blessed them, and called their name Adam, in the day when they were created. And Adam lived 130 years, and begat a son in his own likeness after his image, and called his name Seth. And the days of Adam after he had begotten Seth were 800 years, and he begat sons and daughters. And all the days that Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. And Seth lived 105 years, and begat Enosh. And Seth lived after he begat Enosh 807 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Seth were 912 years, and he died. And Enosh lived 90 years, and begat Canaan. And Enosh lived after he begat Canaan 815 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Enosh were 905 years, and he died. And Canaan lived 70 years, and begat Mahalalel. And Canaan lived after he begot Mahalalel 840 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Canaan were 910 years, and he died. And Mahalalel lived 65 years, and begot Yared. And Mahalalel lived after he begot Yared 830 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Mahalalel were 895 years, and he died. And Yared lived 162 years, and begot Hanok. And Yared lived after he begot Hanok 800 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Yared were 962 years, and he died. And Hanok lived 65 years and begot Methuselah. And Hanok walked with Elohim after he begot Methuselah 300 years and begot sons and daughters. All the days of Hanok were 365 years. And Hanok walked with Elohim, and he was not, for Elohim took him. And Methuselah lived 807 years and begot Lamech. And Methuselah lived after he begot Lamech 782 years and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Methuselah were 969 years, and he died. And Lamech lived 182 years and begot a son. And he called his name Noah, saying, the same shall comfort us concerning our work and toil of our hands, because of the ground which Yahweh has cursed. And Lamech lived after he begot Noah 595 years and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Lamech were 777 years, and he died. And Noah was 500 years old, and Noah begot Shem, Ham, and Japheth. All right, Genesis 6. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them women of all which they chose. And Yahweh said, my ruach shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. There were Nephilim in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of Elohim came in unto the daughters of men, and they bore children to them, the same became warriors and tyrants, which were of ancient times, men of infamy. And Yahweh saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And Yahweh repented that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. And Yahweh said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping thing, and the fowls of the air, for I repent that I have made them. But Noah found grace in the eyes of Yahweh. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man and perfect in his generations. And Noah walked with Elohim. And Noah begot 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth also was corrupt before Elohim, and the earth was filled with violence. And Elohim looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. And Elohim said unto Noah, the end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them, and behold, I will destroy them with the earth. Make you an ark of gopher wood. Rooms shall you make in the ark, and shall pitch it within and without pitch. Within and without with pitch. And this is the fashion which you shall make of it. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, the breadth of it 50 cubits, and the height of it 30 cubits. A window shall you make to the ark, and in a cubit shall you finish it above. And the door of the ark you shall set in the side thereof, with lower, second, and third stories shall you make it. And behold, I, even I, do bring a flood of waters upon the earth to destroy all flesh, wherein is the breath of life. From under heaven, and everything that is in the earth shall die. But with you will I establish my covenant, and you shall come into the ark, you, your sons, and your woman, and your sons' women with you. And of every living thing of all flesh, 2 of every sort shall you bring into the ark, to keep them alive with you. They shall be male and female. Of fowls after their kind, and of cattle after their kind, of every creeping thing of the earth after his kind, 2 of every sort shall come unto you, to keep them alive. And take unto you of all the food that is eaten, and ye shall gather it to you, and it shall be for food for you and for them. Thus did Noah according to all that Elohim commanded him, so did he. Genesis 7. And Yahweh said unto Noah, come you and all your house into the ark, for you have I seen righteous before me in this generation. Of every clean beast you shall take to you by 7s, the male and his female, and of beasts that are not clean by 2, the male and his female. Of fowls also of the air by 7s, the male and female, to keep seed alive upon the face of all the earth. For yet 7 days I will cause it to rain upon the earth, 40 days and 40 nights. Every living substance that I have made will I destroy from off the face of the earth. And Noah did according unto all that Yahweh commanded him. And Noah was 600 years old when the flood of the waters was upon the earth. And Noah went in, and his sons, and his woman, and his sons' women with him, into the ark because of the waters of the flood. Of clean beasts, and of beasts that are not clean, and of fowls, and of everything that creeps upon the earth. There went in two and two unto Noah into the ark, the male and the female, as Elohim had commanded Noah. And it came to pass after 7 days that the waters of the flood were upon the earth. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, in the 17th day of the month, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened. And there rain was upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. In the selfsame day entered Noah, and Shem, and Ham, and Japheth, the sons of Noah, Noah's woman, and the 3 women of his sons with them into the ark. They, and every beast after his kind, and all cattle after their kind, and every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth after his kind, and every fowl after his kind, every bird of every sort. And they went in unto Noah into the ark, 2 and 2 of all flesh, wherein is the breath of life. And they that went in male and female of all flesh, as Elohim had commanded him. And Yahweh shut him in. And the flood was 40 days upon the earth, and the waters increased, and bore up the ark, and it was lift up above the earth. And the waters prevailed, and were increased greatly upon the earth, and the ark went upon the face of the waters. And the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the high hills that were under the whole heaven were covered. 15 cubits upward did the waters prevail, and the mountains were covered. And all flesh died that moved upon the earth, both of fowl, and of cattle, and of beasts, and of every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth, and every man. All in whose nostrils was the breath of life, of all that was in the dry land, died. And every living substance was destroyed, which was upon the face of the ground, both man, and cattle, and the creeping things, and the fowls of the heavens, and they were destroyed from the earth, and Noah only remained alive, and they that were with him in the ark. And the waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days. Genesis 8. And Elohim remembered Noah, and every living thing, and all the cattle that was with him in the ark. And Elohim made a wind to pass over the earth, and the waters assuaged. The fountains also of the deep and the windows of heaven were stopped, and the rain from the heaven was restrained. And the waters returned from off the earth continually, and after the end of the 150 days the waters were abated. And the ark rested in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, upon the mountains of Ararat. And the waters decreased continually until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the 1st day of the month, were the tops of the mountains seen. And it came to pass at the end of 40 days that Noah opened the window of the ark which he had made, and he sent forth a raven, which went to and fro until the waters were dried up from off the earth. Also he sent forth a dove from him, to see if the waters were abated from off the face of the ground. But the dove found no rest for the sole of her foot, and she returned unto him into the ark, for the waters were on the face of the earth, face of the whole earth. Then he put forth his hand and took her, and pulled her in unto him into the ark. And he stayed yet other 7 days, and again he sent forth the dove out of the ark. And the dove came in to him in the evening, and lo, in her mouth was an olive leaf plucked off. So Noah knew that the waters were abated from off the earth. And he stayed yet other 7 days, and sent forth the dove, which returned not again unto him any more. And it came to pass in the 601st year, in the 1st month, the 1st day of the month, the waters were dried up from off the earth. And Noah removed the covering of the ark, and looked, and behold, the face of the ground was dry. And in the 2nd month, on the 27th day of the month, the earth dried. And Elohim spoke unto Noah, saying, Go forth of the ark, you and your woman, and your sons women with you. Bring forth with you every living thing that is with you, of all flesh, both of fowl, and of the cattle, and of every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth, that they may breed abundantly in the earth, and be fruitful, and multiply upon the earth. And Noah went forth, and his sons, and his woman, and his sons' women with him. Every beast, every creeping thing, and every fowl, and whatsoever creeps upon the earth after their kinds, went forth out of the ark. And Noah built an altar unto Yahweh, and took of every clean beast and of every clean fowl, and offered burnt offerings on the altar. And Yahweh smelled a sweet savor. And Yahweh said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground any more for man's sake. For the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I again smite any more everything living as I have done. While the earth remains, seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease. And Elohim blessed Noah and his sons, and said unto them, Be fruitful, and multiply, and replenish the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moves upon the earth, and upon all the fish of the sea. Into your hand are they delivered. Every moving thing that lives shall be meat for you, even as the green herb have I given you all things. But flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall you not eat. And surely your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it. At the hand of man, at the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man. Whoso sheds man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of Elohim made he man. And you, be ye fruitful, and multiply, and bring forth abundantly in the earth, and multiply therein. And Elohim spoke unto Noah and to his sons with him, saying, And I, behold, I establish my covenant with you, and with your seed after you, and with every living creature that is with you, of the fowl, of the cattle, and of every beast of the earth with you, from all that go out from the ark, to every beast of the earth. And I will establish my covenant with you. Neither shall all flesh be cut off any more by the waters of a flood, neither shall there any more be a flood to destroy the earth. And Elohim said, This is the sign of the covenant which I make between me and you and every living creature that is with you for perpetual generations. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a sign of a covenant between me and the earth. And it shall come to pass, when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow shall be seen in the cloud. And I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh, and the waters shall no more become a flood to destroy all the earth, all the flesh. And the bow shall be in the cloud, and I will look upon it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant between Elohim and every living creature of all flesh that is upon the earth. And Elohim said unto Noah, This is the sign of the covenant which I have established between me and all flesh that is upon the earth. And the sons of Noah that went forth of the ark were Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And Ham is the father of Canaan. These are the three sons of Noah, and of them was the whole earth overspread. And Noah began to be a husbandman, and he planted a vineyard. And he drank of the wine and was drunken, and he was uncovered within his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told his two brethren without. And Shem and Japheth took a garment, and laid it upon both their shoulders, and went backward, and covered the nakedness of their father. And their faces were backward, and they saw not their father's nakedness. And Noah awoke from his wine, and knew what his younger son had done unto him. And he said, Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren. And he said, Blessed be Yahweh Elohai of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. Elohim shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. And Noah lived after the flood 350 years, and all the days of Noah were 950 years, and he died. Genesis 10. Now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And unto them were sons born after the flood. The sons of Japheth, Gimmer, and Magog, and Madai, and Yavan, Tubal, and Meshech, and Tirach. The sons of Gimmer, Ashkenaz, and Riphath, and Togarma. And the sons of Yavan, Elisha, Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim. By these were the isles of the other nations divided in their lands, everyone after his tongue, after their families, in their nations. And the sons of Ham, Cush, and Mitzrayim, and Put, and Canaan. And the sons of Cush, Cheva, Chavila, Kavta, and Raama, Kavteka. And the sons of Raama, Sheva, and Dedan. And Cush begat Nimrod, and he began to be a warrior and hunter in the earth. He was a warrior and a hunter before Yahweh. Wherefore it is said, even as Nimrod, the warrior hunter before Yahweh. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Erech, and Akkad, and Calneh in the land of Shinar. Out of that land went forth Ashur, and built Nineveh, and the city Rehoboth, and Kelach. And Resen, between Nineveh and Kelach, the same is a great city. And Mitzrayim begat Ludim, and Anamim, and Lehavim, and Naphtuchim, and Pathrusim, and Kalusim, out of whom came Pelishtim, and Kaphtorim. And Canaan begat Sidon, his firstborn, and Heth, and the Yebusi, and the Amori, and the Girgashi, and the Chevi, and the Arki, and the Chini, and the Arvadi, and the Semari, and the Hamati, and afterward were the families of the Canaanim spread abroad. And the border of Canaanim was from Sidon as you come unto Gerar, unto Gaza as you go unto Sodom and Gomorrah, and Admah and Sevim, even unto Lasha. These are the sons of Ham, after their families, after their tongues, in their countries, and in their nations. And unto Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber, the brother of Japheth, the elder, even to him were children born. And the children of Shem, Elam, Ashur, Arphaxad, and Lud, and Aram. And the children of Aram, Uz, Hul, Gether, and Mash. And Arphaxad begat Shelach, and Shelach begat Eber. And unto Eber were born two sons. The name of one was Peleg, for in his days the earth was divided. And his brother's name was Yoktan. Yoktan begat Almodad, and Shelef, and Chatzar Maveth, and Yerach, and Hadoram, and Uzal, and Dikla, and Oval, and Avimael, and Shiva, and Ophir, and Havilah, and Yovav. All these were the sons of Yoktan. And their dwelling was from Mesha as you go unto Sephar, a mountain of the east. These are the sons of Shem, after their families, after their tongues, in their lands, after their nations. These are the families of the sons of Noach, after their generations, in their nations, and by these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood. Genesis 11. And the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. And it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east, that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. And they said one to another, Go to, let us make brick, and burn them thoroughly. And they had brick for stone, and slime had they for mortar. And they said, Go to, let us build a city and a tower, whose top may reach unto the heavens, and let us make a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth. And Yahweh came down to see the city and the tower which the children of men built. And Yahweh said, Behold, the people is one, and they have all one language, and this they begin to do. And now nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do. Go to, let us go down, and there confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. So Yahweh scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth, and they left off to build the city. Therefore is the name of it called Babel, because Yahweh did there confound the language of all the earth. And from thence did Yahweh scatter them abroad upon the face of the earth. These are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old and begat Arphaxad 2 years after the flood. And Shem lived after he begat Arphaxad 500 years and begat sons and daughters. And Arphaxad lived 35 years and begat Shelach. Arphaxad lived after he begat Shelach 403 years and begat sons and daughters. And Shelach lived 30 years and begat Eber. And Shelach lived after he begat Eber 403 years and begat sons and daughters. And Eber lived 430 years and begat Peleg. And Eber lived after he begat Peleg 430 years and begat sons and daughters. And Peleg lived 30 years and begat Reu. And Peleg lived after he begat Reu 209 years and begat sons and daughters. And Reu lived 32 years and begat Serug. And Reu lived after he begat Serug 207 years and begat sons and daughters. And Serug lived 30 years and begat Nahor. And Serug lived after he begat Nahor 200 years and begat sons and daughters. And Nahor lived 920 years and begot Terach. And Nahor lived after he begot Terach 119 years and begot sons and daughters. And Terach lived 70 years and begot Avram, Nahor, and Haran. Now these are the generations of Terach. Terach begot Avram, Nahor, and Haran. And Haran begot Lot. And Haran died before his father Terach in the land of his nativity, in Ur of the Kasdim. And Avram and Nahor took them women. The name of Avram's woman was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's woman Milcah. Okay, sorry. And the name of Nahor's woman Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah, and the father of Yechan. But Sarai was barren; she had no child. And Terach took Avram's son, and Lot, the son of Haran, his son's son, and Sarai, his daughter-in-law, his son Avram's woman. And they went forth with them from Ur of the Kasdim to go into the land of Canaan. And they came unto Haran and dwelt there. And the days of Terach were 205 years, and Terach died in Haran. Genesis 12. Now Yahweh had said unto Avram, Get you out of your country and from your kindred and from your father's house unto a land that I will show you. And I will make of you a great nation, and I will bless you and make your name great, and you shall be a blessing. And I will bless them that bless you, and curse him that curses you. And in you shall all families of the earth be blessed. So Avram departed as Yahweh had spoken unto him, and Lot went with him. And Avram was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran. And Avram took Sarai his woman, and Lot his brother's son, and all their substance they had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran. They went forth to go into the land of Canaan, and into the land of Canaan they came. And Avram passed through the land unto the place of Shechem, unto the plain of Moreh, and the Canaanite was then in the land. And Yahweh appeared unto Avram, and said, Unto your seed will I give this land. And there built he an altar unto Yahweh, who had appeared unto him. And he removed from thence unto a mountain on the east of Bethel, and pitched his tent, having Bethel on the west, and Ai on the east. And there he built an altar unto Yahweh, and called upon the name of Yahweh. And Avram journeyed, going on still towards the Negev. And there was a famine in the land, and Avram went down into Mitzrayim to sojourn there, for the famine was grievous in the land. And it came to pass, when he was come near to enter into Mitzrayim, that he said unto Sarai his woman, Behold now, I know that you are a fair woman to look upon. Therefore it shall come to pass, when the Mitzrayim shall see you, that they shall say, This is his woman, and they will kill me, but they will save you alive. Say, I pray you, you are my sister, that it may be well with me for your sake, and my soul shall live because of you. And it came to pass, that when Avram was come into Mitzrayim, the Mitzrayim beheld the woman, that she was very fair. The princes also of Pharaoh saw her, and commended her before Pharaoh, and the woman was taken to Pharaoh's house. And he entreated Avram well for her sake, and he had sheep and oxen, and he asses, and men servants, and maidservants, and she asses, and camels. And Yahweh plagued Pharaoh, and his house was with great plagues because of Sarai, Avram's woman. And Pharaoh called Avram and said, What is this that you have done unto me? Why did you not tell me that she was your woman? Why said you, She is my sister, so I might have taken to her to be my woman? Now therefore, behold, your woman, take her and go your way. And Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him, and they sent him away, and his woman, and all that he had. And Avram went up out of Mitzrayim, he and his woman, and all that he had, and Lot with him into the Negev. And Avram was very rich in cattle, in silver, and in gold. And he went on his journey from the Negev even to Bethel, unto the place where his tent had been at the beginning, between Bethel and Ai, unto the place of the altar which he had made there at the first. And there Avram called on the name of Yahweh. And Lot also, which went with Avram, had flocks and herds and tents. And the land was not able to bear them, that they might dwell together, for the substance was great. so that they could not dwell together. And there was a strife between the herdsmen of Avram's cattle and the herdsmen of Lot's cattle. And the Canaanite and the Perizzite dwelled then in the land. And Avram said unto Lot, Let there be no strife, I pray you, between me and you, and between my herdsmen and your herdsmen, for we be brethren. Is not the whole land before you? Separate yourself, I pray you, from me. And if you will take the left hand, then I will go to the right. Or if you depart to the right hand, then I will go to the left. And Lot lifted up his eyes and beheld all the circle of the Yarden, that it was well watered everywhere, before Yahweh destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, even as the garden of Yahweh, like the land of Mitzrayim, as you come unto Zoar. Then Lot chose him all the circle of the Yarden, and Lot journeyed east, and they separated themselves the one from the other. Avram dwelt in the land of Canaan, and Lot dwelt in the cities of the circle of the Yarden, and pitched his tent towards Sodom. But the men of Sodom were wicked and sinners before Yahweh exceedingly. Yahweh said to Avram, after that Lot was separated from him, Lift up your eyes now, and look from the place where you are northward, and southward, and eastward, and westward. For all the land which you see, to you will I give it, and to your seed forever. And I will make your seed as the dust of the earth, so that if a man can number the dust of the earth, then shall your seed also be numbered. Arise, walk through the land in the length of it, and in the breadth of it, for I will give it unto you. Then Avram removed his tent, and came and dwelt in the plain of Mamre, which is in Hebron, and built there an altar unto Yahweh. Genesis 14. And it came to pass in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elakar, and Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of nations, that these made war with Bera, king of Sodom, and with Bersha, king of Gomorrah, Shinav, king of Admah, and Shem-Eber, king of Tsevaim, and the king of Bela, which is Zoar. All these were joined together in the valley of Siddim, which is the Salt Sea. 12 years they served Chedorlaomer. In the 13th year they rebelled. And in the 14th year came Chedorlaomer and the kings that were with him, and smote the Rephaim in Ashtaroth, Karnaim, and the Zuzim in Ham, and the Emim in Shaveh Kirathim, and the Horim in Mount Seir unto El Paran, which is by the wilderness. And they returned and came to Ein Mishpat, which is Kadesh, and smote all the country of Amalekim, and also the Amorim that dwelt in Chatzon Tamar. And there went out the king of Sodom, and the king of Gomorrah, and the king of Admah, and the king of Tsevim, and the king of Bela, the same as Zoar, and they joined battle with them in the valley of Siddim, with Chedorlaomer, the king of Elam, and with Tidal, king of nations, and Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elakar, 4 kings with 5. And the valley of Siddim was full of slime pits, and the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled, and fell there, and they that remained fled to the mountains. And they took all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah, and all their victuals, and went their way. And they took Lot, Avram's brother's son, who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. And there came one that had escaped, and told Avram the Ivri, for he dwelt in the plain of Mamre, the Emori, brother of Eshcol, and brother of Aner. These were confederate with Avram. And when Avram heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his trained servants, born in his own house, 318, and pursued them unto Dan. And he divided himself against them, and he and his servants, by night, and smote them, and pursued them unto Hova, which is on the left hand of Damascus. And he brought back all the goods, and also brought again his brother Lot and his goods, and the women also, and the people. And the king of Sodom went out to meet him after his return from the slaughter of Chedorlaomer, and of the kings that were with him at the valley of Shaveh, which is the king's valley. And Melchizedek, king of Shalem, brought forth bread and wine, and he was the priest of El Elyon. And he blessed him and said, Blessed be Avram of El Elyon, possessor of heaven and earth, and blessed be El Elyon, which has delivered your enemies into your hand. And he gave him tithes of all. And the king of Sodom said unto Abram, Give me the persons, and take the goods to yourselves. And Abram said to the king of Sodom, I have lifted up my hand unto El Yahweh, El Elyon, the possessor of heaven and earth, that I will not take from a thread, even to a shoe latchet, and that I will not take anything that is yours, lest you should say, I have made Abram rich, save only that which the young man have eaten, and the portion of the men which went with me, Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre, let them take their portion. Genesis 15. After these things, the word of Yahweh came unto El Avram in a vision, saying, Fear not, Avram, I am your shield and your exceeding great reward. Avram said, Adonai Yahweh, what will you give me, seeing I go childless? And the steward of my house is this Eliezer of Damascus. And Avram said, Behold, to me you have given no seed, and lo, one born in my house is my heir. And behold, the word of Yahweh came unto him, saying, This shall not be your heir, but he that shall come forth out of your own generation shall be your heir. And he brought him forth abroad and said, Look now toward the heavens, and count the stars, if you be able to number them. And he said unto him, So shall your seed be. And he believed in Yahweh, and he counted it to him for righteousness. And he said unto him, I am Yahweh, that brought you out of Ur of the Kasdim, to give you this land to inherit it. And he said, Adonai Yahweh, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it? And he said unto him, Take me a heifer of 3 years old, and a she-goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. And he took unto him all these, and divided them in the midst, and laid each piece one against the other. But the birds he divided not. And when the fowls came down upon the carcasses, Avram drove them away. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Avram, and lo, a horror of great darkness fell upon him. And he said unto Avram, Know of a surety that your seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge, and afterward they shall come out with great substance. And ye shall go to your fathers in peace. Ye shall be buried in a good old age. But in the 4th generation they shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorim is not yet full. And it came to pass that when the sun went down, and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace, and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces. In the same day Yahweh cut a covenant with Avram, saying, Unto your seed have I given this land, from the river of Mitzrayim unto the great river, the river Perath. The Kenanim, and the Kenizim, and the Kadmonim, and the Chittim, and the Perizim, and the Rephaim, and the Amorim, and the Kenanim, and the Girgashim, and the Yebusim. And here we will stop and change over. I see Justin Best is with us. So Justin McRoberts, Justin is going to take the next portion because he's got a limited time. Welcome, Brother Justin. Muted, I think, maybe. I can't hear you.
I'm sorry about that. Shalom.
There you are. Welcome, brother.
Thank you.
So we just left off at the end of 15. So do you want to pick it up? You have a screen share and pick it up at 16.
Yep, absolutely. Genesis chapter 16, Sarai and Hagar. Now Sarai, Abram's woman, bore him no children, and she had a handmaid, a Mitzri, whose name was Hagar. And Sarai said unto Abram, Behold now, Yahweh has restrained me from bearing. I pray you, go in unto my maid, that I obtain children by her. And Abram hearkened to the voice of Sarai. And Sarai, Abram's woman, took Hagar, her maid, the Mitzrayim, after Abram had dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan, and gave her to her man Abram to be his woman. And he went in unto Hagar, and she conceived. And when she saw that she had conceived, her mistress was despised in her eyes. And Sarai said unto Abram, My wrong be upon you. I have given my maid into your bosom. And when she saw that she had conceived, I was despised in her eyes. Yahweh judge between me and you. But Abram said unto Sarai, Behold, your maid is in your hand. Do to her as it pleases you. And when Sarai dealt hardly with her, she fled from her face. And the angel of Yahweh found her by a fountain of water in the wilderness, by a fountain in the way of Shur. And he said, Hagar, Sarai's maid, whence came you, and whither will you go? And she said, I flee from the face of my mistress Sarai. And the angel of Yahweh said unto her, Return to your mistress and submit yourself under her hands. And the angel of Yahweh said unto her, I will multiply your seed exceedingly, that it shall not be numbered for multitude. And the angel of Yahweh said unto her, Behold, you are with child, and shall bear a son, and shall call his name Yishmael, because Yahweh has heard your affliction. And he will be a wild man, his hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him, and he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren. And she called the name of Yahweh that spoke unto her, You El, see me. For she said, Have I also here looked after him that sees me? Wherefore the well was called Ber Lachoroi. Behold, it is between Kadesh and Bered. And Hagar bore Abram a son, and Abram called his son's name, which Hagar bore, Yishmael. And Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bore Yishmael to Abram. Genesis 17. And when Abram was 90 years old and 9, Yahweh appeared unto Abram, and said unto him, I am El Shaddai. Walk before me and be perfect, and I will make my covenant between me and you, and will multiply you exceedingly. And Abram fell on his face, and Elohim talked with him, saying, As for me, behold, my covenant is with you, and you shall be a father of many nations. Neither shall your name any more be called Abram, but your name shall be called Abraham, for a father of many nations have I made you. And I will make you exceeding fruitful, and I will make nations of you, and kings shall come out of you. And I will establish my covenant between me and you and your seed after you in their generations for an everlasting covenant, to be Elohim unto you and to your seed after you. And I will give unto you and to your seed after you the land wherein you are a stranger, all the land of Canaan, for an everlasting possession, and I will be their Elohim. And Elohim said unto Abraham, You shall guard my covenant, therefore, you and your seed after you in their generations. This is my covenant, which ye shall guard, between me and you and your seed after you. Every male child among you shall be circumcised, and ye shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a sign of the covenant betwixt me and you. And he that is 8 days old shall be circumcised among you, every male child in your generations. He that is born in the house or bought with money of any stranger, which is not of your seed. He that is born in your house, and he that is bought with your money, must need to be circumcised. And my covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. And the uncircumcised male child, whose flesh of his foreskin is not circumcised, that soul shall be cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant. And Elohim said unto Abraham, As for Sarai your woman, you shall not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall be her name. And I will bless her, and give you a son also of her. Yea, I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of nations. Kings of people shall be of her. Then Abraham fell upon his face and laughed, and said in his heart, Shall a child be born unto him that is 100 years old? And shall Sarah, that is 90 years old, bear? And Abraham said unto Elohim, Oh, that Yishmael might live before you. And Elohim said, Sarah your woman shall bear you a son indeed, and you shall call his name Yitzchak, and I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his seed after him. And as for Yishmael, I have heard you. Behold, I have blessed him, and I will make him fruitful, and I will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant will I establish with Yitzchak, which Sarah shall bear unto you at the set time in the next year. And he left off talking with him, and Elohim went up from Abraham. And Abraham took Yishmael his son, and all that were born in his house, and all that were bought with his money, every male among the men of Abraham's house, and circumcised the flesh of their foreskin in the selfsame day, as Elohim had said unto him. And Abraham was 90 years old and 9 when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And Yishmael his son was 13 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And the selfsame day was Abraham circumcised, and Yishmael his son. And all the men of his house, born in the house and bought with money of the stranger, were circumcised with him. And Yahweh appeared unto him in the plains of Mamre, and he sat at the tent door in the heat of the day. And he lifted up his eyes and looked, and lo, 3 men stood by him. And when he saw them, he ran to meet them from the tent door and bowed himself toward the ground, and said, My Adonai, if now I have found favor in your sight, pass not away, I pray you, from your servant. Let a little water, I pray you, be fetched, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree. And I will fetch a morsel of bread, and comfort ye in your hearts. After that ye shall pass on, for therefore are you come to your servant. And he said, So do as you have said. And Abraham hastened into the tent of El-Sarah, and said, Make ready quickly 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes upon the hearth. And Abraham ran to the herd, and fetched a calf tender and good, and gave it unto a young man, and he hastened to dress it. And he took butter and milk, and the calf which he had dressed, and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree, and they did eat. And they said unto him, Where is Sarah your woman? And he said, Behold, in the tent. And he said, I will certainly return unto you according to the time of life. And lo, Sarah your woman shall have a son. And Sarah heard it in the tent door which was behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old and well stricken in age, and ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, After I am waxed old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord being old also? And Yahweh said unto Abraham, Wherefore did Sarah laugh, saying, Shall I of a surety bear a child, which am old? Is anything too hard for Yahweh? At the time appointed I will return unto you, according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son. Then Sarah denied, saying, I laughed not, for she was afraid. And he said, Nay, but you did laugh. And the men rose up from thence and looked towards Sedom. And Abraham went with them to bring them on the way. And Yahweh said, Shall I hide from Abraham that thing which I do? Seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. For I know him, that he will command his children, his household after him, and they shall guard the way of Yahweh, to do justice and judgment, that Yahweh may bring upon Abraham that which he has spoken of him. And Yahweh said, Because the cry of Sodom and Amorah is great, and because their sin is very grievous, I will go down now, and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it, which is come unto me, and if not, I will know. And the men turned their faces from thence and went towards Sodom. But Abraham stood yet before Yahweh. And Abraham drew near and said, Will you also destroy the righteous with the wicked? Perchance there be 50 righteous within the city. Will you also destroy and not spare the place for the 50 righteous that are therein? That be far from you to do after this manner, to slay the righteous with the wicked, and that the righteous should be as the wicked. That be far from you. Shall not judge of all the earth do right? And Yahweh said, If I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sakes. And Abraham answered and said, Behold now, I have taken upon me to speak unto Adonai, which am but dust and ashes. Perchance there shall lack 5 of the 50 righteous. Will you destroy all the city for a lack of 5? And he said, If I find there 40 and 5, I will not destroy it. And he spoke unto him yet again and said, Perchance there shall be 40 found there. And he said, I will not do it for 40's sake. And he said unto him, O let not Adonai be angry, and I will speak. Perchance there shall be 30 found there. And he said, I will not do it if I find 30 there. And he said, Behold now, I have taken upon me to speak unto Adonai. Perchance there shall be found 20 there. And he said, I will not destroy it for 20's sake. And he said, O let not Adonai be angry, and I will speak yet but this once. Perchance 10 shall be found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for 10's sake. And Yahweh went his way as soon as he had left communing with Abraham. And Abraham returned unto his place. Genesis 19. And there came 2 angels to Sodom at evening, and Lot sat in the gate of Sodom, And Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them, and he bowed himself with his face towards the ground. And he said, Behold now, my lords, turn in, I pray you, into your servant's house, and tarry all night, and wash your feet, and ye shall rise up early and go on your ways. And they said, Nay, but we will abide in the street all night. And he pressed upon them greatly, and they turned in unto him, and entered into his house. And he made them a feast, and did bake matzah, unleavened bread, and they did eat. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house round, both old and young, all the people from every quarter. And they called unto Lot, and said unto him, Where are the men which came in to you this night? Bring them out unto us, that we may know them. And Lot went out the door unto them, and shut the door after him, and said, I pray you, brethren, do not so wickedly. Behold now, I have 2 daughters which have not known man. Let me, I pray you, bring them out unto you, and do ye to them as good in your eyes. Only unto these men do nothing, for therefore came they under the shadow of my roof. And they said, Stand back. And they said again, This one fellow came in to sojourn, and he will need to be a judge. Now will we deal worse with you than with them. And they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot, and came near to break the door. But the men put forth their hand, and pulled Lot into the house to them, and shut the door. And they smote the men that were at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they wearied themselves to find the door. And the men said unto Lot, Have you here any besides? Son-in-law, and your sons, and your daughters, and whatsoever you have in the city, bring them out of this place. For we will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxing great before the face of Yahweh, and Yahweh has sent us to destroy it. And Lot went out and spoke unto his sons-in-law, which married his daughters, and said, Up, get you out of this place, for Yahweh will destroy this city. But he seemed as one that mocked unto his sons-in-law. And when the morning arose, then the angels hastened Lot, saying, Arise, take your woman and your 2 daughters, which are here, lest you be consumed in the iniquity of the city. And while he lingered, the men laid hold upon his hand, and upon the hand of his woman, and upon the hand of his 2 daughters, Yahweh being merciful unto him. And they brought him forth, and set him without the city. And it came to pass, when they had brought them forth abroad, that he said, Escape for your life, look not behind you, neither stay in all the circle of the Yarden. Escape to the mountain, lest you be consumed. And Lot said unto them, Oh, not so, my Adonai. Behold now, your servant has found grace in your sight, and you have magnified your mercy, which you have showed unto me in saving my life. And I cannot escape to the mountain, lest some evil take me, and I die. Behold now, this city is near to flee unto, and it is a little one. Oh, let me escape thither. Is it not a little one? And my soul shall live. And he said unto him, See, I have accepted you concerning this thing also, that I will not overthrow this city for which you have spoken. Make haste, escape thither, for I cannot do anything until you are come thither. Therefore the name of the city was called Soar.
밥 좀 먹자고.
The sun was risen upon the earth when Lot entered into Soar. Then Yahweh rained upon Sodom and upon Amorah brimstone and fire from Yahweh out of the heavens. And he overthrew those cities and all the circle of the Yarden, and all the inhabitants of the cities, and that which grew upon the ground. But his woman looked back from behind him, and she became a pillar of salt. And Abraham got up early in the morning to the place where he stood before Yahweh. And he looked toward Sodom and Amorah, and toward all the land of the circle of the Yarden, and behold,
Good afternoon, friends. Stephen Benoon here with Israeli News Live. We're going back to the rock, that rock Christ Jesus. We're going to be looking into the biblical aspects from a lot of different angles this time. I have taught on this many years ago. Going to teach on it again today, and we're going to be looking at some new things that I have found, and I think it might be even more interesting for you as we go back to this story. And I'm hoping that my Jewish friends that join into this broadcast tonight are going to be blessed by this, because it might be something that helps open their own eyes to recognize who the Messiah really is, who the Messiah was being pointed to. So this is going to be a great Great broadcast, I do believe. Going to be getting into that in just a moment here. And before I get into that, though, let me also share with you this coming Thursday night, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, we've got a brand new link we've created for Zoom, and I have upped my Zoom abilities to have up to 500 people on a meeting. And all you'll have to do is type in, and it has to be the www.stephenbenoon.com. That's how you'll get to be a part of this, and it's totally free of charge. There's no charge on this. We just pay the difference monthly in order to be able to host up to 500 people, and I may have to up that to 1,000. I don't know. It's not an easy thing to do when you're hosting that many people in a private meeting. But what my focus is this coming Thursday is for praying and counseling people that are sick, people that want to be prayed for. At the same time, taking that time to really counsel people specifically about how to have your heart right and ready for prayer. Now, I may also, and it may be the following week that I do this, for those that really need a very specific focused prayer, we'll say, for example, I may open up an invited Zoom, and that'll be similar to this. It'll still be using the same Zoom link, but what I may have is if I've got some very serious cases, and I might do up to 20 people in a Zoom meeting like that there, very serious cases that we need to talk one-on-one with you, but I have to kind of do it in a group. It's very difficult to take everyone individually like this. So I still need to be able to do it like in a group setting, but where I could focus more like that. But this coming Thursday, though, we're going to allow up to 500 people, because that's all I can do on the Zoom. They charge you like $600 a year to do this. And so I'm going to make it to where up to 500 people can come in. And I'm really wanting to instruct people. We're going to do like a prayer for everybody that's on there that needs to be prayed for healing of the body. But I really want to really speak directly to how for you to believe and to receive that. So I don't want to get into that right now, but I just want to let you know that. So I'm excited. I've been wanting to do this for a long time, and finally I've got that set up. So anyway, let's go back to this message here, though, that I wanted to share with you about the rock Christ Jesus. And again, I'm saying that right now, but if you're Jewish and you're listening to this broadcast, or if you're not Jewish, maybe you're a Muslim listening to this broadcast, and you do not know, which, speaking of the Muslim friends out there and the Palestinian friends that might listen to this broadcast today, I've had a startling prophecy that I have a feeling is speaking about your plight, what you're going through right now. And it's a horrible tragedy, and I'm still kind of looking at it. It's in an ancient document that is one of the many thousands that are out there. But I haven't run across this recently, and I've seen it a little while back, and then I came across it again, and it's really made me think a lot about the plight of the people of Gaza. And it prophesies to detail of what you're suffering. And so I do want to go into a message on that for the people of Gaza specifically. Anyway, this though is for everybody, and I really hope this will be a blessing to so many of you out there. I'm trying to think where the best place would be to start on this, and so I'm going to probably before I come here, we're in Exodus right now, chapter. Oh goodness, what chapter am I even in right here on this one? This is 32, I think. No, 33. Exodus 33, that's Exodus chapter 33. That's where Moses is going to be. God's going to have him stand stand on the rock, and he's going to pass by to see his glory, right? But before I go there, I think what I want to do is Let's see. And I do not remember what. Oh, Deuteronomy 32. Yeah, we're going to go into Deuteronomy 32 as well. All right, we're going to first take, I think, the book of Numbers and the book of Exodus. These are the places where God smites the rock. Or let me put it this way. In one place, God tells Moses to speak to the rock. But Moses doesn't speak to the rock. He gets angry, goes out there and smites the rock to bring forth the water. In another place, he tells him to smite the rock. So let's look at this first here, and we're going to start here. This is in Numbers chapter 20. And the children of Israel, even the whole congregation, came into the wilderness of Zin in the first month, and the people abode in Kadesh. And Miriam died there and was buried there, and there was no water for the congregation, and they assembled themselves together against Moses and against Aaron. And the people strove with Moses, spoke, saying, would that we had perished when our brethren perished before the Lord. And why have you brought the assembly of the Lord into this wilderness to die there, we and our cattle? And wherefore have you made us to come out of Egypt to bring us into this evil place? It is no place of seed or of figs or of vines or pomegranates, neither is there any water to drink. And by the way, if you've ever looked, and I'll just show you real quick here on the maps there, I'd like for you to kind of see this. Let's run all the way over there to the Middle East. Going right here into the Gulf of Aqaba. Egypt, as you can see, the land of Goshen is kind of up here to the far right-hand corner. Back in biblical times there, it is a very well fertile land there around the Nile River. And but when God had them go out, I do agree with Ron Wyatt's discovery. In fact, the book I wrote, Yam Suf, for those of you that do not know, I've actually authored two books. My first book totally has to be rewritten. When I wrote that book there, I really was a pro-Zionist. So I made a very good argument. In fact, this trailer I hear about Yam Suf is about the book that I wrote. If you ever watch that particular trailer there, they were doing this trailer for the History Channel because there was a great interest with the History Channel about doing a documentary on the book that I wrote, Yam Suf. But anyway, let's see, just go to images here. The only thing that I would say, oh my goodness, even Walmart has my book. I didn't know that. That's kind of interesting, right? Walmart's carrying my book. So I still think, though, the last chapter, well, a lot of the chapters are good in this book there, but the pro-Zionist side, which there's not a lot of pro-Zionism in this book here, it's more about the Exodus itself. And actually, Mary Lou Wyatt, Ron's late wife, of course, he passed away. And Mary was married to him. She had given me permission to use the book of where he had found the chariot wheel on the bottom of the seafloor, and it's covered in gold. It's the reason coral can't grow on gold. And so I really very honored and so appreciative of Mary Lou allowing me to use that on there. So anyway, yeah, you could actually still order that book. I don't think I've never claimed a single royalty on this book, and I've always would just order books instead. So who knows? I have no idea how many it's been sold. I've never had to pay for books though either, even when I order them for conferences and things like that. But anyway, going back to this though, the reason why I say that, and let me just quickly pull the image up here. Like I said, it's all fertile up in here, but they had taken this part right across the Gulf of Aqaba, and it's actually shallow enough there, like 200 feet deep, to where if you remove the water, it would be a flat plane to walk across on. Other than that, it's 1,000-foot drop gorges on either side. And over in this area, it's nothing but desert, and this is where they went to. So, yeah, there is no fertile place, no way to plant, nothing like what you have up here in Egypt where you got the lush greens and stuff like that to be able to plant with there. So that's what they were faced with there. So when we're reading the story here in the, where were we at here? We were in the book of Numbers right here. That's why they're saying that, And Moses and Aaron went from the presence of the assembly into the door of the tent of the meeting and fell upon their faces, and the glory of the Lord appeared unto them. The Lord spoke unto Moses, saying, take the rod and assemble the congregation, you and Aaron and their brother, and speak you unto the rock before their eyes, that it give forth its water. And you shall bring forth to them water out of the rock. So you shall give the congregation and their cattle drink. Now, before I continue on here, let me show you as well. In the book of Exodus, they encamped at Rephidim, and there was no water for the people to drink. Now, if you'll notice in the book of Numbers and then in the book of Exodus, they are not at Rephidim. They are in the wilderness of Zin in the first month when they first came out. This one here in Exodus is many, many years later. But the interesting part of this is that it's the same rock. Now, the reason it's believed to be the same rock is because in the Hebrew word that is used there, it's Hatzur, the rock in Horeb, okay? And here it is right here, Al Hatzur, what you see highlighted in blue on your screen on the left there. The letter Hey, which is this letter right there, is a definite article in Hebrew, and it literally means the rock. So it says in there, behold, I will stand before you there upon the rock in Horeb. Bechoreb. All right? And in the book of Numbers, as they're striving against Moses about this, he says here, speak you unto the rock before their eyes that it give forth its water. And, okay, let's see here. So we go over here. Got to find the rock in here. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot. I'm looking at the word speak to the rock. Okay. Okay. Silah is right here is where they're using there for the word rock. Okay. And then, so they use Silah over here versus Atzur. Just a different form of the word there for the word rock. But in either case, though, in one place, God tells him to speak to the rock. In the other place, he tells him to smite the rock. In Exodus, God's going to tell him to the Lord of Moses, pass on. Let me make sure the cry to the Lord, saying, to the people, and the Lord said to Moses, pass on, people, take thee the elders of Israel, and thy rod, wherein thou smotest the river, and take in thy hand, and go, and behold, I will stand there upon the rock in Horeb, and thou shalt smite the rock, and there shall come water out of it. All right. The first time around, though, he was to speak to the rock. But what happens, though? Moses gets angry instead, and Moses took the rod from before the Lord, and he commanded him. And Moses and Aaron gathered the assembly together before the rock, and he said unto them, hear now, ye rebels, are we to bring you forth water out of this rock? And Moses lifted up his hand and smote the rock with his rod twice, and water came forth abundantly, and the congregation drank, and the cattle. And the Lord said unto Moses and Aaron, because you believe not me, to sanctify me in the eyes of the children of Israel, therefore you shall not bring this assembly into the land which I have given. God never said, go smite the rock. Not that first time. He said to them to go speak to the rock. And of course, that rock represents Jesus Christ. Now, another fascinating part, because like I said, we're reading here from the book of Numbers. If you go over here to Exodus, and this one, I think it's chapter 33. And by the way, in Exodus, where they're here, I think it's Exodus 17. This is where the second time it happens. It says the people strove with Moses and gave us water that we may drink. And Moses said unto them, why strive you with me? Wherefore do you try the Lord? And the people thirsted for water, and the people murmured against Moses and said, wherefore have you brought us out of Egypt to kill us and our children, our cattle with thirst? Moses cried unto the Lord, saying, what shall I do unto this people? They are almost ready to stone me. The Lord said unto Moses, pass on before the people, and take you of the elders of Israel, and thy rod, and wherewith you smote us the river, take in your hand and go. And behold, I will stand before you there upon the rock in Horeb, and you shall smite the rock, and there shall come water out of it, that the people may drink. And Moses did so on the side of the elders of Israel. All right, and so different, and it's given a different name, different place, and at a different time period in Israel's wilderness journey. But even after this, now before, here's what I found interesting as I was looking at this. Because every bit of this is a type of Christ to begin with. Christ is going to be smitten, but he's only going to be smitten once. That's another reason why God was angry with Moses, is because he smites the rock twice. One, he told him to speak to the rock. Christ will give the water of life when you speak and ask. But in this case here, Moses angrily, because he had a temper, goes out there and beats the rock in order to bring forth the water. Now, if you back up, what I found very fascinating, and this is going into where God is speaking to Moses here in Exodus 33. And the Lord spoke unto Moses, depart and go up out of thou and thy people. Thou hast brought up out of the land of Egypt, into the land of which I swore to Abraham, Isaac, and to Jacob, saying, unto thy seed I will give it. And I will send an angel before you, and I will drive out the Canaanite, the Amorite, the Hittite, the Perizzite, the Hivite, and the Jebusite, and into a land flowing with milk and honey. For I will not go up in the midst of you, for you are a stiff-necked people, lest I consume you in the way. And when the people heard these evil tidings, they mourned, and no man did put on his ornaments. And the Lord said unto Moses, say unto the children of Israel, you are stiff-necked people. If I go up in the midst of you for one moment, I shall consume you. Therefore now put off thy ornaments from you, that I may know what to do unto you. So even though God is going to fulfill the promise that he makes to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, he's still really angry with the way the children of Israel have been doing this entire time during the wilderness journey. Now, as we move on down, though, God, let's see, the Lord spoke to Moses face to face as a man speaks unto his friend, and he would return into the camp. But his minister Joshua, the son of Nun, a young man, departed not out of the tent. It's talking about where, they'd go to the tent of meeting where they would pray, and the people would stand back afar off and watch to see what would happen. And Moses said unto the Lord, see, you say unto me, bring up this people, and thou hast not let me know whom thou wilt send with me. Yet thou hast said, I know you by name, and you have also found grace in my sight. Now therefore I pray you, if I have found grace in your sight, show me now thy ways, that I may know you, to the end that I may find grace in your sight, and consider that this nation is your people. And he said, my presence shall go with you, and I will give you rest. And he said unto him, if your presence go not with me, carry us not up from here. For wherein now shall it be known that I have found grace in thy sight, I and thy people? Is it not in that you go with us, so that we are distinguished, I and your people, from all the people that are upon the face of the earth? And the Lord said unto Moses, I will do this thing also that you have spoken, for you have found grace in my sight, and I know you by name. And he said, show me, I pray, your glory. That's what Moses asked of God. And he said, I will make all my goodness pass before you, and I will proclaim the name of the Lord before you, and I will be gracious to whom I will be gracious, and I will show mercy on whom I will show mercy. And he said, you cannot see my face, for a man shall not see me and live. And the Lord said, behold, there is a place by me, and you shall stand upon the rock. And it shall come to pass while my glory passes by that I will put you in the cleft of the rock, and I will cover you with my hand until I have passed by. I'm going to tell you something. That caught my attention recently. You know, have you ever seen the, let me see if I can pull this up here. And that's in Saudi Arabia. Here we go. Oh, goodness. I think it's, yeah, here we go, right here. Penny Caldwell and her husband were the ones that actually brought back the good images of this here, of this particular rock right here. And this rock is believed to be, let me just see if I can blow it up a little bit bigger for you guys there. This is believed to be the rock that perhaps that Moses smote, that split. And there is actually, if you've ever seen the base of it, massive. The water erosion effects are really striking when you see this right here. But even if you were to say, take two, for example, as we just read there, God said he would hide him in the cleft of the rock. You know, this rock, of course, definitely has got a cleft right there coming down like it is. And I think in one picture that they did, they're actually standing up there at it. And because the rock is just massive in size there. So you would get a better idea that, yeah, you could be hidden in the cleft of that rock. But the thing is, though, it's not so much that I'm looking at there. He said, you cannot see my face and live. And he says, stand upon the rock, and it shall come to pass when my glory passes by that I will put you in the cleft of the rock, and I will cover you with my hand until I have passed by. And I will take away my hand, and you shall see my back, but my face shall not be seen. I believe that it's a reference to hiding him in Jesus Christ. When he talks about putting him into the cleft of the rock. Because you got to remember, God doesn't allow Moses to go over. But he wanted to see his glory. And I believe that the way he saw his glory, he was hidden in the cleft of the rock until he passed by. And oddly enough, isn't it interesting that it's Moses and Elijah that are on the Mount Transfiguration? And so it was something I thought very interesting in light of all of this here to begin with as well. And then you have Deuteronomy 32. Give ear, you heavens, and I will speak, and let the earth hear the words of my mouth. This is where Moses also really goes into the judgment of Israel. So the rock, his work is perfect, for all his ways are justice. A God of faithfulness without iniquity, and just and right is he. And corruption his? Is corruption his? No. His children in the blemished generation, crooked and perverse. Do you thus requite the Lord, O foolish people and unwise? Is it not he, thy father, that hath begotten thee? Hath he not made thee and established you? Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. Ask your fathers, and he will declare unto you, thine elders, and they will tell you. When the Most High gave to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the children of men, he set the borders of the peoples according to the number of the children of Israel. For the portion of the Lord is his people, Jacob, and a lot of his inheritance. He found him in a desert land, in a waste, in a howling wilderness. He compassed him about. He cared for him. He kept him as the apple of his eye. Going down a little further, verse 12, the Lord alone did lead him, and there was no strange God with him. He made him ride on high places of the earth, and he did eat the fruitage of the field, and he made him to suck honey out of the crag and the oil out of the flinty rock. Jumping on down even further, verse 16, they roused him to jealousy with strange gods. With abominations they did provoke him. They sacrificed unto demons. Think about that for a little while. no gods, gods that they knew not, new gods they came up of late, which your fathers dreaded not. Of the rock that begot you, you were unmindful. Remember, as the scripture says, the rock that the master, or the stone that the master builders rejected became the head of the corner. That was a rock as well. That was Christ himself. So, I mean, there's so much that could be said on that note right there. We may come back to this here, because this was the other issue that was going on with the children of Israel at the time. And this actually happened right before the smiting of the rock there, where they were murmuring, because they remembered the food that they had, the fish that they had, and and of course it says there were a mixed multitude that was among them, fell a lusting, and the children of Israel wept on their part and said, would not we were given flesh to eat? We remember the fish which we were wont to eat in Egypt, for naught, the cucumbers, the melons, the leeks, the onions, and the garlic. And but now our soul is dried away. There is nothing at all. We have not saved this manna to look to. Now, I found this interesting because, as they're doing all this complaining, then God gets angry and God sends in the serpents and kills them because of it. And we've talked about this before. So let's jump over, though. I want to save time. We won't go into this time here. Let me jump over here. Because truly, as I said, Jesus Christ was that rock. And I want to show you, because the story here in John's Gospel, chapter 4, speaks about that, and indirectly. And then we look at the Gospel of John, and the Gospel of John, I believe, is the fulfillment of what Jesus is telling the woman of Samaria about. So let me take you to the Gospel of John, though. Now, when therefore the Lord knew how the Pharisees had heard that Jesus made and baptized more disciples than John, though Jesus himself baptized not but his disciples, he left Judea and departed again into Galilee, and he must needs to go through Samaria. Then cometh he to a city of Samaria, which is called Sychar, near the parcel of ground that Jacob gave to his son Joseph. And now Jacob's well was there, and Jesus, therefore, being wearied with his journey, sat thus on the well, and it was about the 6th hour. There cometh the woman of Samaria to draw water. And Jesus said unto her, give me to drink. Going to verse 9, then said the woman of Samaria to him, how is it that you, being a Jew, ask drink of me, which am a woman of Samaria? For the Jews have no dealing with the Samaritans. Jesus answered and said unto her, if you knew the gift of God, and who it is that says unto you, give me to drink, you would have asked of him, and he would have given you living water. The woman saith unto him, sir, you have nothing to draw with, and the well is deep. From whence do you have this living water? Are you greater than our father Jacob, which gave us the well, and drank thereof himself, and his children, and his cattle? Jesus answered and said unto her, whosoever drinks of this water shall thirst again. But whosoever drinketh of the water that I shall give him shall never thirst. But the water that I shall give him shall be in him a well of water springing up into everlasting life. The woman said unto him, sir, give me this water, that I thirst not, neither come hither to draw. Jesus said unto her, go call your husband and come here. The woman answered and said, I have no husband. Jesus said unto her, you have well said, I know I have no husband. For you have had 5 husbands, and he whom you now have is not your husband. And that you said truly. The woman said unto him, sir, I perceive that you are a prophet. Our fathers worshipped in this mountain, and you say that in Jerusalem is the place where men ought to worship. Jesus said unto her, woman, believe me, the hour comes when you shall neither in this mountain nor yet at Jerusalem worship the Father. You worship, you know not what. We know what we worship. For salvation is of the Jews. But the hour comes, and now is, when the true worshiper shall worship the Father in spirit and in truth, and the Father seeks such to worship him. God is a spirit, and they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. The woman said to him, I know that Messiah comes. When he is called Christ, when he has come, he will tell us all things. Jesus said to her, I that speak unto you am he. Now, if you notice, he tells her that if she knew who it was that was talking to her, he'd give her water and she wouldn't have to come to that well any longer. But you see, what had to happen, though, in order for that water to be released, he had to be smitten. Just like what Moses did to the rock. Even though God said, speak to the rock, in her case, she spoke to the rock. And he gave forth that water. But when Moses was told to speak to the rock, he goes out and smites the rock instead. And that's exactly what Israel did. Because why? Israel is a stiff-necked and rebellious people.
Oh.
And even God says to Moses, when he wanted to see his glory, I'll hide you in the rock until I be passed over. And in reality, what did God do? God took Moses in an unknown grave, unknown place, hid him away in the rock, Christ Jesus, until Jesus passed over. And that's when we saw Moses on Mount Transfiguration, after the glory of the Lord had passed by. Isn't that interesting? I mean, that blows me away. So we look over here as well, right? When Jesus, when he was crucified, one of the soldiers with a spear pierced his side, and forthwith came there out blood and water. By the way, that's not a Roman soldier, as some like to convince you that it is. The soldiers that actually took Jesus were the temple soldiers. I know they'd given him over to Pilate for the scourging and stuff like that. Well, let me put it this way. It could be argued that it could have been the temple guards instead of the actual Roman soldiers. So whether or not it really is a Roman soldier or not, I guess that's debatable. But nonetheless, a soldier with a spear pierced his side, and forthwith came out blood and water. And he that saw it bear record, and his record is true. And he knoweth that he saith true, that you might believe. For these things were done, that the scripture should be fulfilled. A bone of him shall not be broken. In other words, they wouldn't have to break his legs for him to die. He was already dead. And again, another scripture says, they shall look on him whom they have pierced. Now, that's another one for you as well. We'll look at that in just a second. And after this, Joseph of Arimathea, being a disciple of Jesus, but secretly for fear of the Jews, besought Pilate that he might take away the body of Jesus, and Pilate gave him leave, and he came therefore and took the body of Jesus. Notice, though, John tells you, and again another scripture said, they shall look on him whom they pierced. That's Zechariah's prophecy. Do you know how many people quote Zechariah as an unfulfilled scripture? I used to do it. And yet John says that it's already fulfilled. What do you know? But when that soldier pierced his side, and the water and the blood came out, and the water separated from his blood, that was the rock, Christ Jesus, being smitten right before the entire world. You know, if you look at the book of Enoch as well, another fascinating part here, and I don't even know if I've still got it up here. When he goes into this thing about the sheep and stuff, and it just seems to be very obvious that it's speaking of Christ as a prophecy. But he said, he ascended to the top of the rock, and when the rest of the sheep began to grow blind and to wander from the path which had been shown them, but he knew it not. Their Lord, however, was moved with great indignation against them when the sheep had learned what had happened. I won't go into the reading of all that there, but it is kind of interesting if you ever look at this here. And let me find the chapter for you. Where it goes, chapter LXXX V1111. I don't know what chapter that would be, but it's an interesting chapter there. If you pull up the book of Enoch and just do a word search for rock, you'll find it real easily. Kind of an interesting little insight there to share there. And, let's see here. Oh, goodness. When I pulled this up here, his blood be on us and on our children. This is what the Jews were saying about Jesus when he was being crucified. There's been a lot of articles written about this in the positive instead of the negative. And most of these people, I do believe, got this from the teaching I did about 13, 14 years ago, something like that, where I first brought this out. I think it's actually in my first book, too, called Israel, They Still God's People. I took it as being, when they said, his blood be upon us and upon our children, as a positive thing, that even though they meant it as evil, that it was actually more of a redemptive covering for them. But recently, though, this is a little side note, I guess you would say, I've had a little bit of a different thought on that. Mainly because in the Hebrew, Matthew, it doesn't say exactly that. It's similar. It says seed instead of children, and I'll show you why I have a very interesting new thought on this here. This is in Matthew 27. Pilate, when he saw that he had no power to resist and was unable to make any peace with them, before a great dispute among the people might arise because of this, he took water, washed his hands before the people, and said, I am innocent of the blood. Be careful what you do. All right? And no joke, right? It says exactly that. Shamru lechem ma ta'aso. That literally means be careful what you do, right? And all the people answered and said, his blood will be upon us and upon our seed. Now, Matthew wrote in the Hebrew language. I've proven that to you too many times. He did not write in English, he wrote in Hebrew. And it does say right there, Zaranu, our seed. They don't say our children. Now, some would argue, well, that means the children. But I have a feeling that this is not, okay, this is where we're fixing to get deep here. Just a moment. I'm going to go deep with you now. Ready? Are you ready to go into this deeper? His blood will be upon us and upon our seed. Do you remember what we have in Genesis? Let's take a look over here. Let's just jump over. We'll just jump back for a moment. We're going to go to Genesis. We're going to go to chapter 3, I believe it is. After this whole fall takes place,
전화가 읽을 때 들어갔어. 다른 얘기하는 척하고. 내 말이 맞는 거야.
let's see here.
아닌다고.
Yeah, right here. I don't even like using the English because it's not translated correctly at all. Okay. All right. And I will put enmity between you, Benecha, Uvain, and between Aisha, and between the woman. Uvain Zaracha, and between your seed. All right, hold that thought right there. He's going to put an enmity, a hatred between, between you, between you, Benecha, Uvain, I'll put enmity between you and the woman, and between the woman and between your seed. Okay? They got it. It's because English is different, so they flip it in here between thy seed and her seed. Okay. Well, there it is right there. It's flipped backwards because there's her seed. All right. That's your seed, talking about the serpent, and between her seed, there's going to be a hatred. And he says, Hu yashafcha rosh, and he will bruise your head, ve'ata teshenu akeva, and you will bruise their heel. So the thing is, what's fascinating in this right here is that, again, even from the very early part of the prophecy about the serpent and the woman, there's hatred between their seed, their descendants. Now you could say children, but it's literally their offspring. There's going to be a hatred between them. That's why even in the next part of the verse, it's a prophecy. You know, to the woman he said, I will greatly multiply, and actually that's harabe, and it's literally, it's the one that's lying in wait. The great one lying in wait will cause you pain and sorrow, and that's pain and sorrow of the heart. That's the hatred. That's going to be because one boy, Cain, is going to kill his brother Abel. All right. Now, I bring this up because when we come back, let me find it again. We get back over here. Goodness. All the people answered and said, his blood will be upon us and upon our seed. That's a mass killing. Is what it really comes down to. That's magnification of what happened between Cain and Abel. But now that blood, you see, because if you remember when Cain killed Abel, God comes down and he says, you know, your brother's blood cries to me from the earth. Because he says to him, where is your brother? He said, am I my brother's keeper? Now the thing is they're wanting Jesus dead. And they said, his blood be upon us and our seed. So that doesn't mean this to the Jewish people. That's why Jesus says, I'll forgive you for this. But when the Holy Spirit's come, one word against that, it will not be forgiven in this world or the world to come. He knew that they were blind, but at the same time, though, but that seed line is a little different. That's where the problem comes in. So I want to show you, though. Look at it over here. Now, we jump over we go to Matthew 23. We're going to back up a little bit. Verse 13, woe to you Pharisees and sages, hypocrites, because you close up the kingdom of heaven before men. I want to bring that out before I go down to verse 33. He said, woe to them, Pharisees and sages, hypocrites, because you close up the kingdom of heaven before men. You yourselves do not enter, and those who wish to enter, you do not permit to enter. They couldn't even get in. Woe to you, Pharisees and sages, hypocrites, because you divide the wealth of certain widows with lengthy expositions. For this you will suffer a long punishment. You encompass sea and land to bind the heart of one man to your faith, and when he is bound, he is doubly worse than before. In the King James, it says he's twofold more the child of hell than you are. So as we move down, though, when you get into verse 33, this is where he goes into, he says, actually, we'll start with verse 31. In this you bear witness against yourselves that you are the sons of those who killed the prophets. You behave according to the deeds of your fathers. Serpents, seed of vipers. There it is right there, seed of vipers. How will you escape the judgment of Gehenna if you do not turn and repent? So when they said, his blood be upon us and upon our seed, It's not talking about the Jewish people in that regard there. This is the age-old battle from Genesis where Cain kills his brother Abel. That's that age-old battle that goes all the way down into the modern state of Israel today and then 2,000 years ago. And think about it, right? Wow. I want to say something, and I don't know if you'll see it or not, but I'm hoping you will. This is why Jesus Christ was born of a virgin. He had to correct the mistake from the beginning. Think about it. That had to be corrected. That's why God says that there was going to be that hatred. That's why it's a prophecy, a hatred is going to happen between the woman's seed and the serpent's seed. And the serpent's seed is right there in Matthew chapter 23. Right? Well, wrong one, sorry.
그러니까
Matthew
여자를
23.
가지고
Seed of
쉽게
vipers.
그렇게 해서 딱
There they are. Jesus tells you who they are.
뭉개버린 그 이미지를 사람한테 있는 그 이미지를 여자를
But finally, the serpent's head is wounded by Jesus. How's it wounded? Because he exposed who he really was. So the woman's seed, that fulfillment of scripture there,
그 얘기가 아니라 그래서
where he's going
여자를
to
통해서
bruise his
아담을
head,
통한 게 아니라 여자를 통해서 이렇게 쉬운 것 같은 루트를 통해서 이렇게
and
했기
you will
때문에
bruise their heel. The reason why it says their heel is because he goes not just after Christ, but he goes after the apostles as well.
그렇게 해야 된다고.
So it's fascinating when you look at all of these things together. Moses gets hidden in the rock, which was Christ, until the passing of God's glory. And then, of course, when his glory passes, which actually his glory was Christ coming upon the earth. And then what do we see? Moses shows up with Elijah on Mount Transfiguration. The rock is smitten. And when the rock is smitten, Christ is able to bring forth the water, which in type we see there on Calvary, on Golgotha, on the mountain there. And the water separated from his blood. And I know I'm kind of jumping around a lot of different areas there, but it's just fascinating to me as I look at these things. And then, of course, the one thing I wasn't going to really bring out, but I'll just kind of mention it to you, though. Where was it here? Oh, goodness. Maybe I don't. Let's see. Yeah, this is where, they were crying. They wanted the leeks, the garlic, the fish, and everything. You know what's interesting? When they wanted fish, Jesus multiplied the fish for them. And I wasn't going to bring it out, but I'll just share it with you anyway. Now that we're kind of going in different directions right here. But if you look in Luke's gospel,
그래서 성 전환하는
Jesus said, "If you then
남자들이
being evil
한
know how to
여자들이
give good gifts to your
여자들끼리
children, how much more shall
여자를
your heavenly Father
쉬운
give the
걸로
Holy Spirit to them that ask Him?"
그래서 거기를
Let's back it up a
여자들이
little
딱
bit.
버텨내야만
I say to you, ask and it shall be given you.
그걸
Seek
보고
and you shall
여자들이
find.
그래
Knock and
해라
it shall
이렇게
be
하는 게
opened.
아니라 그걸
Back here
버텨내야만
behind me.
뭐라는
Be open unto you. For everyone that
그게 왜
asketh
필요한지
receives, and he that
그
seeketh
여자들
finds, and to him that knocks it shall be opened. If a son shall ask bread of any of you that is a father, will he give him a stone? Or if he ask a fish, will for a fish he give him a serpent? Or if he shall ask an egg, will he
그
offer him a
남자들이
scorpion?
성전환했어 하고
If
나서
you then, being
그렇게
evil, know how to
여자들이
give good
뭐라는
gifts unto
거예요.
your children, how much
여자들이
more
그게 왜
shall your
필요한지
heavenly
진짜
Father
그게 왜
give the Holy
뭐라는
Spirit to
거지?
them that ask?
니네가 왜 가짜인지
You got to remember when we first started off in this, God was angry with them, and back over in the what was it, Exodus there, because they were offering sacrifices to gods that their fathers didn't even fear. So think about it. And so Jesus says, if they ask a fish, would you give them a serpent? Think about it. And then he takes and he goes out and when he goes to feed the multitudes, he gave them fish, multiplied bread. And he says, your fathers did eat manna in the wilderness, and they're every one dead. Whoa, 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 whoa. But the manna he gave, the bread he gave, he said he was that manna, come from God. And I don't think he's talking about back then. I think he's talking about right then and there. Anyway, a lot could be said there. Just want to share some of these insights with you. And also just as a reminder there, join us this coming Thursday night. We got space for 500 people. If you'd like to come and be a part of this, we certainly welcome you to come and join us there. Just type in that Zoom link there. And this coming Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern, I will be speaking on faith and how to get your faith ready. And then I will be praying for the group that is there. And at some point, I will also be we'll be looking to see if we can help those maybe more independently that need to be prayed for. I'm Stephen Benoon. You're watching Israeli News Live. God bless you and thank you for listening. And by the way, too, if you want to help support the work we do, that's something that has really fell way off in a lot of areas there. But please do. Just visit our website, IsraeliNewsLive.org, and you can donate there via either by mail, Stephen Benoon at P.O. Box 156 Sunbright, Tennessee. That's right above my head. The website's above my head as we're speaking here. And but you could donate, by mail or online. Online is the quickest, easiest way, and your help support of this ministry is greatly appreciated. And of course, there's other ways that you can also support the work we do, and actually help yourself at the same time. And that's strictly up to you. But if you wanted to go to LifeWave and order for your own family the actual the products that this company has to offer, like the X39 that stimulates your own body stem cells, we don't get a whole lot, but it does help us. And if you became on auto ship, you would actually help yourself tremendously, as well as help support the ministry as well. We would actually rather see that. We would rather see you benefit yourself as well, and get a smaller portion of what maybe you would normally donate to the ministry and try to help yourself. So we thank you for that. Either way, it's really up to you. They do have this performance bundle, and when you're on an auto ship here, it's normally $279.95, but it's only $179.95. You save $100 if you put that on an auto ship there. And believe me, for both of those together, amazing. And theoretically, they've done some studies on it already. It even creates somewhat of a Faraday cage effect in the body, because it is working on copper peptides, 2 different copper peptides in the body, and they have seen in early studies that some people have been helped as a result of even the EMF and 5G technologies as a way to protect against that. Not saying that it will, but early studies have shown some promising effects with that. Or if you just want to stimulate your stem cells only with X39, you could do that. And if you're on auto ship, you save $50 a month. It's kind of like the EMP shield. An EMP shield still is not a bad idea, especially with the threat of global war all around us there. If you do decide to get yourself an EMP shield, whether it's for your home, your automobile, whatever the case may be, I always recommend the automobile, but really and truly your house really needs one as well. But anytime you add any of that to your cart, you just got to remember to put INL50 as your code. That gets you the $50 discount, and once you do that discount there, they take that off, and you can see right there, $389 to $339. You save money by doing so. Anyway, I'm Stephen Vanoon. You're watching Israeli News Live. Thank you for listening, and God bless you.
Science falsely so-called.
Revelation.
What we're talking about.
Zombies, one of life's most terrifying things that we've been able to imagine. But imagine this, zombies are actually something that is mentioned in ancient texts, ancient histories. And tonight we're going to discover that, and we're going to also talk about prophetic significance to the real life zombie apocalypse. And it could be coming sooner than we know. We'll be right back.
And I stood upon the sand of the sea and saw a beast rise up, rise up, rise up, rise up. Who was able to make war with him?
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Midnight Ride. My great honor to welcome each and every one of you into the Puritan Barn, into the Now You See TV studios for the Midnight Ride with myself and John Pounders. Just got to be real with you. Nothing gets me jacked up like a zombie apocalypse. You know you love the zombie apocalypse, so let's just get all about it tonight. Let's ride. And it all starts right now because we're now
Live. What's up, guys? Good to be in the Puritan Barn, and we're so excited to bring this to you. So this show tonight, we did a show called The Zombie Apocalypse. It was part of our Enoch presentation that we have on our website, and we have the Book of Enoch commentary, and this was part of it, the Zombie Apocalypse one. Now, we got removed from YouTube, and so now we're going to talk about it again, but from a new, and being able to see it from new perspectives. This is going to be really interesting and really something that we need to be aware of, I think. And so stay tuned, guys. We'll be back after a word from our sponsors. Mainstream companies put dangerous chemicals in their products that contribute to disease and disability. This is why it's so important that we take care in the products that we consume. The skin is the largest organ in your body, and it is the covering to your temple. Our sponsor tonight is Sugar and Spice Soap Company. They create all natural and biblically clean soaps and beauty products. They even have a soap for Midnight Ride listeners. Use coupon code NYSTV to receive 10% off all your purchases. Link in the description. If this is true, then our country is in a lot of trouble.
We would have these trips, these special trips. But he said, my daddy takes the bodies to the grocery store and he grinds them up and puts it in the hamburger. And nobody ever knows it.
How can kids 6, 8, 10 years old be describing rituals that come from a book like the Book of the Dead?
It's hard to get your mind around people being capable of this kind of evil.
All right, guys, we're back. Thank you guys so much for checking it out. If there's anything you're interested in, the links are in the description. Also, we want to give a shout out to trutherfit.com if you want to to check
그
out our amazing Midnight
트랜스젠더라고
Ride
자기가
mugs.
남자 출신인데
They're
여자인
50%
척
off
방송을
if
이러는
you use the
사람들한테
code hashtag
여자들이
Tourhead.
그걸
That code is down here in the
왜 그걸
description.
잘못했는지
Get them while they're there. So
네가
check
어디가
those out.
있었는지
Let us know where you
그
guys are from in the
지적을
chat.
해줘야지. 왜
Let us know how
못하게
you're doing in the comments section. And
자기가
David,
남자
I'm going to hand it over to you
출신인데
because I know you got some
여자가
stuff
있기
coming up as
때문에
well.
Well, tomorrow night on FOJC Radio Underground Church, our Sunday Night Live at 7 p.m. Central is going to be Taylor Swift, the Modern Enchantress of Babylon, with Jillian Stone. It's going to be coming in with the hot sauce. So subscribe to FOJC Radio Underground Church. You're not going to want to miss this one. It's going to be popping.
That's right. So, guys, I don't know what to tell you other than hold on to your seats because tonight is going to be something that a lot of people may have not ever really considered before, especially with all the talks going on about this new diseases coming out and all of this. This is something to just think about, behold, and when the time comes, I think that we're going to be maybe not so surprised to see what the earth is going to put out on us. So with that being said, David, I'm ready to get started if you're ready.
Let's ride.
All right, so we're going to start out. Let me get this up here for you guys. 1 second here. All right. Well, maybe. All right, there we go. All right, so we're going to start out. This was a part of our Enoch video series we talked about. It was on Enoch 53. So for those of you who are members on our nystv.org, if you go to Enoch chapter 53 on there, David did a really amazing show, and I was a part of that show back then, but I didn't add too much to the show back then for sure. I don't know what was on my mind, but it definitely wasn't as great as I could have done on that. But David did an amazing job, and there's a lot of information that he covered on there. So I'm going to be taking clips from that broadcast, since it's not here on YouTube, and playing those, and we're going to be commenting on them because there's so many things that we've learned since actually doing that broadcast. I think that broadcast, we did it in maybe 2020 or 2021. So it's been a couple years since we did that broadcast. I know it was right around when, I think I got sick around that time, and a bunch of people we know got sick. People were dying around that time. It was a crazy time in the world, and so this show was a touchy subject at the time, I guess. Let's put it that way. And so tonight we're going to lay it all out, talk a little bit more about it, and you're going to be able to hear David from the past talk a little bit about it as well. And we're going to just do that. So we're going to start by reading Enoch 53 here. And we're just going to do verse 1 here. It says, There mine eyes saw a deep valley with open mouths, and all who dwell in the earth and sea and island shall bring to him gifts and presents and tokens of homage, but that deep valley shall not become full. And so, David, you had a really good excerpt on that, and I'm going to play that excerpt for you guys to hear, and then we're going to comment on that as we get going. So here we go.
Anchor Bible Dictionary, and they're what we're having a picture of here. And always when we look at the book of Enoch and we begin to study his visions, we have to ask the question, what is he seeing? Where is he at? What is this? And in the Anchor Bible Dictionary, it actually refers, and this is the article on the Valley of Jehoshaphat, and it actually refers to this chapter that John just read in the book of Enoch. It says, First Enoch 53 speaks of final judgment in a deep valley where all people come to be judged, a place which many equate with the Valley of Jehoshaphat. And not only is this going to be the scene of the final battle, which would be called Armageddon, which will be in the Valley of Megiddo, in the Valley of Jehoshaphat, and also in Jerusalem. Not just one battle, but it will be a battlefield, if we would think of it perhaps more precisely. And he goes on to say, Eusebius locates the Valley of Jehoshaphat in the Hinnom Valley, the scene of child sacrifice by Ahaz and Manasseh. The Lord had promised to deal out death in the Valley of Slaughter. And we're going to see that this valley, it not only is the scene of the vision of Enoch in chapter 53, we're going to see some snapshots of this valley from Scripture, and it was called by different names in different places in Scripture. And we're going to be getting a geographical as well as a spiritual understanding of this as we go forward into just how significant this is. Now, this is another picture, and this was drawn by Adam. And this is so awesome. I could just stop and just look at this for a while. And this is a tremendous picture of just exactly what Enoch was seeing in this valley where he saw the people with the open mouths. Now, in Isaiah 30:33, for Tophet is ordained of old, yea, for the king it is prepared. He hath made it deep and large. The pile thereof is fire and much wood. The breadth of the Lord, like a stream of brimstone, doth kindle it. And this valley of Jehoshaphat, also called the Valley of Hinnom, this is where the word for the lake of fire, Gehinnom, takes its name. And this was the place where they would burn the children in the fire to Moloch. And this is the way the Lord does things, in the very place where this evil against the children was perpetuated. This is where the Lord is going to gather people together for the final judgment. And also we're going to be getting a glimpse of those that have already passed into judgment in this valley that Enoch is seeing a vision of. And in Enoch chapter 53 and verse 1, he said, there mine eyes saw a deep valley with open mouths, and all who dwell on the earth and sea and islands shall bring to him gifts and presents and tokens of homage, but that deep valley shall not become full. Plenty of room for everybody that wants to go to hell. It's a broad road, and sad to say, there's plenty of room there. But what we want to zero in on here is the deep valley with open mouths. Now, this phrase is very, very significant, and as we key in on this, it's going to unpack an amazing revelation of that which is here in the book of Enoch. Now, I want to read from a book called Egyptian Magic by E. Wallace Budge. And when there were people there with open mouths, there is a specific Egyptian ritual in the Egyptian Book of the Dead called the opening of the mouth. And in our ride tonight, we're going to be looking not only at the ritual of the opening of the mouth in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, but we're also going to be correlating it with rituals from the ancient Sumerians, from the Rosh Hashanah text of the Sumerians. We're going to be equating that with Haitian voodoo rituals, with the experiments of the Nazis, with the modern technology that is being done, and we're going to see a consistent program of Satan toward the zombie apocalypse. Now, in this book, on page 202, it says the chapter of the opening of the mouth of the statue of Osiris. And the way that this ritual was worked, they would take a statue that was representative of the person that had died and was going through the process of mummification. And there was a relationship in sympathetic magic between the soul of the individual and the statue. And it says here, the performance of the ceremony of the opening of the mouth was followed by a number of other less important ceremonies, which had for their object the providing of the mummy or statue with scents and unguents and various articles of wearing apparel. And as they did the ritual on the statue, it was believed that it would enable the soul of the dead person to be empowered after death. And there is a relationship here that we're not going to go down this road tonight, but in the book of Revelation, it says of the first beast of Revelation 13 that he was able to make the image of the beast both to talk and to speak. And there's a lot of things in the black arts which deal with the animation of statues and these type of things. But that's just something we're just going to briefly touch on and not go down that rabbit hole. But another book by E.A. Wallace Budge, it's called Amulets and Talismans, and Wallace Budge was the authority during his lifetime on.
All right, I don't know what happened to that, but I think we got froze up there for a second on the PowerPoint.
Egyptology. And he says here on page 161 of this book, the funerary ceremonies connected with the opening of the mouth and the presentation of the canonical offerings on which the call of the deceased kings were supposed to live were even in the third millennium very old. So you go back to 3000 BC, and when they were doing this, and it was recorded in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, it was old then. We're going to go back further, and we're going to look at these rituals in the Sumerian, and we're going to see that there was a consistent effort to be able to empower and control the soul of the dead after they had passed, and to even bring it back. Now, the call, and this was the Egyptian word, the K-A, or it's spelled sometimes K-A-U, and this is what, there was a relationship between the call, or the spirit of the body as it left, and the statue. And through this sympathetic magic, the attempt was made to empower the soul after death. Now, this book here, The Symbolism of the Gods of the Ancient Egyptians, and we're going to be going to scripture, and we're going to be walking back the fact from fantasy and showing you. And of course, the Bible says in Hebrews 9:27, we're going to read the text, and as it is appointed unto man once to die, and after this the judgment, the soul of a human being, when they die, it will either go to heaven or it will go to hell immediately. The believer goes into the presence of the Lord, and the unbeliever goes into torment in Hades. Now, I want to read from this book, The Symbolism of the Gods of the Egyptians. It says, in the Book of the Dead, behold, a quote, behold, make a scarab of green stone, worship with gold, and place it in the heart of a man, and it will perform for him the opening of the mouth. So the soul in the journey through the underworld, or region between earth and heaven, pleads that his mouth be opened, or in other words, that his will may be given back to him in order that he may use the words of power which he has learned by becoming them.
All right, so that I wanted to stop it there, and I wanted to give room, David, for discussion on this. One thing that I found that I wanted to bring out real quick, that if I can get this to the next slide here, anyway. Never had so many problems with Bill Gates' PowerPoint here as I have today. So here we go. So I wanted to read an excerpt, David, from Manly P. Hall, The Secret Teaching of All Ages. You talked about not something we touched on the last one, but you talked about this green jewel, this green amulet that they would place in here. And so on chapter 17 of Manly P. Hall's book, Secret Teaching of All Ages on Stones, Metal, and Gems, I'd like to read this about the green gem that I think is really relevant to this. It says, like the sapphire Sathiae, the lapis exilis crown jewel of the archangel Lucifer fell from heaven. Michael, archangel of the sun and hidden God of Israel, at the head of angelic hosts, swooped down upon Lucifer and his legions of rebellious spirits. During the conflict, Michael, with his flaming sword, struck the flashing lapis exilis from the coronet of his adversary, and the green stone fell through all the celestial rings into the dark and immeasurable abyss. Out of Lucifer's radiant gem was fashioned the sangreal, or Holy Grail, from which Christ is said to have drunk it at the Last Supper. There is also evidence to support the claim that the story of the Grail is an elaboration of an early pagan nature myth, which has been preserved by reason of the subtle manner in which it is engrafted upon Christianity. From this particular viewpoint, the Holy Grail is undoubtedly a type of ark or vessel in which the life of the world is preserved, and therefore is significant of the body of the great Mother Nature. Its green color relates it to Venus, and to the mystery of generation. Also in the Islamic faith, whose sacred color is green and whose Sabbath is Friday, the day of Venus. And I wanted to elaborate a little bit on that green jewel there. I thought that was really interesting to add to that. Other than that, David, I wanted to see what you had to add.
Well, the green stone is very, very important in a lot of ways. The very first atomic bomb test at the Trinity testing site produced a new element. It was called trinitite, or green glass, which is symbolic of the literally creating something that wasn't there before. There was so much energy released. And in the Egyptian religion, and you might be going to read this a little bit, they had a frog amulet.
So you're going to read that in a little bit on the clip.
Well,
So, yeah.
I'll just save that for a little bit and talk about that later. But this symbol green, which is the symbol, the tree, the symbol of rebirth, this is very much a part of what we're talking about. What we're talking about is controlling the soul of an individual after they die. And this is actually a possibility if a person is not purely human. And there's a lot of texts and scriptures we'll probably get into it. I'll not get ahead of myself. But this is all very, very significant. And Mr. Manly P. Hall knows way too much about it.
Yeah, and it mentioned the priest in the Book of the Dead, the Sakharab priest. They called him that, but the Sakharab is a beetle. And I noticed, in a lot of like movies about like the Mummy, for instance. I don't know if you remember the scene in the movie with the Mummy with all the beetles come out. Well, beetles were a huge part of that as well, and they had the green beetle that was actually the most powerful amulet that they had. It was really interesting. You got clips of some footage of just random artifacts that have to do with the green and also the Sakharab, and it was a really important amulet to them at the time. Very interesting. But all right, we can move on to the next clip, and actually, you're in this next one. You're going to be talking about the soul light ritual that you talk about in here, which is really going to tie in so much into a lot of occult stuff that's going on today. So, if you don't have anything else to say, David, we'll play that clip.
Ahead. This is from the. And here at the left, there is a picture, and this picture is entitled The Lord of the Secret House. And this goes back to the understanding by the very highest level occultists of the actual rituals that were done in the Great Pyramid, and it involved this very thing. It says here on page 164 of the Phoenix, in substantiation of our belief that the Great Pyramid was the sacred house of the mysteries, we quote from that eminent authority on Masonic symbolism, Albert Churchwood, quote, we contend that the Great Pyramid of Giza was built in Egypt as a monument and lasting memorial of this early religion on true scientific laws by divine inspiration and knowledge of the laws of the universe. Indeed, we may look on the Great Pyramid as the first true Masonic temple in the world, surpassing all others that have ever been built. And they understood it to be a temple of initiation, and they understood it to be a place where this specific ritual was worked with bringing back the soul in what we have termed the zombie apocalypse. Now, this is another picture from the Phoenix by Manly P. Hall, and it goes into the description of this ritual was worked in the Great Pyramid. And, you just look at this. This looks a little bit uncomfortable just to look at this. But to describe this ritual, and this is called the symbolic crucifixion. And on page 172 and 173, he describes this ritual. And it says this. It says the king's chamber was the scene of the great climax of the initiatory drama. Here, crucified upon a St. Andrew's cross, the candidate was suspended like the solar god upon his cross of the equinoxes and the solstices. After the solar crucifixion had been performed, the candidate was laid in the great stone coffin, and for 3 days his spirit, freed from his mortal coil, wandered at the gateways of eternity. His caw as a bird flew through the spiritual spheres of space. It goes on to say at the end of 3 days he returned to himself again, and having thus personally and actually experienced the great mystery, he was indeed an initiate, one who beheld and one to whom religion had fulfilled her duty by bringing him into the light of God. So this 3-day out of the body experience, this was an initiation into the training exercise of what this person would take even further after he had died. This was like a Luciferian boot camp. They are dead, Rephaim in the Hebrew. They shall not live. They are deceased. They shall not rise. Therefore hast thou visited and destroyed them, and made all their memory to perish. The Rephaim, which is one of the Hebrew words for giants, the Word of God tells us that they do not have part in the resurrection because they are not human. They are part human, but they are not fully human. They were born of the brood of what happened when fallen angels came together with human women. And their soul was so corrupt that it could not take part in the resurrection. Now, in the book of Enoch, chapter 15 and verse 9, and now the giants who are proceeded from the spirits and flesh shall be called evil spirits upon the earth, and on the earth shall be their dwelling. Evil spirits have proceeded from their bodies because they are born from men. From the holy watchers is their beginning and primal origin. They shall be evil spirits on the earth, and evil spirits shall they be called. So when you had these Rephaim and the Nephilim that were part human, part fallen angel, when they died, their spirit did not go to heaven or hell to await resurrection, but they became disembodied spirits in the first heaven. This is what we read of in the scripture in the New Testament. They were called devils in the New Testament. So, being wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove, let's go to this next picture here. And this picture here also is from the Phoenix on page 171, and it's called The Vigil in the King's Chamber. And it is a drawing of the person that is getting ready to be mummified, and it shows, and here it looks like just the 3-day ritual, and it shows the spirit coming out of the body, which they call the ka. But look at this picture very carefully and ask yourself, what's wrong with this picture? And a lot's wrong with it, obviously, but look at the soul of this individual. It is not purely human. It is part man, it is part beast, and it's just a chimera creature. It's got the face of a man, the body of a bird, and who knows what all. And this is what Satan knows. Since a human soul will go either to heaven or hell upon death, what if they corrupt this soul? What if they corrupt this soul to where it's not human, to where it will not have part in the resurrection? And what if after this soul passed from this body, what if through black magic they can control this soul after death? This is what we're talking about. We're talking about the zombie apocalypse, which is going to intentionally be brought about through the working of black magic and also through the working of science falsely so-called.
Right, that is the end of that clip, and I thought that was super interesting to this whole idea. I think that, when, of course, right now, one of the most popular New Age things to do, and I think that also has been popular for a while, but it is astral projection. And, there's so much, you talked about this a little bit in the show about astral projection, how this is kind of basically kind of what they're doing here, and also the Masonic rituals of what they're doing. But I thought it was super interesting because it's amazing, because that is basically what they're telling people that they need to do in order to elevate their spirit to the next level. And David, did you have anything you wanted to add to that about it?
Well, anything like that, any kind of an out of the body experience is extremely dangerous, and a lot of your remote viewing and these type of New Age practices, they're just more extreme versions of the OBE. Now, could you imagine for 3 days for your soul not to be in your body, and there the body is, and who knows what in the world they were shooting the juice into that body to keep it in a coma state for 3 days. And then we see the soul. Well, it's not a human soul anymore. Genesis 10:8 says Nimrod began to be a Gibberim. Nimrod was not born a Nephilim, but he began to be a Gibberim. Something happened to him that kicked him from purely human to one of the mighty men we read in Genesis 6:4, when the sons of God came into the daughters of men. The original Genesis 6 people, they were mighty men, Gibberim, by virtue of the cohabitation of fallen angels and human women, but Nimrod began to be one. Now, I believe right here is how he began to be one. And just like the Wallace Budge book said, that at 3000 BC, when the Egyptians were doing this, it was a far more ancient practice that they were doing. And I think it's something just like this, a ritual that transformed the soul of Nimrod from that of a human being into a Gibberim. And I believe that this process is still possible. And I think that all along, the goal of Satan and the corrupting of the human genome and the absolute pollution of the human race, this is still his game plan. He's still at it.
David, do you mind putting your mic just a little bit closer to the mouth there? I'm having trouble picking it up just a little bit. But I agree with you, and I think that mostly that this practice is very secretive, and there's only very few people that even know what they're doing when it comes to that. And it's pretty amazing that how many people will try. We talked about the gold juice that one time, where how the elixir of life, and how people have been trying to gather this stuff for a while. And I noticed in one of the pictures you showed in there, after we talked about this beetle and the golden jewel, that statue, the head was actually a beetle. So there's a lot to this, and that I don't think that there's very many people that truly know the deep, dark secrets of this. I know that there's people that do magic. There's people that practice magic and black magic, and of course we're so far removed from the original source of how they did this that I think there are people that know it, but I think that you're talking high-level people that know how to do this ritual to change themselves. Because I know that a lot of, and correct me if I'm wrong, but rituals and things that we do, our actions, are literally writing epigenetics into our body. And so really, if you think about it, anytime we do something good or bad, it's written into our DNA. And so it would make sense to me that there would be a ritual, maybe followed by an incantation or pharmaceutical of some sort, that could literally change a person from the inside out, cause them, like Nimrod, to become a Gibberim. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, and the Bible talks about science falsely so-called.
Revelation.
What we're talking about here, it's half science and it's half black magic. And through these two things, horrible things, people that start down this road, I guarantee you'll end up someplace you never intended to go.
Right on. So is awful loud. It's so strange. It's like I can't keep the. For some reason, I apologize. I don't know what the deal is with this, but I've got the mics the same levels, but they're very touchy tonight. So my apologies. We're going to be talking about now the hunting of souls. You did a section in this video where you spoke of the hunting of souls, tying this together, and I thought it was a really brilliant segment. And so we're going to play that and comment on that as well.
Revelation chapter 9, verse 6. I believe at this point that this scripture comes into play. There's a lot of things in this scripture. Revelation 9:6 says, "And in those days shall men seek death and shall not find it, and shall desire to die, and death shall flee from them." I believe it's very possible that there are people that want to cheat death, and it's the fear of death that drives people to do things that they're to their body that they should not. And the transhumanist gospel is eternal life through science without Christ. Now, we're going to look at this same concept from the Hebrew prophets and from the prophet Ezekiel. Now, how many of you have seen a mummy movie? Of course, we all have, right? I remember the 1931 Boris Karloff, The Mummy. It was a classic. I remember when I watched as a child, I loved those Universal horror films. Every Saturday night, Sammy Terry at Nightmare Theater. Well, I was there watching it. I loved it. And how many have ever seen this the scene where they're wrapping the mummy up, and the guy there, he's alive, and they're wrapping him up, and they wrap his mouth up, and his eyes are flickering, and they wrap him all up. And the process of mummification, we're going to show that the purpose was to prepare a person to be reanimated, like in H.P. Lovecraft's The Reanimator. It was nothing less than that. And in Ezekiel 13:18, I believe that this is a similar ritual that was worked in the area here of Israel. Let's read the text and think of it in that light. "And say, Thus saith the Lord God, Woe to the women that sew pillows to all armholes, and make kerchiefs upon the head of every stature, to hunt souls. Will ye hunt the souls of my people? Will ye save the souls alive that come unto you?" And literally in this ritual, the soul was taken, separated from the body, and it was hunted and captured through rituals that it could be empowered and controlled after it died. And this is very, very similar to the concept that we see in voodoo. And we're going to be talking before the broadcast is over about the book and the movie The Serpent in the Rainbow, where in this movie they would capture the souls, the same process of the people that went through literally a death and brought back to life in the zombie with the zombie powder, and the soul was kept in a jar and controlled by the head of the ritual. Now in Ezekiel 13:20 and 21, "Wherefore thus saith the Lord God, Behold, I am against your pillows, wherewith ye hunt the souls to make them fly. I will tear them from your arms, and will let the souls go, even the souls that ye hunt to make them fly." I believe this is exactly the same situation we have as was depicted in this drawing from the Phoenix by Manly P. Hall of this chimera soul that is coming from the body of this individual. "Your kerchiefs also will I tear, and deliver my people out of your hand. They shall be no more in your hand to be hunted, and ye shall know that I am the Lord." And always, the word of God does not deny the power of the black arts, but always it shows the pale, inferior power that it has to stand before the might of the living God and before the people that name his name and walk in obedience to him. Truly, there is no enchantment against Jacob.
All right, so that I wanted to play that segment because I thought that was super interesting. Because literally you said something in that show that really I didn't really think about too much at the time, but when they wrap these mummies and they do what they're doing, that could literally be what they're talking about. That makes so much sense. And at the time when you said it, I don't know what I was thinking, but I didn't even catch that. But when I watched it again, I was like, that is so interesting because these rituals involve so much practice and so much of these wrappings and all that. There could be a lot to that.
Well, let's think of this for just a moment. I had the scripture there in the book of Revelation where men in those days will seek death and not be able to find it. What in the world could that be? But let's just say for a minute, and the whole purpose of this opening of the mouth ritual was to, number one, create a part human, part animal, part fallen angel soul to where it would not go. When a human dies, it'll go either to heaven or hell. But like in the picture in Manly P. Hall, the soul was half animal, half human. The book of Enoch tells us that when the spirits of the giants die, they roam the earth. And literally what they were wanting to do was create a floater. Create so corrupt a human soul that when it died, it would not go to heaven or hell because it was literally a chimera soul, just in the picture of Manly P. Hall. And the opening of the mouth ritual was through the ka and through the sympathetic magic with the statue, was for the soul of the person that died in that weird sense of it. They died, but their soul was a floater, to open the mouth of that soul that was released, so the soul will regain cognizance and it will open its mouth in the spirit realm and begin to speak spells, opening the mouth of that soul that had passed on in that realm of the dead. Now let's think about this for just a moment. And this is a reality now in the transhumanist movement. And there was a movie that I mentioned, Transcendence, with Johnny Depp. A lot of you have seen it. And in that movie, Johnny Depp, at the time he died, uploaded his consciousness to a computer. Now, just for a moment, let's suppose that, you're rich, you're famous, and you get a lot of money, and you're ready to die. And one of these wizards comes in and says, now, how about instead of you dying, we just upload you to the computer and you just keep going, and they go for it. Well, let's say it happens. What would be more horrible than for you to become cognizant? Let's say your consciousness goes into a computer and then you become aware and cognizant. There you are, trapped in a computer with no body, living as some kind of an electric impulse in some machine. What would be more horrible than that? I mean, that would truly be worse than hell almost. Those people would truly long to die so that their soul could be released to its eternal destination. That would truly be horrible.
Amen to that. And you do talk a little bit about that in some of these broadcasts, but right now we have the microchip in the brain being released and gone live. We have so many weird things going on in our world that is just unreal to me. And throughout this study, I looked at everything that I could find, science-wise, everything. And if people don't know this, they're literally developing diseases just like this. One of them is described as rabies that affects humans the way it affects animals, and rabies already kills humans. But this one would affect humans in the way that it actually affects animals, to a point to where they're aggressive, trying to pass the disease on by biting or by acting erratically and in a zombie-like state. There's other ones too that they found that are just unreal to me. I remember seeing where they found this in the permafrost. They found this old disease, I guess you could call it, or some kind of bacteria. And the scientist injected himself with this bacteria years ago, and he believed that it was giving him better health, longer life, and he believes that he's going to live for who knows how long. He did this back, I think, he found it in 2009. I think he injected himself with it in 2015. Here we are, 2024. I could be a little off on those dates, except for 2024. I'm pretty sure it's 2024, but 2009 is when they found it. 2015 inject themselves with it. So few people have been able to inject themselves with it, but they're calling it the zombie virus. It's really interesting. So you guys can check that out. It's really crazy. So this next segment is about the frogs. You talked about the frogs. That's why I said you'll be talking about it later, because you actually talked about it earlier. So we're going back to the past, and we're going to bring it to the future here with the frogs. This is a really interesting aspect of it, because this so ties in to end time stuff. So let's check it out.
Now, we'll take another look here at Egyptian Magic by Wallace Mudge, and there's something else that we want to look at here, and this is on page 63 of this book, and it says here, the amulet of the frog. The amulet is typical of teeming life of the resurrection. The frog-headed goddess Hecht, the wife of Kenmu, was associated with the resurrection, and this amulet, when laid upon the body of the dead, was intended to transfer to it her power. Now, another part of this ritual was taking this frog amulet, putting it on the dead body to energize this dead body. These, and not only, we're going to show not only was this the specific purpose of the Egyptian ritual, but also of the Sumerian, the Nazis, and right to today, they're trying to do this on steroids. And we see in Revelation chapter 16, and I saw 3 unclean spirits like frogs come out of the mouth of, you see, the dragon, and out of the mouth of the beast, and out of the mouth of the false prophet. They had their mouths open. And for a long time, I have said that I believe that it will be probably a part human that these spirits of these devils will enter into to be the first and second beasts of Revelation 13. And through this very same ritual of the opening of the mouth, there is empowerment in these people and individuals through the workings of these rituals. And well, let me read on here. And I saw 3 unclean spirits like frogs come out of the mouth of the dragon, out of the mouth of the beast, and out of the mouth of the false prophet. For they are the spirits of devils. This is exactly what we have identified of the spirits that did not go to their eternal destination, but roamed in the first heaven, working miracles which go forth unto the kings of the earth and of the whole world to gather them to the battle of the great day of God Almighty. Behold, I come as a thief. Blessed is he that watcheth and keepeth his garments, lest he walk naked and they see his shame. And he gathered them together into a place in the Hebrew tongue, called in the Hebrew tongue Armageddon. Now, and this is also, we're coming back to the same geographical location where Enoch originally saw this vision of the open mouths. We're going to have a geographical confirmation as well as all other confirmation of exactly what we're talking about here. Now, in this next slide, here is another drawing by Adam where he is showing pictorially just exactly what we're having. And when we understand the Egyptian ritual of the amulet that was laid upon the dead body to energize the dead body, and here we see these unclean spirits like frogs that are coming out of the dragon, the beast, and the false prophet. This is exactly what we see in Scripture here that is being depicted and described.
Very interesting. David, you got anything to add to that stuff there? That, to me, man, obviously there's a gray alien connection and stuff like that. It seems like they look a lot like that, but what about these frogs?
Well, we saw the opening of the mouth ritual in Egypt, which was reflecting dark arts thousands of years, even older than that, where it produced the altered human soul. And then we see the Nimrod beginning to be a Gibberim who would have went through some kind of a similar ritual. And now in this text, and it is the recorded fact in the Egyptian rituals that a frog amulet would be placed on that dead person. So here in the book of Revelation, what do we see? I saw 3 unclean spirits like frogs come out of the mouth. You see, out of the mouth of the dragon, out of the mouth of the beast, and out of the mouth of the false prophet, just like Nimrod went through a ritual to become a Gibberim, the final beast and false prophet. If they're not already born a half fallen angel, half human, they will go through this ritual and they will so alter their human soul that they're going to be under the control of these ritualistic workings, and it's frightening. You're talking about people that go somewhere you don't come back from. And the purity of our genetics, that's who we are. We're human. And this is something that we should allow nobody to tamper with in any way, shape, or form.
Right. I looked into a lot about frogs, and also, somebody in the chat said something that's really interesting, but you notice how in the Disney movies, all the princesses, I don't know if all of them, but they would kiss the frog to see if it would turn into a prince that I remember that. But also frogs have the ability to reproduce differently. They're also aquatic and on land too, and I think there's some significance to that. If we really look at the idea behind a lot of these civilizations, claim that there was a being that came out of the water, such as Aiwass, Dagon, Poseidon, whatever, comes out of the water, teaches civilizations these languages. So in his own right is also amphibious as well. So there could be something to that. I don't know.
Yeah, frogs are little reptiles, aren't
they? They really are. So this next section, we're going to be talking about hollow earth entities. Actually, David, you're going to be talking about it, but we're going to comment on it because this ties into this stuff so well. So here we go.
And you mentioned the Nazis, and we want to think just a little bit about them. They were serious of it, about this, and just about to really get a glimpse of just how serious they were with making contact with these people in the underworld. I'll read just a little bit from this book. It's called Real Zombies, The Living Dead and Creatures of the Apocalypse by Brad Steiger. It says here, good section on the Germans in this book. The secret societies formed in Germany wanted desperately to prove themselves worthy of the superhumans that live beneath the surface of the planet, and they wished to be able to control the incredibly powerful Vril force. And they believed that the race of supermen were living in the heart of the earth. Such members of the Lodge as Adolf Hitler, Heinrich Himmler, Hermann Göring, Dr. Theodor Morell, Hitler's personal physician, and other top Nazi leaders became obsessed with preparing German youth to become a master race so the lords of the inner earth would find them worthy above all others when they emerged to evaluate the people of the earth's nations. They wanted to breed with these people in the inner earth to form the master race. This was the goal of Hitler, and he took it very, very serious. Going on, it says, in April 1942, Nazi Germany sent out an expedition composed of a number of its most visionary scientists to seek a military vantage point in the hollow earth. Nazi scientists who left for the island of Rügen had complete confidence in the validity of their quest. In their minds, such a coup as discovering the opening to the inner world would not only provide them with a military advantage, it would go a long way in convincing the masters who lived there that the German people truly deserved to mix their blood with them in the creation of a hybrid master race to occupy the surface world, truly a new world order. This is truly Genesis 6 stuff. And this is something that the Nazis were very serious about. I know many of you have read about this, and it was nothing less than this. They wanted to breed with these creatures in the inner earth to create a super race that would take over the world. And as we pursue this topic further, we're going to see that this isn't far from that which is actually going to happen.
All right, David. So that section mentioned about the inner earth, I wanted to include that because obviously we've done a lot of talking on this. This is something that people have millions and billions of dollars has been spent by the Nazis to find this, and they wouldn't have done that, I don't think, had they believed this to be true. Just like it said in the book, they believed this to be true, and I'm not so sure they didn't succeed in all of this. Knowing what we know now, knowing that most of the UFO sightings that we see did not happen until after around World War II, the 40s. So many things have changed. I mean, there's been so much that has gone on since that time in our world. I mean, basically all the scientists came over here, but there's this inner earth stuff, man. This is something that has been on the lips of people ever since what they would call the Tuatha De Danann, or the people that the Atlanteans came and they visited and went around telling people, and then they went off and people believed they went inside the hollow earth. It's just such an interesting concept, and most people that have watched our show, we've talked about it so many times that it's almost normal to you guys to hear about it. But this is a subject that has intrigued people, kings, to the point to where they've spent resources beyond what you would even imagine trying to find these things.
Yeah, Hitler, like many before him, believed that if he could control the vril, that whoever controlled the vril would control everything. And he was all about it. And he was making a serious effort not only to contact people in the inner earth, but also the spirits of the dead. He was very much after that. And I like to say I have also the very, Lady Maria in the Thule Society, she claimed that all of the saucer designs of the exotic Nazi technology, that it came from the spirits. And I absolutely believe that what they're saying is true.
Agreed. So now this next session, you're going to be talking about the Rephaim, and I had a few things I wanted to add after this section that I've learned, over the last few years, and I just thought it was so interesting. So we're going to play that.
A little green button there.
What's that?
A little green button on his chest.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, the little green button. It looks like it's almost a beetle of sorts too. It's very interesting. So here we go.
This is the Theological Dictionary of the Old Testament, and we're going to read in here about the rituals from the Sumerian rituals from Ugarit, and reading a little bit here about the word Rephaim. It says that they had in these Rephaim texts from the Ugarit or the Sumerian text, it says they had the capacity as heroic healers and bestowers of fertility. And we're talking about these dead that had passed on. And the root, and of course the Rephaim, the root, there was a ministry called Rapha. And that word means to heal. Yeah. And these dead, these people in the heart of the earth, they were seen as people in these Sumerian texts as people that could heal and also transmit fertility to people. And it says here in the Ugardic rituals, we have a description of a ritual or a collection of ritual invocations in which the deceased departed members of the Ugardic royal house are invoked and are offered sacrifice. And there were actually days and times when them in the rituals. Well, is this all just fantasy and myth? Well, I think it might be a little bit more than that. It also goes on to say, on the evidence of the so-called Rephaim text, speaking of those from Ugarit, which, when reconstructed, it is quite likely that the Rephaim were associated with the nurturing of the dead with fertility. These rituals of the Rephaim text from Ugaritic, to give the people after they died energy and fertility. This was the exact purpose of the ritual of the opening of the mouth as we see it. And it says in this one ritual, the Rephaim travel in horse-drawn chariots, and on the third day they reach the threshing floors and plantations to partake in a festal banquet. And you know how much of this actually became a reality? We can't say, but we can sure say that this is exactly what these people were trying to do. Another very scholarly source, this is the Dictionary of the Old Testament Theology and Exegesis, edited by Van Gimmeren. And it also speaks of the text in the Ugaritic Rephaim text. And it says, the Rephaim may come up from the netherworld on occasion as in a New Year festival, and the living ruler may be counted among them. So they actually believed that, and they claimed that they were able to bring these people up and actually have fellowship and eat with them. It says through death, they had taken on special powers, preeminently healing and fertilization. They are healed through death. They are devotees of the god Refu. And this is what we're talking about. We're talking about the control and the energizing of the soul after death, not a purely human soul, though. That wouldn't work. But a soul that has been corrupted through genetic corruption to where it no longer has part in the resurrection.
Very interesting. And man, I'll tell you, like after what we kind of talked about over the last few things, I wanted to bring up a little bit about that area. You're talking about the Ugaritic text, and you're talking about that whole area, Biblos, all of that, and that just led me to remind me about Og of Bashan. And we did a show not too long ago about Og of Bashan. Actually, it was about the tribe of Dan and how I believe they went there, found the secrets that were available also to Egypt, available to the other lands that were around there. And so I just want to read this real quick and just kind of tie this in a little bit. So we're looking at Deuteronomy 3:11 and 13. It says, "For only Og of Bashan remained of the remnant of the giants. Behold, his bedstead was a bedstead of iron." And you go on to talk about, we're going on to talk about Bashan, but at the very last verse here, it says, "And the rest of Gilead and all Bashan, being the kingdom of Og, gave I unto the half tribe of Manasseh, all the regions of Argob, with all Bashan, which was called the land of the giants." So this land extended. This was Mount Hermon. This is where we get modern day Syria. This is where the heart of civilization was. This is where the capital of Phoenicia was. This is where the trading section was. This is where the heart of the world was at one time. So just to kind of give you guys an idea, I don't have a map in front of me, but if you look at that, at the very end of that map, at the very end of the ocean, you have the Strait of Gibraltar going in right around Spain and Africa, and they had the Pillars of Hercules set there. But if you went back into the ocean, you get all the way back into the end, and you have this major trading point. Now let's look a little bit about Og of Bashan. So this is Bashan, the strong number for Bashan, and this is, this comes from an unused word according to the Hebrew. So this is not an original Hebrew word, but it is a Ugaritic word. And so if you look at the Ugaritic text, and it says the name Bashan likely derives from the Proto-Semitic root. One meaning of this root found in the Ugaritic term is serpent or dragon, mentioned in several mythological texts. So we have this tied in together. Joshua 12, it says, "And the coast of Og, king of Bashan, which was of the remnant of the giants that dwelt at Ashtaroth and Edrei, and reigned in Mount Hermon and in Salca and in Bashan, unto the borders of the Geshurites and the Maccathites and half Gilead, and the border of the Sihon king Heshbon." Now Og himself was the king of the Rephaim, and like David had said when he was reading that about the Rephaim were basically either reanimated giants or healer giants of some sort that were in that area. And so this was, I believe, this was the heart of this. Og was considered the king of the dead at the time. He was the king of the dead, and there's so much stuff in the Ugaritic text about Rephaim. You'll find it on gravestones, all of these different things. But I believe that the heart of genetic breeding, the heart of Bel, this is where we have Belbeck. This is where it all started with Og. Og was the last of the king of the dead, and he was the ones that Joshua killed. And there was something going on with Og, and I explained it. I think that in order for you to get the full grasp, you probably need to go back and watch about the tribe of Dan. But I believe that these secrets were found here. It talks about Dan bringing their gods with them, bringing these things, and I believe this is the heart of these mystery religions, is where a lot of this stuff came from, and I find it hard not to tie that in.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Are you going to talk about Job 26:5?
No, go ahead.
All right, I'm going to throw that in here.
Go for it.
Now, Job 26:5, it says, dead things are formed from under the waters, and the inhabitants thereof. Now, that word dead there is the word Rephaim. Now, if you look that word formed up in the Hebrew, and what it will tell you is that it means to twist or whirl. And many times we've talked about Elijah was taken up in a whirlwind. There were these whirlwinds and these spirals, their gates and their portals, and literally these dead things. And somehow the only way I can make any sense of this is that it's speaking of the Rephaim that were killed in the flood of Noah. And somehow these dead things were formed under the waters. So through some kind of dark workings, they were able to reanimate them. Maybe that's why David cut Goliath's head off. Yeah. But the DNA strand, if you look at a DNA strand, and that's literally what this word form means. It means to twist or swirl in a spiral. And literally, could it be possible that by twisting the person's DNA strand, portals within us could be opened up that could be accessed by these entities? You have to admit it's at least theoretically possible, and I think it's spiritually certain.
Yeah, man, it's crazy the kind of stuff that you can really find, the tie-ins that you can see in all of this. But I remember when researching this, seeing the bedstead of iron, and realizing too that this is Bashan is now considered called Gilead. And I don't know how many people saw the Handmaid's Tale. The epicenter of this breeding center that they were using was called Gilead. And it's just amazing to me, because the whole point of the kings of the world and the people who claim to be of this Grail bloodline, which kind of ties into what we're talking about, but the green jewel being involved in the process of the Grail, which the Grail to a lot of people means it ties in exactly with bloodline. It has nothing to do with an actual cup, but a bloodline. And then there's the people that believe the cup. But the fact that these people claim, the original kings, the Fisher kings, who claim to have come from these fishmen that came out of the water, like David was saying, these Rephaim that came out of the water and taught men civilization, they claim to be of this lineage until this day. So there's a lot there that needs to be unpacked. But man, it all makes so much sense together when you just start looking at it and see that not only was this an ancient thing, but this is something that's been carried down, and this is something that I think is going to be released and unleashed on the entire population of the world to come.
Well, just think about this for just a moment. If we're talking about thousands and thousands of years BC that they were able to do this, what could they do now with the tremendous the things they've looked in with transhumanism? I think that absolutely people know how to do this now, and that they're intentionally doing it. And this picture makes me think, did you ever see a picture of a zombie that didn't have its mouth open? I mean, always the zombie's got its mouth open and it's doing the thing, Always got their mouth open. They're the people with the open mouths. They're the zombies.
That's for sure. Now, this next part, David, you talk about the passengers, and so we're going to talk a little bit about that. This is interesting.
from Ezekiel chapter 39. And John, will you read this text for us, verses 11 through 15?
Sure. And it shall come to pass in that day that I will give unto Gog a place there of graves in Israel, the valley of the passengers on the east of the sea. And it shall stop the noses of the passengers, and there shall they bury Gog and all his multitude, and they shall call it the valley of Hamon-Gog. And 7 months shall the house of Israel be burying of them, that they may cleanse the land. Yea, all the people of the land shall bury them, and it shall be to them a renown the day that I shall be glorified, saith the Lord God. And they shall sever out men of continual employment, passing through the land, to bury with the passengers those that remain upon the face of the earth, to cleanse it. After the end of the 7 months shall they search, and the passengers that pass through the land, when any seeth a man's bone, then shall he set up a sign by it, till the buriers have buried it in the valley of Hamon-Gog.
Thank you, John. And just on the surface of this text, we have something here that has been a great destruction, and there are a multitude of bodies that have to be buried. And of course, our mind would think of perhaps a nuclear incident that would cause radiation pollution. But what if it was a biological incident, to where these people had died of some kind of a plague, and only the people that had been protected from this plague were able to go out and do this work? And the text speaks of the passengers and other protected humans that work together in burying the dead. Now, let's look at this word passenger. And this word passenger, and I'm going to look again, this is the Theological Dictionary of the Old Testament. And for scholarly research into the Hebrew, this is the top of the food chain. You don't go over the head of this set. And this is what it says here about the word passenger. And what this word means, it means to go, come over, or beyond something or someone. It means to go over or to cross over. A bar means to go over. And where are these passengers? Where have they crossed over from? And on a previous Midnight Ride, we put forth the idea that these were people that had crossed over from the realm of death into the living, that these passengers are the same people that we're talking about in these other texts, in the Egyptian rituals and the pyramid, and also in the Rephaim text from the Ugarit. Now, let's look at some more things, and just file this under the category of you can't make this stuff up. And it talks about the root word of this as it was used by the Egyptians. It says that it is frequently attested in royal tombs beginning with the pyramid text. We're talking about the Egyptian Book of the Dead. It says most of the occurrences are found in the so-called books of the underworld, mortuary literature, Amduat, the Book of Gates. Now listen to this. This is just unbelievable. And it says in this ritual, it says when the light of the shining sun reaches the rigid mummies in their crypts, they are awakened and filled with breath. It is absolutely amazing. You see the mummy movies we see, this is absolutely the purpose of mummification. These are elaborate rituals that at some point in time, they were to be reanimated, to cross over from the realm of the dead to the living. It goes on, this is amazing, but there is a specific manuscript here that uses this Hebrew word. It's identified as KI1, an Egyptian fragment, not of a biblical text, but of a writing. It says that literally it means bring over in the sense of lead, guide a corpse over. This is specifically what we're talking about. We're talking about the bringing people back over. And here we see in Ezekiel these abar, these passengers, literally people that have been reanimated from the dead, and they are there with certain humans that have done something to where they're immune to this also, and they're engaged in the bearing of these bodies. So we get a picture here of Satan's plan for the final satanic evolution of the human race through genetic corruption. And this is a commentary by Daniel Block. This is a very commentary of very high scholastic level. He looked at the same material that I have just presented to you in the most in-depth theological dictionaries that really trace how this word was used. And this is the conclusion this guy come to. I love it. And he cites the very same text. He says, with the support from the Ugaritic text, KTU, however, it seems best to treat the Haborim, or the word translated passengers in the King James Bible, as a designation for those who have passed on, that is, deceased heroes referred to elsewhere as the Rephaim. Cha-ching. I love it. The exact same conclusion. That's what we're talking about. And he goes on farther in this text to connect it with the very same place we're talking about, the very same place in Enoch 53:1, where he saw the vision in the valley of the people with the open mouths. It says this site will receive a new name, Gi Hamon Gog, the valley of Hamon Gog, which is a play on Gi Hinnom, the valley of Hinnom. Earlier, this was the site of Molech worship and child sacrifice. So in Ezekiel 39, where we see the passengers and these other humans bearing the dead, this is the exact same place where we started out in Enoch 53:1, the valley of people with open mouths. That is not a coinky-dink.
Interesting, man. I remember when you brought this out. This was so interesting to me because this is some verse that I feel like I've glossed over. I don't know, hundreds of times, and just you see a word like that, and you don't think much of it, because we use that kind of word in English all the time. But when you look at that root of that word, it really brings out the story, doesn't it?
Oh boy, yeah,
amazing.
From us.
Really interesting. So I wanted to read another verse that is the thing that we can look forward to ourselves. So, the evil side has zombie apocalypse to look forward to, and the open mouths and the creepy mess like that. But we have something to look forward to as well, which I think is really an amazing parallel to this, but in a positive way. And so I want to read this to you guys as well. In Ezekiel 37, Ezekiel, and this is like right before the other vision he has. This is right around that same passage in Ezekiel. But he has another vision of another group of people rising up out of the ground because he prophesies to these people. In Ezekiel 37, and starting in verse 1, and I'm going to read all the way to 14, and because this is such a really amazing blessing, and it shows us that God, it will reanimate us as well. And we don't have to take whatever the world is throwing at us to do this. We don't have to take that because the world will offer an alternative to God. The hope of every man is to be able to live forever. The hope of every woman is to be able to live forever, to not see their loved ones die. One of the worst things about the life that we live in this world is the fact that we have to bury those of us that we love, other people that we love. And this is a hard thing to deal with, but God made a promise. And he promised not only to these people here, but he's a promise to us as well. And I want to read this. It says, "The hand of the Lord was upon me, and carried me out in the spirit of the Lord, set me down in the midst of the valley, which was full of bones, and caused me to pass by them round about. And behold, there was a very many in the open valley, and lo, they were very dry. And he said unto me, Son of man, can these bones live?
And I answered, O Lord God, thou knowest. And he said unto me, Prophesy upon these bones, and say unto them, O ye dry bones, hear the word of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord God unto these bones, Behold, I will cause breath to enter into you, and ye shall live. And I will lay sinews upon you, and will bring upon flesh upon you, and cover you with skin, and put breath in you, and ye shall live, and ye shall know that I am the Lord. So I prophesied as I was commanded, and as I prophesied there was a noise, and behold, a shaking, and the bones came together, bone to his bone. And when I beheld, lo, the sinews and the flesh came upon them, and skin covered them above, but there was no breath in them. They said unto me, Prophesy unto the wind, prophesy, son of man, and say to the wind, Thus saith the Lord God, Come from the four winds, O breath, breathe upon these slain, that they may live. So I prophesied, and he commanded me, and breath came into me, and they lived and stood up on their feet, an exceeding great army. Then he said unto me, Son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel. Behold, they say, Our bones are dried, and our hope is lost. We are cut off for our parts. Therefore prophesy and say unto them, Thus saith the Lord God, Behold, O my people, I will open your graves, and cause you to come out of your graves, and bring you into the land of Israel. And ye shall know that I am the Lord, when I have opened your graves, O my people, and brought you up out of your graves, and shall put my spirit in you, and you shall live, and I shall place you in your own land. Then shall ye know that I am the Lord, have spoken it, and performed it, saith the Lord. And what an interesting verse, because we have this another valley of bones. We are maybe the same valley, but there's going to be a different resurrection coming out of this valley, a resurrection of the children of Israel. Maybe some of the children who were sacrificed. I don't know, but what do you think about that, David?
Well, it really puts into context this whole topic we've been talking about. And I don't want anyone to think that when your relatives die, that there's some Kabbalah wizard can bring them back and mess with their soul. Hebrews 9:27 says, And as it is appointed unto man once to die, and after this the judgment. When a human being dies, their soul of the righteous will go into the presence of the Lord, and the soul of the wicked will go into Sheol, in the place of torment. But these people know that through the alteration of the human soul, they can create these floaters. So it's a false resurrection scenario. It is just evil to the nth degree of Satan believing that he can conquer death and literally conquer God himself. Is just the ultimate of evil. And this is something like in scripture here in Ezekiel 39. We have this scenario where these passengers, these Oberim, are bearing, we have all these people died, maybe from nuclear, maybe biological, but there's some people that somehow survived this event. They were protected from it, and they're joining with these Oberim to bury the humans. Now, the thing about it, and I'll just give you a quick way about how I study Hebrew. Some people think I don't like Hebrew. I love Hebrew. I'll tell you how serious I am about it. The first place you'd go to be the Strongs, and that usually is all you need. But there are other Hebrew works that are more in depth. My first go-to after that would be Brown Driver Briggs or Jacinius Lexicon. After that, I referred to it once. This is the Dictionary of Old Testament Theology and Exegesis, 5 volumes. Then the top of the food chain, and don't buy this, I had one fella actually bought this set for over $1,000, and it doesn't have Strong's cheater numbers, so this isn't that easy to use. So don't buy one unless you do know Hebrew. But this is the Theological Dictionary of the Old Testament, 16 volumes. And it even tells how this Hebrew word Oberim is used in ancient Egyptian text. And it literally says, and it's mind-blowing, I brought it again tonight, it talks about how these ancient, literally the sun hits a mummy and brings it to life, and bringing a corpse from the land of the dead to the living, you see. This is exactly what the scripture is speaking to, these Oberim, these literally the real living dead, the zombies that they're going to be brought over. And I believe that the people that are the dark minds behind transhumanism, that these are the various things that they're looking at, literally, just like the ancient rituals in Ezekiel 13, the capturing of the soul. I believe this is exactly what they are consciously working to do.
Agreed, man. And I think it's really clear to see for those of us that are paying attention. You know, unfortunately, we can't really speak as fully as we want anymore in platforms, but I think that most of us who have their eyes open, we're seeing this just kind of come out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And so this next section, this is the section we're going to play. It's about Living Dead Among Us, which I thought was a really interesting section because the book of I'm just going to play it. I'm just going to play it because I don't want to ruin it before we play it. I think you guys need to hear this because this is something that we all need to be aware of.
And let's take that which we have learned tonight, and let's just read a few scriptures and let's see if we might get a little clearer understanding. It says, "For there are certain men crept in unawares, who were before of old ordained to this condemnation, ungodly men turning the grace of our God into lasciviousness and denying the only Lord God and our Lord Jesus Christ." Now, could it actually be possible that just like the Bible says, the people that were coming in to trouble these first century Christian assemblies had actually lived before of old time and had actually been reanimated, if you will? They were actually the living dead. You know, if you would just, here's a place where if you just read the Bible, what it says is that the men that were causing trouble in this New Testament assembly had lived before, and they were condemned before. Now in Jude, verse 6 and 7, in the author of the Epistle of Jude, who is Jesus's half brother, it likens the false teachers that were troubling them in verse 4 to the sin of Sodom and Gomorrah and the angels. It says, "And the angels which kept not their first estate, but left their own habitation or body, he hath reserved in everlasting chains under darkness, under the judgment of the great day, even as Sodom and Gomorrah and the cities about them in like manner, giving themselves over to fornication and going after strange flesh, are set forth for an example, suffering the vengeance of eternal fire." Wow. Now, in the 10th verse, "But these speak evil of those things which they know not, but what they know naturally, as brute beasts, in those things they corrupt themselves." Now, this word beast, it's 22:26 in the Greek. It's the word zoon. And in the book of Revelation, it's found 20 times, and always with the connection of the living beings that stand before the throne of God. So it likens these individuals to these beasts before God, the living creatures that are now being corrupted. We could be looking at actually corrupted heavenly beings. And notice this little word here. It says they corrupt themselves. And I think that that could very well apply to people in America today and all over the world. You are doing things to corrupt yourself, not only spiritually, but physically. Now, also, this corruption is applied in Revelation 19:2 to the harlot church. Who would have thought it? "For true and righteous are his judgments, for he hath judged the great whore which did corrupt the earth with her fornication, and hath avenged the blood of his servants at her hand." One more scripture here from the book of Jude, Jude 12, speaking about these false teachers who were before ordained to condemnation. It says, These are spots in your feast of charity when they feast with you, feeding themselves without fear. Clouds they are without water, carried about of winds. Trees whose fruit withereth without fruit, twice dead, plucked up by the roots.
Yeah.
So maybe they died spiritually, then they died physically, and now they're back. They were ordained of old to this condemnation. These people are twice dead. This passage in Jude seems to be describing just exactly that which we are talking about. And according to all of these texts, all the way back to the Egyptian Book of the Dead and the text at Ugarit, they claimed that they were able to bring these people that had passed into the underworld, considering that they had a corrupted soul when they left, that they were able to bring them back. Job 26 and 5, the word dead is the word Rephaim. Dead things are formed from under the waters, and the inhabitants thereof. Now, what I believe this is speaking to, we know that in the flood of Noah, Noah was pure in his generations, he was spared, and the world of the giants was destroyed in a flood, and they were under the waters. But it says here, dead things are formed from under the waters, and I believe that through black magic and science falsely so called, that many of the giants that lived before the flood were reanimated. You know, and here again, that's what the Bible says. Dead, Rephaim things are formed from under the waters and the inhabitants thereof. Another very interesting thing, this word formed, which is 2342 in the Hebrew, it means to twist or whirl in a circular or spiral manner. And we've talked a lot about the whirlwinds and how the whirlwinds that whirl are gates and between the first, second, and third heaven. Now, it's also interesting, this word formed, the dead thing, Rephaim, are formed. This word means to twist in a circular or spiral manner. Well, look here at a strand of DNA. That's kind of twisted in a spiral manner, isn't it?
Yeah.
So yeah, that was the end of that clip. But man, that's interesting, especially dealing with everything that we're dealing with today. And you know, I shouldn't have to say much more about that, but it's really important that we stay human. Let's put it that way. It's important that we don't go off and corrupt ourselves like what happened in Genesis 6 scenario when the whole world was corrupted, except for Noah, and who was righteous in his generations. And generations means genealogy. In his genes, he was righteous in his genes. He didn't have the mixed genes. So really important to stay tuned to stay in tune with that. Also, you mentioned these twice dead, these people who were ordained of old, coming into congregations and basically ruining people. And I believe that I have met some of those people and contended with them on many levels.
You know, what are you going to do with that verse in Jude 4? Yeah. For there are certain men crept in right then who were before of old ordained to this condemnation. Yeah. You know, there are people causing trouble right then that a long time ago they were condemned for that. What are you going to do with that? I think what we've brought forth in this ride this evening makes more sense of that verse than anything else I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Of course I would, though. But Madame Blavatsky, we talked about her in a lot of rides, and we did one about her relationship with her avatars and ascended masters. And just like Hitler was obsessed with making contact with people in the inner earth, so was Madame Blavatsky. And she would make extensive efforts to find Argatha, Shambhala. And she claimed she did. And she claimed that she would have conversations with these ascended masters that were in human bodies. It wasn't like she was saying, and it took me a while to figure out what she was saying, but she wasn't talking about spiritual contact. She was talking about talking to these guys face to face, and even said that one of them went to London and was in London with her. And you know, these entities claimed to be hundreds of years old. And there's Comte Saint Germain, who he would go to these, and he lived in France in the 18th century, and he would go to these great big banquets with the elite there in the period before the French Revolution, and he would never eat. He wouldn't eat. He'd go to these big banquets, and he says, I don't eat. I'm hundreds of years old. Well, make of that what you will, but there are still people that claim they're talking to old Comte. So, you know, what we're saying here is the claim of what is the reality that not only the people in the dark world are doing, but also the people in the scientific community. And it is absolutely biblically possible. And when you look at what the texts say about the Oberym and all of these things, it is the war of Satan with God himself to conquer death and control the human soul and to corrupt the human genome. It's Genesis 6 coming to its final culmination here at the end of time.
That's right. As it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be in the coming of the Son of Man. So, guys, there it is. There's a lot out there. If you look out there and research the things that are coming, you know that this is not far off. I know if we would have done this broadcast back in 2010, 2015, whatever, it wouldn't have been so relevant as it is today. But we've seen how far we've come as humanity and as far as our technology goes, and we've seen that there's a shadow organization behind it all who is working to corrupt mankind and destroy us all. So thank you guys so much for listening to this broadcast. Please hit the subscribe button. We're so thankful to be able to do this, and we do this every week at the same time, every Saturday. And David, do you have anything to add?
Well, I'm just thankful for just every time we get to speak to people about this, and we know we've got an audience that will dig in and find out the truth, and we're just so thankful and blessed to be able to speak to these matters.
That's right, guys. And so now on the count of three, we're all going to pound that like button together. So you ready, David? Let's do this. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, boom. Smack that like button, guys. Thank you so much for watching and for just all your support. We greatly appreciate it. And as always, we encourage you to pick up your Bible, to study, to do that so that you don't fall prey to these wolves that are out there. There are so many wolves out there trying to get your attention, trying to make you follow them and make you understand everything that you have to understand everything they do. But what we need is the Holy Spirit, the only teacher who can guide us into all truth, the only one that can guide us into all truth. And that's who we need to be going after, right? We need to go after that. We need to go after the Word of God and after Jesus with all of our hearts. So with that being said, guys, thank you. David, in us out.
It is always with great thanks to each and every one of you that listens to the Midnight Ride. We couldn't do what we do without you. Thank you for supporting the Midnight Ride and Now You See TV. And with that, until next Saturday night, 10 p.m. Central, high five and good night, everybody, from the Midnight Ride.
And I stood upon the sand of the sea and saw a beast rise up, rise up, rise up, rise up. Who was able to make war with him.
어금니가 부었어 지금. 옛날에 붓다가 한동안 안 부었었는데 다시 부어. 왜 남?